9 months of the best Google usage I've ever seen.
Wait, there's more space shit? Oh, okay. I apologize. If you were enjoying this music, no, there's more space nerd shit that we have to have a look at. Okay, where's the link? Where's the link to the thing? Let's look at the space nerd shit. Where's the link? There we go. Did I miss the liftoff?
Raging river in one spot and saying, "Tell me exactly."
I was making hummus, right, which is why I'm late as well.
And, like, that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at, you know, more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees.
Can't get it to like do the
just
normal
having
thing.
visual representation, just being able to see what's happening. Like, we've got this one. This is in one of the forward
Valid
flaps,
reason for being late.
back.
Yep.
So if you see
100%.
it rotating around, that's because, again, it's
in space already.
in one of those forward
It
flaps.
is moving already.
So
Boozer has already landed mostly successfully. So what are we waiting for?
Build up density in the atmosphere. This view is going to move around as the flap does. And then the other one we had a little bit earlier is looking at one of the other forward flaps on the other side. Eventually, we're going to keep adding more cameras to Starship, get a couple of different views from the outside of all the different areas.
All of these, like...
And then also eventually to be able to see payloads once they're deployed. So a lot more exciting stuff coming up in the future. But right now we're getting closer to re-entry. You know, we're going to be moving at hypersonic speeds of more than 5 times the speed of sound. We're going to see that plasma start to build. So, Kate, Jesse, excitement coming up.
Yeah, as you can see with that view on your screen again.
Okay, so we're gonna watch it land.
Brought to us by Starlink. We can see the plasma beginning to build as the ship is getting closer to the Earth's atmosphere. Now, let's talk a little bit about how Starship will survive re-entry, hopefully, and control itself.
Exactly. We've been talking about this entire flight test. There's 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles surrounding the bottom portion or the Earth-facing side of the ship.
Through 100 kilometers altitude, good attitude for entry.
Great call outs there. Now, during atmospheric re-entry, the vehicle is going to see temperatures as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. So those tiles are there to help protect the vehicle from this extreme heat.
Yeah, and the flaps will help control it. Now, one noticeable difference I see immediately, those flaps
you want to
are
stop the
not
camera? The
moving
time is
as
now.
much as
Okay,
they
will it
were
blow
on
up? Let's
Flight
go.
3. So that is a great sign, right? We had unplanned loss of roll control on Flight 3, so we added some additional thrusters, and we can see that they're working well, and we have a much more stable view. So those flaps, there's 4 of them, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom.
Yes.
They're made out of stainless steel. And
no.
they
okay,
help
you guys
steer the ship, which, as we can see, the plasma
5 minutes quickly.
To build.
Camber is up.
If the ship survives re-entry, it will have to perform a flip maneuver as well as a landing burn. We saw this demonstrated in a couple of high-altitude flight tests back in like 2020, 2021. Similarly,
temperatures increasing on the nose within expected ranges.
Great news there. It sounds like the temperatures that we are getting during this point, which again, we usually don't get during spaceflight because of this plasma. We're getting this live. This is a great news.
Oh my gosh.
So similarly to for example, the serial number 10 test that we saw a couple
normally
years
it blows
ago,
up like...
We're hoping to duplicate that again today.
From what I know, like when it comes into landing, like it's blown up before, you know? Which I remember Hassan watched it do that, and that was pretty funny.
Point to help flip the ship until those engines are pointing down so that it can land vertically using Raptor's thrust.
And as you can see, even from the beginning of the program, we've designed Starship to land on Mars where there are no runways, or Mars where there are no runways, or we also want rapid reusability, so we're help out. We also want rapid reusability, so we're doing...
Vehicle is passing through 85 kilometers altitude. The flaps have control of the vehicle.
Great news. Flaps have control of the vehicle. That's exactly what we want to hear for this flight test.
Yeah.
Again, we are going to be doing a propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And we are expecting re-entry to begin here in just about a minute. Re-entry, an awesome view that we have here.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
This is the same view that we had when we first returned from the coast phase. Again, this is looking at the side of one of the flaps.
How is that camera not going to get cooked?
Get going with the gamba, everyone.
At the bottom of this picture, we're basically looking through plasma, which is just absolutely mind-blowing.
There's a gamba going.
Wild,
will it blow up?
wild.
No to
100,000
points. And yes, 100,000 points. Okay.
So entry to splashdown is expected to last about
So
6 minutes
adventurous.
long. And that flip maneuver should occur around
So get gambering,
about 10 minutes
unless you're in the
before
Netherlands, in
splashdown.
which case just do it in solidarity,
And
okay?
such incredible views that we're
Starship
getting.
approaching peak heating region.
Great call-outs there.
It's looking stable. Look at how much it's
these
slowing
views
down, too.
are absolutely astounding.
Nose temperatures continue to rise within expected region.
Bro, these motherfuckers will be like, the views are astounding, and it's just like a gradient. What view? What? These views are astounding? I can make this on Photoshop. Well, my Photoshop doesn't work anymore. I can make this on Photopea.
The
I used to be
exterior
able
of
to.
Starship. It is traveling, as you can see on your screen. You can look in the bottom right-hand corner and see how fast it's going, how high it is, as well as the general orientation. Again, we're seeing a lot more stability, a lot more control here on this flight, which is great. It shows that the iterations, the learning...
Starship is now in expected peak heating region.
All right, great
Come on,
news
baby.
there, telling us that this is basically the hottest point that Starship should get during its re-entry. Now, the heat shield is working with the atmosphere for some like free braking, okay? The atmosphere is helping to slow the Starship down.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using any engines or thrust to slow the vehicle down. Exactly what Kate mentioned. We're just using the atmosphere and those heat shield tiles protecting the vehicle as it's coming through that high heat temperature.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those moments that we have been waiting for.
Me and
Right
Torna
now, the
holding
ship
this
is
gamba
currently
together.
re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and by all looks and all
Like a-
callouts
it's like
that
a
we're
minute
hearing
left
on
in the
net,
gamba.
It is doing pretty well. Now, we
Torn
do not
blink.
plan to recover
Yes.
the spacecraft today, but rapid and reusable,
No, no.
rapid and reliable
No.
reusability is the ultimate goal.
All right, we've got about 1 million
insane.
points on the line.
I think they're going to do it.
Just pausing to just take in this incredible new and different view that we're seeing. We did get a similar view in Flight 3, but again, the vehicle did lose a little bit of its control, attitude control, and this is a very stable view. This is great. This is exactly what we want, and we are hearing that we're getting expected call-outs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Starship is seeing half a G of acceleration, remains on a good entry trajectory.
You know, it's
Unbelievable.
incredible to look at this photo and wonder, wait, is it real? Is it frozen? You know, we can see the, yeah, so I was just going to say we
Nose
can,
temperatures have stopped increasing.
oh, that is great news. The temperature is no longer building. But I was saying, like, we have a little bit of indication there. We can see that streaking occurring.
Crazy that we're achieving such great feat, but we can't solve homelessness.
A true view. So once again, we are looking.
It's even worse.
basically
Like,
through the
we're
plasma.
sending money to fucking start, like SpaceX to do this shit instead of NASA. Which, you know, like, we can have debates about this in the chat, and we have, but, like, NASA has had very similar tech, or, like, there's a lot of tech that SpaceX, like, redid that NASA already had, which is just, like, such a fucking waste of money, you know?
Starlink in space, which we're getting this incredible data. And not only just the data from the sensors, but getting live
So all of this
imagery
tech
what
is
actually
privatized, right?
happening,
Which
is
sucks.
great, which we've never been able to do live before.
Right. Now, just
Insane.
a quick future outlook here. So in about, let's see, at T plus about 1 hour and 2 minutes, we should hear a call out for entry transonic.
Send the homeless to
That
space?
means
No,
that
give
the
them
ship
houses.
is going near the speed of sound. And then about a minute after that, we'll hear another call out saying entry subsonic, meaning that the ship is going below the speed of sound. So these are all continued indications.
It's going to be an
that,
hour still. You can move on.
Right, as the ship comes back down, it is getting through the more dense part of the atmosphere, and that atmosphere
is it going to be an hour?
helping to push against the vehicle, and those heat shields are protecting the vehicle during this high heat period.
Like, I don't think so. Look at this is counting up.
This is the most incredible footage.
Jesse, we're starting to...
I do want to just remind you guys how big this thing is. This is the largest flying object ever, and it's falling back in, not just falling back in from space, but hitting the atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour, 27,000 kilometers an hour, or 8 kilometers a second. Absolutely screaming, and it's holding up. This is the first time they've ever done this, and it's maintaining orientation. Absolutely incredible. So this is incredibly valuable flight data. So impressed. And live views of it, insane.
Our last signal with the ship on Flight 3 was at 65, so we should be making it past that point shortly. Obviously, as you guys pointed out, we're in a much better control this time as we re-entered in the right attitude, and our flaps have been steering the way so far. Once we get through transonic, that's when you've got essentially
Raptor landing bird.
Different areas around the vehicle where the air is either moving faster or slower than the speed of sound. We'll eventually get to subsonic, which we have some experience with. We did in our suborbital campaign.
Start of Raptor chill.
Starship will eventually...
See, they're getting landing gear ready.
Its terminal velocity.
Now, I do want to point out real quick, see how there's a little bit of orange glowing. Kind of near the aft end there that we're seeing. Don't forget they are missing some heat shield tiles, so we might actually be seeing some carbon. We might be seeing that burn through in some of those inert areas here. But it is past peak heating, so hopefully it doesn't destroy it, and hopefully it's viable data for the teams. They did that intentionally to leave out some heat shield tiles, and that might be what we're seeing back there, or you're seeing orange, so we'll see.
Why? Wait, they intentionally didn't include some heat shield tiles? Why?
So we're at 63 kilometers, so we've already made it farther than we did on our last flight when that last signal was coming at 65 kilometers.
Oh my god.
So again, what we're really looking at here is the performance of the heat shield, of the flaps, of the seals in the flaps. There's just a whole bunch of different areas that we're keeping a really close eye on as we re-enter.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
This is insane.
And looking like we're still on a good trajectory. If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain the attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters. And I mean, not just camera views, but we've got sensors inside the ship. We've got those sensors down at the very aft end of the vehicle where we pointed out we had some intentionally missing tiles, where we've got some sensors looking at just how hot it's getting around there. We intentionally put those in essentially the least critical part of the heat shield, where if you had any kind of a breach, it wouldn't be great for reusability, but wouldn't be critical for actual making it through the re-entry into the landing.
Okay.
Reminder here, guys. So think about how much time it's spending slowing down. It's trying to reverse all the work that the booster, think about all the energy that booster yeeted into that stage. And then that stage also burned for, 6-7 minutes.
No, they specifically just wanted to test how. I understand why they removed some of those tiles now.
Getting rid of that energy right now, slowing the vehicle down essentially for free, but at the cost of an extreme amount of heat. It's turning that kinetic energy into heat. And so they just had to survive that heating that we're seeing right now, which is what all spacecraft have to do, but they normally use like an ablative heat shield. The shuttle used a tile system similar to this, but it was quite the refurbishment process. So they're trying to, do this in a different way. That hopefully
you never know. It would be really fucking funny if it blows up on entry though.
An artifact.
Like when it comes into land.
Oh, it's burning through the fin. It's burning through the flap.
External temperatures are starting to come down.
This camera view is looking right at one of the forward flaps.
Oh my
We're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas that looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
I would say a little, yeah.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show
a little
it
bit.
has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is wild to see this, but the ship is still coming down, which is incredible to see.
How far can it go? That is the question.
Keep your eye on the altitude in the bottom right-hand corner. We're at 54 kilometers right now.
It's just
now, ultimately, the data is the payload today. We've been saying it multiple times. Our teams are sitting, reviewing this data live, learning where the hot spots are. As you can see, there's an obvious hot spot there with the flap, and learning how we can improve this design. The goal was to get as far through this high heat re-entry as possible. Ideally, we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test.
I should have said, is it successful or not? Anyway.
Visual data as well, which we can
camera,
see here.
we can't see shit. Move the camera.
Covering the camera on your screen, but we can still see some of those sparks and flames from that high heat as ship is making its way back down to Earth.
Ship now at 50 kilometers.
It's still maintaining orientation, though.
The good news is we still got, looks like that camera lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning how to improve the ship for total survival and recovery of the high heat reentry.
I'm honestly impressed that we're still getting this live view despite how much debris is coming off of this flap right now.
What live view? What live view, dude?
The fact that we've got it is good news.
Uh-oh.
And
they jinxed it again.
I may have jinxed it. I apologize. Look at that. It's back.
We are still going.
And the teams here at SpaceX are excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us. There's still a sizable crowd here at Mission Control Center, Hawthorne.
A splashdown is expected in just about 4 minutes from now.
4 minutes.
They might get telemetry all the way to the ground.
We're still moving.
I don't know if they'll get that.
We still have live views. Starlink is doing an incredible job.
Maximum entry dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping.
Okay, good news. Those external pressures are dropping. The question
is there no other camera?
How much of the ship is left? We can't really tell. We can still see some of that particulate coming off. And unfortunately, we do have a cracked camera lens. But for any photographers out there and videographers, we know that's part of the gig sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see that the speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really great news for us. We want the vehicle to be slowing down before it splashes down into the ocean. That'll help set us up.
Oh, is it splashing down to the ocean?
First down into the water.
Exactly. So we have seen this flip maneuver demonstrated on previous high altitude flight tests, like
I thought we were going to see it landing.
More views, or I should say, more light coming through the view that we have through that cracked and dirtied lens there. But yeah, so we're hoping that this flip maneuver, that we can pull it off as soon as we get those views back. If we can get them, if the ship is still around, we will bring it back to you.
Vehicle has passed maximum dynamic pressure.
That is great news.
Okay.
Maximum dynamic pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure. Speed still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean.
This thing does the flip maneuver.
Just like Flight 3, we are targeting a splashdown in the water in the Indian Ocean.
We don't have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry,
I should have made the gamba like easier to understand.
Doing okay, at least.
I guess like, it sort of blew
it's
up.
Speeding up right now. Oh,
there
not
we got
really.
That live view back.
What live view, dude?
To see that view. despite not being able to see very much.
The fact that it's there tells us the ship is still alive.
Yes, and
For now.
collecting data.
It's decelerating very quickly, so it's still pretty intact.
Yes, now 30 kilometers, now 29 above the Indian
Starship is
Ocean.
at 30 kilometers altitude, Mach 2.
Sounds like the vehicle's traveling, as we just heard, Mach 2, which is, looks like we might, I thought maybe it might clear up. It is a little bit.
Please tell me they have a tracking view.
Now
Please
at T
tell me they
plus
have a
1
tracking
hour,
view.
3 minutes and 13 seconds into
You can see the
Starship
flap
Flight
still.
4.
You can see the shape of the flap
Hoping
still.
that the ship can hang on. It's probably potentially hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads. But
Almost
it's still
down.
going, and that is
It's almost down to where it was for the SN flight. So 10 kilometers is like when it's the flight region it's done before. So we're getting close to that.
Yeah.
Starship is at 20 kilometers altitude.
Now, keep in mind that even though we can't see anything, the data itself is what we really are.
Starship is subsonic.
Subsonic, they're telling us it's traveling below the speed of sound. That movement means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something.
Is that a landing board?
This is a nail biter. But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the
It is horizontal.
the lens, but we're still getting the feed. Starship is now 11 kilometers over the ocean. All this data is incredibly important, even if you know
Look at the
it breaks
flap.
up right now. Okay, we can see that flap actuating through the glass.
Look at that flap.
Starship is passing through 10 kilometers altitude.
Okay, the next milestone will be initiation of the flip maneuver and landing burn.
How is it hanging on?
Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of
this
your
cringe or
screen
not?
for those 3 center engines to
I mean, it's
relight.
impressive,
They
but
will
I just
gimbal
wish that it was a
or,
government organization
angle
doing this, not
so
fucking
that the
Starlink.
ship flips itself back up vertical and hopefully lands in a vertical position.
This is like Short Circuit 2
And
with
the
Johnny
crowd is
Five
very
all
excited
torn
to get
up.
this view of that flap still
Starship is
maneuvering.
passing through 5 kilometers altitude.
This is incredible.
It's dark.
Getting very close to splashdown.
These fireflies are such a good sign of life right now. We wish we
how
could see
slow
more,
it's
but we'll
going.
take it.
Starship is at 2 kilometers altitude, terminal velocity.
Landing burn startup for Starship.
All right, good news there.
That flap has like fallen off.
Nominal change.
Landing burn startup.
I think it's splashing down right now.
Starship is in landing burn.
Landing burn shutdown.
The landing burn shutdown was commanded.
Oh my god, what a fucking shot, dude.
It made it.
Wow. I mean, it was a little bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually see, but we were able to hear the ship did its landing burn. It sounded
Starship
like we
landing
might
burn
have got
shutdown.
2 engines. And there's the final
No,
call for
it
landing
didn't
burn
blow up,
shutdown,
Chad.
but we'll go back through all the data, but we did get confirmation that a landing burn took place. Starship
Wait for me
made
to
it
bring
through
confirmation,
re-entry,
okay.
and did its first ever landing
No, we're gonna
burn.
wait for nerds
No
to
way.
bring
From
confirmation.
South Texas to the other side of the earth, Starship is in the water. What a day! What a day, guys! Yeah, that was absolutely incredible.
Oh my god.
We got views pretty much the whole way down. Analysis said it could do it. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to happen, but Starlink powered through, and we were able to get signal. We started to get some debris on the cameras and everything, but we were able to see it. So, I mean, what a day! just recapping everything started off today. We lifted off from here in Starbase just about an hour ago. It feels like a lifetime. Successful super heavy ascent, boost back, and its own splashdown in the Gulf. Ship made it to space, kept its attitude. Successful re-entry through peak heating.
SpaceX has been trying to make a like reusable spaceship, basically. So this is the process of like trying to make it like something that's reusable, so that it goes up and comes back down for landing. Because most spaceships don't do that; they aren't reusable.
That was incredible. I can't wait for the next one. Over to you guys.
It was so loud here. I haven't heard the crowd get that loud probably since liftoff of Flight 1, honestly.
That was incredible. Congratulations to our teammates, to everyone who supported the Starship program. Thanks to all of our future customers for your support. And we'd also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico. And since Starship got a little bit toasty from that extreme heat of reentry, and we've got our very own Starship right here, let's have a toast of our own.
I've been waiting all morning for this.
Okay, may I?
Light me up.
No.
Yeah. Just like Starship, I like this toasty.
I'm keeping this.
Bro, that is the most Elon Musk shit in the world.
Test flights coming to you soon. Be sure to follow the SpaceX account on X for more updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.
Oh my. Are you kidding me? This is actually me speechless. Like, I can't even believe that.
You're such a fucking nerd, dude.
I'm sorry if you're watching this and you're not quite familiar with what we just saw. This has been like the culmination of, I've been coming out here since 2019 when there's just a tiny little thing called Starhopper, setting itself on fire and doing little horrible propulsive little hops. Then to watch it go into the serial, SN 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, practicing that landing maneuver. Then today to actually have it all come together like this, I can't even believe it. Like, yes, there's some work to do, but remember what I said. They need to know where are their weak points. They definitely found out that those, and Elon and I talked about it quite a bit in the interview. Reminder, subscribe right now. We'll be having an interview with Elon Musk. He did actually promise something, and I'm going to try to get him on that.
What? No, I'm okay. I'm fine. Elon Musk sucks so bad, dude. Bro, just like this stuff would be so much cooler without him. Oh, I got more bald shit. Let's go. Boko and chill. I have no idea where this is. Oh, Final Fantasy. Okay. Okay. It's time for the dolls, everyone. And then we're gonna be reacting, or we're watching the Stonewall documentary. But we have to do the dolls. We have to do our daily dolls. Have you done your daily dolls? You can do it along with me. Here's the wordle. But once again, if you are new here, don't give the answers. Don't put them in chat. A plane. Nothing there. LB the Gamba. No, we're waiting for Elron to confirm that it did not blow up. Right? Oh no, Nerd. It's no, not Elron. It's Nerd, I think. But Elron also said, I think. So wait for me to confirm. Anyway, no info so far beyond what they say is splash down landing burn before. Okay. Mostly intact. We still need to know about mostly means. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So we're just waiting a bit. to see, and then we'll pay out. But I don't think it's gonna blow up. It's in the water now, you know? It still could. Okay. Okay, we've still got a lot of good letters. What about a whore? There we go. Okay, okay, we're so close. We're so close. Okay, the H has to go either here or here. R has to go either here or here, so it's probably like TR. Or something R. We can test if this is C. The R won't go there, but that we can see if there's anything that starts in space. Okay. No. H is here. T. Can't be here, so it's not TH. So the T, I think, is gonna be... here. R. I have no idea. So we've got an E. My brain is like, nope, what the fuck is this? No, this makes no sense. Okay. The T can go here, here, or here. I think it begins with a T, and then I think it is an R. You guys believe it? I believe in you, okay. It's just not TH, which is why it's confusing. It's not this. It could be like... There you go. We did get it. Marble. Reverse prompt skip. Propel P. Push baseball. Drive gym. Door grapefruit. Court dugout park. Okay, look. This feels like this is bait. It feels like it's bait, but it also feels like it could not be. It might not be bait. Hail size comparisons? No, they're circular objects. I guess they do use baseball and grapefruit for hail. Reverse prompt skip. Propel wild push. Gym draw dive courtroom dugout park. Reverse, propel, skip. Push. Push the button and let me know we're gonna get the wrong idea and go. Na na na na na na na na. Okay. Gym. Wild. Courtroom. Dug out. What the fuck is a dugout? Reverse, wild, propel, skip, drive. Push. Park. Gym. What? Wild? I have no idea. Skip. Outside places? I mean, can you get a gym outside? Push. Prompt. Prompt to push, to propel, to drive. Easy. Move to action. Parks and Recreation. Hold on, I'll be back in a second, chat. back. Oh my god, is there something happening in the chat? What's going on? What's going on, you weirdos? What's happening? Okay, park. Park. We had some help. Alright, people helping. Okay. Sorry, I didn't scroll up that much. I didn't scroll up enough to see anything. Okay. Okay. Okay. Gamb is out. It did not blow up. Thank you. No, that was promised. Wow, Zenoda earned a globe more. The rich just keep getting richer, hey? Thornbring taking another L. It's not about the game, it's about being a true hater. True. Park wild, drawn. Reverse gym. Skip dugout. What's a dugout? A canoe made from hollowed out log. Oh, okay. Something people sit in. This is insane. Courtroom. Skip. Park. Wild. Gym. Okay, we have to. Nothing. Okay. How does this game work? You have to choose like categories like that seem to connect. It's a format that actually has existed for quite a while. There's a British game show with this format. Bye, Vladimir Lemon. Enjoy your reading. Wild something. Gym bros. Wild bros. Skip bros. Park bros. Revert. What about draw straws? Skip straws. I have no idea. Courtroom. Dugout. It's a canoe that it's like so you dig it out. Wild. Park Wild Dugouts. Draw? I don't know. I'm just at this point. I'm just like whatever, dude. Drawbridge, Courtroom Bridge, Park Bridge, Gym Bridge. One away? Oh, okay, so it is bridge then. I don't know. Reverse bridge? No idea. Okay, let's see. Uno cards? Fuck! Places with benches? Okay, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. That's all. This is all terribly stupid. Uno cards? Fuck! I should have got that one. That was a gimme, dude. That was an easy one. That's so fucking annoying. Okay. Okay, at least we'll do the mini and we'll be okay. Alright, we'll be okay. And more than one away. Bridge nobility title. Heaven help us. What cat resembles it sits with its tail tucked in under its body? Wasn't it Don Quixote? Blue alternative? Up. Duck, duck, go. Have enough space. This sucks. This sucks. A lion. Heaven help us. Oh Lord. Oh no. A baron. Wario. Mario. Basilica or baseball stadium? Okay, what is this one, chat? What is the instrumented basilica or baseball stadium? Is it like a horn or something? Organ? Oh god. I have no idea what the cat resembles. I don't have a cat. Oops. Doesn't really work. Your point is and... A goof. Yahoo! A loaf? I can't. It's an island. Total 205 million. It's an island. What about, like, Saint Kitts and Nevis? Okay, different island. Different island. Different island, and it's what, like? So we're looking at Oceania. The Solomon Islands. Micronesia. The fucking Tuvalu. Vanuatu. Oh my god, it was Vanuatu. Oh my god, I got it. Ah! We did it. Let's go. Can I mod add these to the dolls? Sure, if you get a mod to go and change that stuff. And pass a bot, they can go do it. Thank you for doing business. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Oh no, what the fuck is this shit? Ah. What is this? No helping, chatter. Like, otherwise you give the whole thing away. I don't care, I guess a random country, I don't know, but still. Were my chances of being right or low? I know, but like... Just don't guess. Just guess it, try it yourself. I'm thinking Moldova, maybe? Moldova? Could be Moldova. Maybe Armenia. Armenia seems more likely than Moldova. I'm gonna go for Armenia. Oh my god, let's go. We're back. Let me go refill my coffee. Alright. Refilled my coffee. The Gambia to Lesotho. That's tricky. Senegal. Mauritania. I'm gonna fuck this up quite a bit. You see it? I already fucked it up. I assume Mauritania was over here. Already fucked it up. Already. Well, fuck it. We're taking the Mali route now. Didn't need Nigeria, okay. I'm just taking my own route, dude. But we did need- wait! Yeah, what? Okay, well, we'll definitely need Angola at some point. Yeah, we're taking the scenic route. And this is the Congo, and then the other Congo. This is fucking tricky. Like, this route here, it's really tricky. Namibia and South Africa. Whew, tricky. It is tricky. So, I had 2 extra guesses. Okay, that's not too bad. So, the idea was to go Senegal, Mali, Niger, Chad, Central African Republic, DRC, Angola, Namibia, South Africa. That's just too much for a single human brain to comprehend, okay? In my opinion. Geogrid. Population under 10 million, borders China. I wonder how many people live in North Korea. I mean, does Bhutan border China? I don't think so. Got Tajikistan. Starts with an M. Population under 10 million. I don't know, Moldova? Maybe nobody will get Moldova. Epic, okay. Borders China with a human development index over 0.65. I think Cambodia is 0.66, but that doesn't border China. Area lesson. Sorry, I zoned out completely there. Like, I literally completely zoned out for the last, like, 30 seconds. I was just staring at the board, thinking about completely different things. You know what I was thinking about? You wanna know what my brain went? When Rodriguez said Moldovan Mama League, I was like, oh yeah, Mama League is that, like, thing where we watched that girl make a whole bunch of things, and then she made that South African, like mint crisp tart. And she fucked it up so much because she couldn't get, like, tennis biscuits or mint that had actual flakes in it, or mint chocolate that had actual flakes in it, and I was just thinking about that. And then I realized, oh fuck, I'm doing GeoGrid. Okay. South America, population under 10 million. Okay, Suriname. Comment? Fuck. Did you move the fuck, Mon? Because people were using it when I literally had Oni on stream, and that was fucking rude. Okay? And you need to, like, literally chill for a bit. Okay? I'll add it back eventually. But, like, if you do that when I have a guest on, even if it's Oni, like, who's on a lot, then you gotta fucking learn to not do that. In South America, area less than 1 million kilometers squared. I mean, that's... I mean, Guyana? Most people... Well, let's go Trinidad and Tobago. Legendary. Starts with an M. I think most people will go with, like, Monaco. What about the Maldives? No, everyone's gonna be saying the Maldives because of what's happened recently. Martinique is... I don't think Martinique will count. No. Okay, we could go with the Marshall Islands. Epic, okay. I think you know the top left. I know all of them. I'm just gonna get to go through them bit by bit. Starts with M. Human Development Index over 0.65. Monaco. Or maybe Montenegro. There we go. In South America, Human Development Index over 0.65. Brazil. Fine, we'll go with Brazil. Rare, okay. Yeah, you know what? The meta is very much like go for obvious because all of the fucking geo nerds like will go for like the obscure shit that I'm going for here. And then you can actually get like... When Elvie forgets she's streaming, well, I don't, like, Hassan forgets he's streaming here, and he just started cooming. I didn't start cooming, I just drifted off. Into space. My brain went drifting, okay? Borders China, population under 10 million. Borders China, human development index under... Over. Okay, we've got Vietnam, we've got Laos, we've got Myanmar, we've got India. Maybe Nepal? Put Nepal here. Uncommon, okay. Okay, Human Development Index and Borders China. We only got one common, so that's fine. We got one legendary. Over 0.65. Borders China. Wonder if Hong Kong counts. No. Mark. No. There are a lot of countries that border China. I'm just trying to think of like the best, you know? That would work here. So we've got like Afghanistan, India. You could just go for Kyrgyzstan here. Okay, so wait, no. Oh, no, I didn't do that. I said Kyrgyzstan, which is legendary. Let's go. Okay. Okay, we did really well on that one. Let's do another one. I like that you can play the previous grids. Wait, show summary. Where was I at? So I'm ranked high up there. Good. Most popular answers. Suriname was so popular, that's so annoying. Mauritius was popular. Okay, so I did get Trinidad. Okay, Malaysia starts with M. Okay, yeah, 1 million is quite a lot. Bhutan does border China. Okay, good to know. Okay. One more. Let's play this one. Arabic is an official language, ends with A. Saudi Arabia. Emirates. Oman. Egypt. Jordan. Lebanon. Syria. Rare, okay. More than 100 Olympic medals. Netherlands. Canada. Flag with a star. Arabic is an official language. Okay, that's gonna be simple. Iran. No, Saudi Arabia. UAE, there's no star. Oman, does Oman have a star? Qatar doesn't have a star. Bahrain doesn't have a star. Oh, we ran out of music. Let's do some Nintendo Jazz. Arabic is an official language and has a star. Egypt. Around there. I don't know about Sudan or South Sudan. But South Sudan would be a flex. But I have no idea. Population under 10 million. Bahrain. Uncommon? Fuck. Too many geo nerds play this shit, dude. Flag with a star. More than 100 Olympic medals. Japan. You see? It counts. The sun is a star. Population under 10 million. More than 100 Olympic medals. Fuck. I don't know. The Netherlands? Fuck, they've got... Okay, I don't know. This is an insanely difficult one. Canada. We'll just put Canada here. Fine, whatever. Rare. Okay, not too bad. Winter Olympics too, I guess. So, like, Sweden. What? Oh. North America enters an A. Panama. El Salvador. Belize. Bahamas. Jamaica. Cuba. Cuba. Epic. There we go. Look at this. Joe Biden sitting down with no chair on stage. What? No shot. Does he fall over?
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin.
Bro, I wish he would just die. Just see, he's old enough, man. It's time for him to go. Satan needs to come up from the ground and take him. It's like watching a dog about to poop. You're so right.
Welcome, the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin.
Oh my god, dude. That's really embarrassing. He's so fucking cooked. The Panama flag is so fucking ugly. I'm just saying. It's insanely ugly. Flag with a star. Arabic's an official language. Would that little thing from Jordan count as a star? It probably does. Yeah, okay, it is a... Okay, it is a star. More... Okay, I've got one left. In North America, population under 10 million. Bellies. So, I got all of that rare. Okay, now, the more than 100 Olympic members, population of 10. Norway! New Zealand, Hungary, Finland. There's less than 10 million people in New Zealand? What the fuck? Finland, Denmark. What? I did not know that. No, I know Winter Olympics. It's like 5 million people in New Zealand? Oh my god, that's insane. Okay, well. Ghana. Today it's Ghana. Must be. Chad. Oman. Tunisia. Switzerland. Hungary. It was Hungary. I think it was D-Day yesterday, wasn't it? Lebanon would work too. Hope you're fine, Hachiman. I hope you're not in like an area close to the border of Israel. I am worried about Lebanese chats at the moment. Israel really just wanna be being like fuck everyone, you know? Like fucking sending white phosphorus, dude. Like that's insane. That's fucking illegal. Anyway. And it's like shit that burns through your bones. It just blows my mind. Anyway. Yeah, I saw that Smotrich called for a full invasion of Lebanon and like a war. Yeah, about that, LB. Well, just stay safe, okay? I don't even know if you are in Lebanon, but please stay safe. I have deliberately sprayed flammable material gasoline on Lebanese forest land from behind the border fence to help spread the fires ignited by Israeli shells to make it hard to extinguish them. International lawyers, this is not a war crime, ecocide, agricultural massacre. Holy fuck, dude. I'm very rude, but Lebanon is so small, it doesn't really matter if they invade. Yeah, Lebanon is tiny and bomb. Fuck, dude. My god. Alright, Mean Boot, choose a country. Andorra, okay, interesting. This is just Taiwan, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. Excuse me. Okay. It's got red here. white here. And red there. What? This is very confusing. Okay. I need some more info. I'm very confused. There's red here, then red here, and the rest is white. With it, this is a country I don't know. Western Sahara. I did not know this flag. I did not know the flag of Western Sahara at all. Okay, now I do. I didn't even know it was a country. I'm not gonna get into it's. On some maps, people recognize it as given independence. On some maps, they don't. It's disputed territory with Mexico. Yeah. Not Mexico, Morocco. Mexico. I said Mexico. Morocco. Look. Sometimes brain go brr, okay? Der Spiegel. Fuck off, dude. The Bush Krieger. Die Bush Krieger. It looks like 2002. That would make sense. This is the Oval Office, isn't it? I always put it in between. Dick Cheney with Bush. A perfect score. Votes Comunista! Communist! Stamped! Stamped communist! Reformes! Profundes! Now, this is going to be very embarrassing because I don't know where this is. And I don't know what language this is. Ian Arba... I mean, it feels like it's Dutch. But this is not Dutch. Because stamped means vote. Oh, okay. Good to know, says for some break. Ian. It just feels Dutch, though. But it can't be, like, there's no shot. I mean, maybe it's Belgium, because, like, this seems French. It must be, I'm sure it's Brussels then, because it's like a mixture. I have no idea. That's my idea. Okay, let's see. Any dates? It's like the 60s, I think. 66, 63, 61. Oh my god, it was! Oh my god, I was right! Belgium is real, please. I did not come to this chat for idiotic takes. How the fuck does waffle count as a how does a waffle count as a country? What language does the waffle people speak? How Belgish? Do you think I'm fucking stupid, chat? Honestly, fuck off. I'm sick and tired of the grey name mob rule. Bro, I love that it was actually fucking, like, Brussels. I love that. Like, because you look at this and you're like, no, there's Dutch here and there's French. Okay, makes sense. It must be Belgium. Revolt blaze in Iraq. Princess Margaret in Canada. Destroy her Rams dock. Rugby League third test. Is this gonna be Australia or something like that? Because they're talking about rugby. Yeah, it must be Australia. Because what country is talking about rugby? And it is Dunkirk veteran at Sydney. It must be Oz. Let's say it's in fucking Sydney. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's been way too much luck. What the fuck? Bro, my score is insane already. Please pardon our peaceful chaos as we reboot our country's operating system. Wo bleibt? This is German. Nicht. Alai. Aza? I have no idea. Nicht. Platz? Something Platz. So it's something Platz. I'm sure this is recent. Zurich. Is this Switzerland? I have no idea if this is fucking Switzerland. I mean, I guess it could be Switzerland. I guess, but I mean, like, you could get Swiss blanks everywhere, but let's try Zurich. UPS. Aldi. The Zurich could be a little bit of a, like, L. And it could just be somewhere in Germany, but either way, it's very, I mean, Europe's very small, so I won't lose that many points, but I guess we have to go with Zurich. It did say Zurich on the fucking, like, it could just be a bank, a Swiss bank that's in Germany. But, okay, I think this is probably gonna be... I haven't heard of any weird shit happening in Switzerland recently. Maybe it's not on the news, though. Say, like, 2018. Protested as part of the Occupy movement in downtown Zurich. Okay, I'm happy with that. Not a bad score at all. Vidal Castro. I don't know. I do not think this is Cuba, bro. Okay, it probably is Cuba. And like in the 80s. Or the 70s. Okay, let's go to Havana in the 70s. But it could literally be like somewhere else. Maybe like here? No. $74. Okay, not bad. Cubans gathered at a baseball stadium in Havana for a game which Castro participated in. Castro played baseball throughout his life and often used the sport as a political tool. Okay, I did not know that. Baseball is not based. I had no idea that Castro played baseball. Okay, my final score is insane. 45. Actually, you know what? I've had better scores before. But this one's really, really good. All of everything was above 7,000. Most things were 9,000 and above. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Do you see this shit? Yes, I did. Photoshop's new tone service require users to grant Adobe access to their active products for content moderation and other purposes. Yeah, this is just like, okay, cool. Let's just stop using fucking Adobe. Like, realistically, this is ridiculous. Like, you can't be... And especially because a lot of projects are under NDA. Like, Yes, so this means all of your projects will be mined for AI now that they're being uploaded to Adobe. They can see exactly what you're working on. Yeah, fuck this. This is fucking disgusting. Such as full content review. Modify the right to delete content for inactive accounts. Wow. Yes, you better have your pen ready or they'll delete your shit. I can't. This is insane. Never forget Castro spamming the Euro step so much that it made Che Guevara question his commitment to the revolution. In his frequent basketball matches, Fiedel has started using a new move he simply calls the step. It is undeniably effective, yet is its goodness equally undeniable? As revolutionaries, we must not merely pay attention to ends, but to means. I worry that the flash and pomp is not benefiting of the revolutionary leader. It serves to separate him too much from those caught in the chains of maudlin life, marred by oppression and economic strife. Yes, it leads to a basket, but at what cost to the communal spirit? Bro, that's insane. This is satire and fake. Okay, it's fake. It's fake, chat. It's fake. It's fake. But it's still very funny. It's very, very funny. At what cost to the communal spirit? Okay. It's Spandal time. Okay, no. Too early. Not sure. Oh, I know it. I need to think. I know it. I do know it. I do know it. I recognize that. I just can't think of like it. I need like a little bit more. Fuck. Da da da da. Fuck. Play tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Say tonight. Fight the break of dawn. Go tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Isn't that it? I can't. Is that the fray or something? Is it how to save a life? No. Say tonight. I think I'm right though, I just don't know the song. Or like who sings it. I promise you it's like that. Never mind. It's not. Hello from the other side. Never mind. Bro, she really does like black and white in her music videos. Okay, Drake, let's go.
What do I get to do a video about today? I get to post my beef! Sorry, no, I misread. I have to talk about stuff that's happened post the Kendrick Lamar everybody beef. Yeah, you guys watching this video, if your short-term memories haven't completely failed...
I had no idea that I thought that song was satire. And I think it is still to some extent satire, but I think it was like old, and I thought that like his song was just showing chat what the fucking, like, the way in which people speak in Toronto. And that's why I thought he was playing the song. I had no idea that was actually fucking Drake, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Hello from the outside, the other side. Na na na na na. Sorry.
You recall that very recently, Kendrick Lamar was embroiled in a very big and very intense beef with the one and only Champagne Poppy himself, Drake, with a little bit of J. Cole in there as well. And since the final tracks of this whole debacle have come out and everything has kind of settled back down, it's been kind of interesting and weird seeing things fall back into...
Quarter Doodle when Hassan talked about it. Grippy son of Wagwan Delilah daughter. That's really good.
Normalcy, if that's even possible, because this new normal does feel very odd. Look, maybe it is possible that all the music I'm about to talk about was recorded months in advance, and it just...
I need a translator to explain to me what I'm talking about. Are we gonna do it, chat? You know what? Maybe I'll run an ad now. Even though there's only supposed to be 12 minutes, so ad chats can be saved. Is it called Wagwan Delilah? Are you ready? Okay, I'm saving the ad chatters. Don't worry, it just means you won't get an ad for like an hour afterwards. It automatically does it. So I'm gonna run the ad now, so you don't have to worry, okay? I'm saving like, what, like 40 people in this audience from this. I need to know the mysteries. Okay, well, then I won't play the ad. No worries. So this song came out a day ago. Or whatever, recently.
Wagwan Delilah, what's it like in Toronto City? I'm 2,000 kilometers away, but girl, tonight you look so
It's not AI.
Yes, you do. Don't I square don't shine as bright as you. Top left, top left. Wagwan Delilah, you live for it's such a mission. I could finesse my way on the transit, but nowadays these guys are dissing. Are you dumb? I scan my Presto with no French. Kick me off, you get branch. Oh, don't you be acting mean. there's a 40 in my jeans. And oh, your shorty wants to reach. So these are my Camry jeans.
No, we haven't reached the Drake part, have we?
Delilah, no, I'm late cause there's bad traffic. I just showed my dog your gram.
Is this Drake here?
He knows the man that slapped it. I'm so cheesed. Your mademoiselle nights are geeked. I'm bent low key. Walk on Delilah, double date me if you like me.
No, this is real.
Pronoun for your bestie, sorry. He's wearing a shiesty, he's not beat. It's just too smoky in these streets. You're looking sweet. Oh, don't you be acting mean. No, there's a 40 in my jeans. And oh, you
no, this is real.
So these are my Camry jeans. Walk on Delilah, peeped your body from afar. The way I'm chiefing on these Russian creams, my lungs are full of tar. I'm on the way. I spent that, sir, why would I say? Does it look like I own a cape? Walk on Delilah, can you school me from the mall? The pack came from British Columbia. Fiends blow my phone off the wall. I'm making wops. I get more Banskis than your pops. Don't piss
Apparently, like from Drake stands, they're saying, "Oh yeah, no, he's just memeing," and like I get that. Like this is like very much memey, okay? But they're like coping. They're like, no, he's memeing. Like he's just joking on everyone. Real music. Carter, what are you doing here? Edge till it hurts.
My shit was a pony. She would raise you if you knew. Can't know that I fuck with her, cause it'd say that I'm a hater. If she ever doesn't mock me, I would tell the world she queefs. So she better not mock me. I've been trying to keep a new streak. We got mad wrists, you heard them say. She was the one who taught me to go. She said, I'll teach you how to wear shoe. You were in Ohio when I first met you. She said, later I'm
in Ohio when I first met.
I'm a full Sigma, and she knows it. You can be Sigma too if you edge max, edge max, edge max.
What?
Edge till it hurts to keep you until you don't give them up every night. Try to skip it in risk and ask if she plays for a night. Ask if she watches eating raw, so she gone, then you can tell it goodbye. Edge till it hurts to keep you until you don't give them up every night. Try to skip it in risk and ask if she plays for a night. Ask if she watches eating raw, so she gone, then you can tell it goodbye.
Ask if she watches Aiden Ross and you can tell her goodbye. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Take Me to Church, Hosier Brain Rot parody song lyrics video. Brain rot. Okay, we have to finish this though. We have to finish this. We have to finish this. This guy's unironically such a good singer. Yeah.
Oh, don't you be acting mean.
Here you go. Is this more shit? The same guy? Is this the same guy? Oh my god, it is. Criminal do this to a song? Nah, this is sick. What? Okay, wait, there's more.
Probably with that beta when the level 3 guy. He's not more sigma than me. No one is when I whip my Drake out yet today.
And I drove through Ohio. 'Cause I know I need to reach someone else.
And I know I'm no baby drunk, but I've kept my mewing streak for so long.
My God. I would make a song with this guy.
So these betas stay away, or they'll get more. Just catch the nightlife on our show, Speed's Twitch stream. You call me the wrestler, now I had your own skibbity.
Oh my God, dude. Ohio City Sigma flies?
You would not believe your eyes if I'm 1 billion Sigma guys raised up the gas to skibbity. They fill the Ohio air and leave ligma everywhere. You think I can, but I will just stand and edge. I'd like to keep my viewing streak, so baby Grom can't mock me. It's hard to say that I didn't cringe when he tried to riz Livy, 'cause his riz wasn't even skibbity. I'm the riz police. You would not believe your eyes if I'm 1 billion.
What's this? Elliot Cox. Fuck. What a name, too.
As I edge with the sigmas, with the skibbity gets, I start to realize that we haven't even got Rizzy yet. 'Cause I've been viewing the Morgan so long that even Duke Dennis thinks that my Riz is gone. But I ain't never mugged a man that didn't deserve it. Me be called a beta chump, you know that's unheard of. I know you seem to think you're mugging, but you ain't mugging. A goon on all your homies in front of baby Grump. I drive a skibbity Riz, now I got a hope. I see you eggs while you watch the Drake video. Fool, I'm a super sigma cause I keep my edge and streak right. I'm skibbity in the night cause I goon till the daylight. Been edging most our lives in Ohio, the Sigma's paradise. Been edging most our lives in Ohio, the Sigma's paradise. Been edging most our lives in Ohio, the Sigma's paradise. Been edging
Most our lives in Ohio, Sigma Paradise. It's so good. Okay, now I need more. I'm so distracted now. Wait, I went back. Oh, how did I do that? He is actually talented. Okay, what the fuck is this? There you go.
You watched Skibbity, and then you had nowhere to edge.
I could have started mewing.
No! If Gunatar's friends didn't edge you, you would have gotten the Skibbity syndrome.
I know my own mew streak, Uncle.
Is it your own mew streak?
No, my own mew streak, Uncle. Stop!
Streak? Or is it a mew streak someone else tried to pose on you?
Stop it, Uncle Rizzo. I have to watch Skibbity.
Uncle Rizzo!
I'm begging you, Prince Taco. It's time for you to look at some yats and begin asking yourself the big questions. Who are you? And are you a Sigma?
Always edging me as if I'm a beta. Well, I can take it. And now I can edge it back. For so long, I thought if the Ohio...
This is like what AI should have been designed for. Just this shit. Like this is completely ethical use of AI. I'm just saying, like 100%. Like, who is this for? Okay, I don't think anybody needs to like make money off of this. Okay.
Lord accepted me, I'd be gooning, but I'm not. I'm more Skibbity than ever, and I don't know why.
It's for us.
So rizzed up. Been ashamed of my Skibbity. Uncle, I think I'm gonna stop watching Skibbity. I wonder what's changed. I wonder how I've changed. I thought I lost my Mew streak and started watching Skibidi Toilet.
Okay, where is the... Send the other one to me. I remember I got Hassan to watch it. The fucking, like they did the earth, fire, water, air, but with the Skibidi shit. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I know now that no one can force you to watch Skibidi. That's something you control yourself, to become a lowly beta. All I want now is to become a Sigma again. And I know my destiny is to edge you until you defeat the Ohio Lord.
Look at this emote! What? Ohio Lord, dude. Oh my god, you have it, Carter? You got another one? We gotta get to Stonewall soon.
Edge.
Oh yeah, there's.
Skyat. Skibidi. Tax collector. Long ago, the 4 Rizzlers lived together in harmony, but everything changed when the Skibidis attacked. Only the Sigma, master of all Rizzlers, could stop them. But when the world needed him the most, he phantom taxed. 100 years passed, and my brother and I discovered the new Sigma, a tax collector named Aang. And although he has W Riz, he still has a lot to phantom tax. But I believe Aang can save Ohio.
Yeah, you have it too. Yeah, we just watched it.
Edge.
Edge. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have to finish this. Okay, because the one funny bar that I think is actually pretty funny is coming up. Okay, we have to finish this. All right, Crody.
No, there's a 40 in my jeans.
And then we're gonna do the Stonewall documentary.
If you're trying to hit it, look on the TD, RBC, Scotiabank, RBC, CIBC, PC Financial. Holla at me. Man, you don't be moving tough, cause I will call your Scarborough bluff like Tarzan. I am always on the chain. Always on the chain. I'm on your block like where you at? They stay inside like Carson. My kicks are wet from trapping in the rain.
They stay inside like Kaisenat, bro. Okay. Bro, you'd never do that to him, Crody. Bro.
Stole his Marshall bike today, but don't walk in the biker's lane or you're gonna catch a death us to the...
And by the way, if people don't think this is fucking real, like, this is real. This is how they talk, dude, in Toronto. Hassan yesterday when he was watching, he was like, I don't want to make people hate Canada more. No, I will. It's okay.
And what I don't like is if the business is true, that you left your moms in the hood, somebody go smoke that you. You don't leave your moms nowhere. You have money and you left your moms there? Yo, you're sick to my stomach, fam. But if it's not true, Shorty's just talking shit.
The Toronto accent.
Bro, I don't care about your analysis. You're sick to my stomach, fam. You're sick. You're sick to my stomach, fam. You're gonna smoke that ute.
The brain, I can't explain. Oh, walk on Sabrina, what's she like in Mississauga? I know you stay at home with mama, so can you bless me with $1? Don't be rude. Square one don't shine as bright as you.
You have a South African accent, might not want to chat about it. Scuffed ass Dutch English shit. Okay, Carter. Okay, Carter. Why are you out here defending the fucking Toronto accent? Aren't you moving to fucking Australia? Sounding like Middle English? Really? Yeah, Crody, I am. I'm not insecure about my accent at all. But you just wait until you get to Australia, dude. I can't wait for all the Aussies to fucking bully you for being an American, okay? I can't wait for all of them to be like, yeah, you have like 2 drinks and you fall over, okay? Aussies are like that, don't you know? Yeah, in a few years I'm gonna develop the absolute most scuffed accent. It depends. Like, if you're someone that's... For me, like, I do pick up accents based on where I've lived. So, like, I know that my accent changes based on where I've lived. But some people don't pick up shit. So you might pick it up. It'll be really funny if Carter starts talking with an Australian accent, dude. Good day, mate. Open the fucking stream. Ibis is a cute hot take. Oh, do you know the fucking song? It's the Ibis. Bin juice drinking cunts. Song about birds.
The woodpecker bird likes pecking wood. The bluebird's a bird that sings pretty good. Sparrows are a bird that are pretty cool, eh? But the ibis is a bird that drinks bin juice all day. A crow is a bird with a heaps mad squawk. A cockatoo's a bird with a sick mohawk. Chicken is a bird that tastes good and lays eggs. And ibises are bin juice drinking dregs. A goose is a bird that's chilled like a duck. An ibis is a bird that's a picnic wrecking fuck. Doves are birds that represent purity. Ibises wreck picnics and disrupt the community. Penguins are birds that fall in love and mate for life. But ibises love nothing because they're dead inside. Swan is a bird that's graceful and that. And ibises aren't birds, they're feathered bin rats. Ibis, bin juice drinking gronks. Yeah, the ibis. Their beaks are gross and long. It's the ibis. Picnic wrecking jerks. Yeah, the ibis. They're the worst birds. Condor is an awesome bird of prey. A hawk's a bird, that's a cool bird, eh? The eagle bird soars through the sky as it hunts. But ibises are bin juice drinking cunts. The albatross bird lives to 60, maybe older. A parrot is a bird living on a pirate's shoulder. Parrots say cool shit like, Polly, want a cracker? But ibises just fucking come up and harass ya. A lorikeet's a bird with a colourful jacket. Ibises can fuck off back to their home planet. A seagull's a bird.
Yeah, we have hardy-darts here, which are ibises, and they fucking suck too. They are so fucking loud. If you have any living near you, like, they suck. All they do is just scream. Bah! Bah! Bah! It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Bird that scabs hot chips, and there's only one bird that's scabbier than this. It's the ibis. They're picnic wrecking irrits. Yeah, it's the ibis. I hope they don't come near us. Yeah, the ibis. They're bin juice drinking jerks. It's the ibis. They're the fucking shittest birds. The ibis is a picnic-wrecking burden on humanity, a dumpster-diving bin chicken disrupting the community, annoying the general public at every opportunity, disgrace to feathered creatures, bringing shame on the bird family. If there are any ibises watching this, firstly, there's no bin juice here, so you can fuck off. Secondly, get a job and fucking do something with your life. Sort it out. You're on the road to nowhere. Go migrate to that garbage island floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or some shit. I don't know. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you how to live your life. Just stop wrecking everyone's picnics. Fuck. It's the ibis. Bin juice drinking cunt. It's the ibis. That's ruining your lunch. Yeah, the ibis. Picnic wrecking jerk. It's the ibis. What a fucking cunt of a bird. If I was an ibis, I'd go kill myself.
Okay. In 20 minutes, we're going to start with the Stonewall documentary so that we've got at least 2 hours to watch it, which will be fine. But I do want to see Fantano's reaction. I want to check there's a video I edited for Cinemarxism. Oh, sick. Okay. We might watch that tomorrow. Just remind me. Give a sub. Just remind me. We might not have time. That's sick, Nate King. Okay, no, stop. We're doing Fantana's reaction to the Drake thing. Let's see.
Just so happens to be
6
seeing
minutes.
the light
Okay, I'll
of
open
day
these.
now.
You guys are linking
it's kind
everything.
Of weird how immediately after exiting this beef, J. Cole went on to release what has been.
Okay, quickly. So, Toronto hype man.
King of the Dot! I knew it was King of the Dot! God damn it, Toronto.
There are people like that at MCC events, man. Every time there's a guy like that.
Time.
What doing?
We need to shut Toronto down. The level of performative shit that comes out of that fucking city is out of control. And that shit is like, oh, we watched American TV and we started fucking Chet Hanksing that into our lexicon.
Chet Hanksing.
Agwan, what's up? Buck tea, you feel me? Like a homeless person lurking around.
It's all fucking fake, dude. It is so performative. It's bullshit.
Okay, and then this. What is the fuck is this shit? American Hogs, okay, wearing a MAGA hat. Okay, let's see.
I'm happy right now because I haven't seen near as many rainbow flags and rubbish as we seen last year.
They're making the kids wear these flags and these hats.
Oh my god, look at this.
Yes. Right? And it's like, don't make the kids wear these flags and these hats and make it their entire personality. No.
Absolutely.
They make it their whole identity. They've got the shirts, they've got the flags, they got the hats, they got the shirts. It's like it's their whole personality. You got these people with these flags. They're
Oh my god, it's Carter.
waving it in our faces.
Right. I don't care if you're gay.
They just don't wave this flag in my face. These flags everywhere that they wave around in everyone's face. It's become their entire personality. Yeah, absolutely. You have these people with their flags and their hats that they wave around in everyone's faces, and it's become their entire personality.
I live in a place where everybody is gay. I could say
You can't say gay, it's Florida.
Oh. No, that's only at Disney.
You should have seen how it looked me trying to just get on a flight to get down here with a MAGA hat on. They treated me like I was Osama bin Laden.
It's become harder to be open about your identity nowadays. Right?
Yeah, people just need to speak up. They need to say what they believe. I'm a straight male as well.
You're a straight white male.
And I'm proud of that.
Just on a Saturday or Sunday, I got nothing to do. I put my flags out and I ride through town to remind everybody.
Can you imagine like going someplace and being attacked just for your identity?
That's crazy.
This is amazing. This, oh my god, Mashallah, Spider-Man saw the light of Allah. Okay, that's the last fucking link. Stop sending me fucking links. We've got things to do. What is this? This is real? Spider-Man in Cairo, Egypt? Meta visuals. Okay, there we go. Too many fucking links. Okay, let's watch this and then you can send me some links and then we're gonna watch the Stonewall documentary.
Pretty roundly decided as his worst feature verse ever on this Cash Cobain song titled Grippy, where if you didn't already guess, Grippy is how J. Cole spends the song, like referring to this girl's junk pretty much. Someone who he says in this trash ass feature used to be into women, but now she's strictly dickly. So yeah, that's pretty much been one of the worst features of the year. And honestly, Drake hasn't been looking much better with this guest verse that appears on Sexy Red's latest mixtape, a crossover that's likely been in the making for a while now since they've collaborated a couple times at this point.
Wait, so it was Cole that did the Strictly Dickly, right? Yeah. So it's like, bro, why J. Cole?
Be heard, and of course this is recent. He's rapping over a revision of Metro Boomin's BBL Drizzy beat in a fashion that makes you feel like he's doing his best to make you feel like, haha, it's all just jokes. None of this is like getting to me. Here's me taking this really huge gag at my expense and flipping it into something that's a positive, or at least he's trying to do that.
I'm not owned. I am not owned. I am not owned. Not even a little bit. I am not owned. Not owned at all.
To make things even stranger, apparently Drake removed references and posts in relation to him dropping the Heart Part 6 on his Instagram page, which is kind of odd. You seemed at least nominally proud of that track in the moment you put it out and was saying the content within it with your whole chest, why are you taking it down off a page where people are likely to see it and find word of it and go seek it out? In addition to all of this, Drake has also dropped one of his weirdest tracks to date.
Walk one Delilah, double date me if you like me. Brought my chronom for your bestie. Sorry, he's wearing a shiesty.
Jesus Christ. Which is this new track from Snow Day, a cover of Hey There Delilah from the Plain White Tees, but this crappily produced version of it with bad auto-tune, and of course Drake coming through with his trademark awful fake patois.
My dog at Grammy said he knows a man that slapped it. I'm so cheese.
Hey, I'm so cheese. This is terrible. And it's been funny seeing the release of this.
Gosh.
Track on the internet and looking at how Drake haters and fans alike have been reacting to it. Like, obviously it's embarrassing on multiple levels and complete trash. That much is clear, but a lot of Drake supporters off the bat when this thing came onto the internet were like, no way, it's not real. It's gotta be AI. You're stupid if you think this is real. Now the narrative has shifted over to—
now they're saying that you see Bro, it just feels like at the moment Canadians are going through a crisis, okay? Northern Lion got back on holiday, said that, like, he had, like, great introspective moments and, like, you know, has been going through some shit, and he felt like that he had the opposite of ego death, ego birth, you know, and all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, that there's a Canadian isn't he from Ontario? Ottawa? I don't know, I can't remember. But, like, anyway, or maybe he's from Vancouver. No, he's from Vancouver. He's from Vancouver. Just like, you know, Devon Art. And, you know, he's been like, you know, he's had his moment, but now Drake's also having his moment too. And I just, like, yeah, I guess Canada's just like, I think, you know, do we have any Canadians around right now? I just think we should, like, you know, just look after yourself. Maybe you're going through something. Hey, it's Kev. Hey, You know, maybe just take care of yourself. You know, talk to a loved one. Make yourself a cup of tea. You know, treat yourself. You don't want to. I think I'm doing fine. Okay, I don't think you are, but okay.
Well, actually, it's just really funny. And this song's for Toronto, man. And Drake is just having fun and goofing around. But Drake with his music has never quite gone off the deep end on this level, in my opinion. It does feel just a little bit out of character and like overcompensating on some level, either by trying to project to the audience this vision of how unshaken and carefree he is in this moment. There's no way he's dwelling on that stuff that just got deleted from his Instagram page. Either that or this could be serving on some level as a distraction from the numerous things that were said about Drake, the damaging things to his reputation in the multiple songs that Kendrick recorded in response to him in their beef, some of which, especially Not Like Us, are still being played outside at parties very loudly on a regular basis. I mean, I was just at a music festival where I was fortunate enough to actually catch a set from Clips, and during a little bit of an intermission, their DJ randomly broke out into spinning a bit of Not Like Us, and the crowd went crazy. And the other clips of this track being played just about everywhere right now are piling up, and all Drake fans can do at this point is seethe and cope and sit there obediently as he shovels trash like this down their throats, which, you know, honestly is like the closest I have come to genuinely feeling bad for Drake fans in a minute. But yeah, I don't want to hear this song ever again for the rest of my life, and yet I know I'm probably going to have to hear it at least a few times more before I'm in the ground, because this is most definitely landing on my worst songs of the year list come December. And for right now, I think I'm going to leave it. I think I'm going to leave it at that. What do you guys think of this track? Wagwan, Delilah.
Wagwan, Delilah. What's it like in Toronto City? Bro. Anyway. Okay, so no, let's go. We are now watching a, oh wait, hold on. We're gonna watch the Stonewall documentary. Where was the TOS again? I'm reporting you to Twitch if you play this shit again. Yeah, Twitch is gonna be like, okay, yeah, let's just listen to this French person, okay? Twitch is gonna be like so like keen on that, okay? How the fuck am I gonna get this to work? Does that picture in picture? Where did the picture in picture go? Where did the picture go? Oh, here. I guess I could do this. Thank you, Zenodo, for bringing this. Let me just check the settings. For uploading this. Where's the TOS again? 44 minutes mark, I think. Okay. So this is a documentary on Stonewall. I could not watch it because it's like it's blocked for me. But this is on YouTube for Americans. It's PBS. So thank you, Zenodo, for uploading this for us to watch. Watch this part 1 because part 1 is available to watch. And I just once again want to reiterate this entire narrative of like gay people being predators or gay people like disrupting the nuclear family, completely Nazi shit. Like straight up propaganda perfected by Nazi Germany. That's it. Like that's all you need to know. Whenever you see American and that is the piece of information that you can use to like, I don't know, get your like semi-bigoted parents to be like, maybe it's wrong to think that. Not even that it would change their mind, but you know, it doesn't mean that these fucking good-to-do liberals come up with, we're actually doing it for their own self-interest. We're going to help them have a normal life. Yeah, I know, it's such bullshit. It is, and it's like, what's so funny is like that, like homosexuality has existed. Like you can find examples of it. You can literally find ancient graffiti of a man like who wrote down what was it again? I think it was in ancient Rome. Or whatever. Where was the graffiti? Let me find it quickly. But like you can find homosexuality has always existed. Always. Like as well as transgenderism as well, but like let me show you. Who's it called again? Trey the Explainer. And it's on Film. So this whole video, by the way, it's really good, is about prehistoric, like ancient graffiti. And here are a few examples, and you can just see here, like
jokes that are somehow still relatable to a person reading them 2,000 years removed. In Pompeii, for example, you'll find quotes like this. "Weep, girls, my penis has given you up. Now it penetrates men's behinds."
Pompeii inscription. 79 CE. Have you ever never read these? No, I have read them. I'm just explaining like we're watching a Stonewall documentary, so it makes sense. Like I'm just like examples of like homosexuality existing. Wait, hold on. Now I need to get this out again because it's the way I play. There we go. Like it's always existed. As we all know, important context, the model of psychology that was dominant at the time basically named mothers for any mental illness or neurodivergence. Wow. And so I can imagine a lot of people, like, suppress themselves because they didn't want to disappoint their mother. Or, like, I guess even in some cases they could, like, probably, you know, if the person was, like, 16, like, lose, I'm sure there are cases with like younger children that you know, like 12-year-olds that were gay, where there could have been cases where the children were taken away from them. It mostly meant a lot of men beat their wives for giving them a gay child. Wow. Insane that like if you look from like there was no change in this like culture at all for like post World War II, like no change in the culture like in the 60s at all, which like is very interesting. Like there was no progress made, you know what I mean? Like it was still the same level of like this is completely wrong and completely incorrect, which is just like normally there is at least some like level of okay, well, you know, it's loosening, especially because maybe at this time people were not being taught that like the Nazis specifically targeted gay people as well, like we are now. But it is just interesting that there was no actual change whatsoever in the culture with respect to this issue, where normally there is. Yeah, the Civil Rights Act was passed 19 years after the concentration camps were liberated, yeah. But civil rights didn't include gay rights, right? That was complete. Yeah, no, it didn't. It was just, civil rights was just, black people, POC in America, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just race. Like, it would have to be like another 20 years, I think. Gay rights are still not protected in some areas of the US. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It should be completely federally protected. Remember Anita Bryant? Wasn't Anita, she was a massive anti-gay, she was an actor, wasn't she? It wasn't really that long ago that we saw a rise in homophobia due to the AIDS epidemic. There were people in this chat who saw America go from that's legal recognition of gay marriage. We'll see the same thing play out with trans people. The old fuckers will die. J.K. Rowling will go the same way as Anita Bryant, Bryant, and we will live to see trans people being broadly accepted by the law. I hope so. But yeah, I remember her son covering Anita, and like how insane she was, and how people listened to her because, you know, she was very beautiful and she was very like well known, you know? Yes, the orange juice. Wasn't she in orange juice ads? Yes. That was amazing. We'll circle back and talk about this in a second. Fuck. That was really, really, really good. PBS is great sometimes, hey? No, of course. I want to show more things like that. Let's have a look.
And the Starliner crew have gotten the authority to proceed for the final approach.
I recommend Paris is Burning
Starliner's
next.
currently at just over 9 meters away, approaching at about 0.05 meters per second, or 5 centimeters per second towards...
If anybody can check Paris is Burning for TOS, we'll watch it. Is it a movie, though, or is it a documentary?
Again, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, the commander, and Sonny Williams, the pilot, on the crew flight test today. This is an autonomous docking, meaning they are monitoring from inside Starliner, but the spacecraft is currently flying itself.
Anyway, docking in 2 minutes. Paris is Burning is not really liked by the ball community anymore. Well, you know, we'll see. Like, a lot of people recommend it, but if it's not like something that is people in the ball community like, then yeah.
Starliner now less than 7 meters away from the
This is
International Space Station.
NASA. This is not SpaceX, by the way. This is NASA. This has nothing
All
to do
good
with
calls on the
SpaceX.
ground.
That's why I think the Philly Bulls scene, yeah, we did watch that.
Is 2 minutes.
You know what was great about that? One thing I can't get out of my head about that Philly Ball video was that guy who keeps all of the pamphlets. And he's like, no, like when people claim they're there, he like goes and looks it up and he's like, no, you weren't there. I've got the pamphlets. You weren't there. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, God. Yeah, you knew when people were talking shit. He had the receipts, dude. Is NASA not partly owned by SpaceX?
And Starliner passing through 4 meters.
And there again, NASA is the North American Space Association. It's a government institution. What the fuck are you talking about? No! North American Space Association, I think. No, not at all.
Now less than 3 meters away from the International Space Station. Good performance calls coming from teams in mission control.
Oh, is it the National Aeronautics and Space Administration? Okay, well, there we go. I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm not American. Sorry. It's not a crime to not know. Everyone know. I'm pretty sure you ask most people, what does NASA stand for? And most people will be like, no, it's North American, right? You see?
0.5 meters.
King RFZ from Brazil thought it was North American. It's docking.
Contact capture.
Contact?
We see the same.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time
Docking
above the Southern
confirmed.
Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station. Butch and Sunny have made their arrival.
And we have it at 1:34 p.m. Eastern Time. After 26 hours, 42 minutes, about 15 seconds, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are officially docking.
Ladies and gentlemen, gay space communism has entered the International Space Station.
Driving all the hooks to have hard capture, but they have done it. If it was your first time here, make sure you engage that subscribe button. We're going to continue our full live coverage, waiting for the NASA astronauts to enter the International Space Station. Definitely stay with us as we monitor these conditions as they prepare for hatch opening over the coming hour or so. We're going to be answering your comments and questions, so stay with us and make sure you send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. But congratulations to Boeing. They have officially brought 2 NASA astronauts to the International Space Station.
Initial capture.
I thought there were more than 2 in the crew. Also, they said Butch and Sunny.
Next step for the NASA docking system is to retract its extension arms. It'll allow the hooks on the hard capture system to
Just 2, okay.
The docking port on the Node 2 forward international docking adapter.
And with the arrival of Starliner, again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, we have 2 American crewed spacecraft aboard the International Space Station.
I don't know how long they'll stay in the space station. Anyway, that documentary was, I'm just saying, the Stonewall documentary was really amazing. Like, I didn't actually know that that's how the Pride Parade started at all. Is that how all Pride Parades started everywhere as well? Like, was it first New York? First it was Christopher Street, and then it spread throughout the rest of the world. This march still ends at Stonewall. That's amazing. New York was first. Wow. I understand a lot more, like, why Pride is so important now. You know? Yeah, thank you, Zenodo, for uploading that onto Vimeo for us to watch. Yeah, it was really, really good. And it was just great to see, like, members involved, like, how important it was to them, and how I love that guy who was like, I really hope that the police were scared, because of how scared they made me for being gay my entire life. You know?
And with contact and capture of the Starliner spacecraft, we are now securing the spacecraft to that Node 2 forward port. First step in that is ring retraction of the NASA docking system soft capture ring. Once that's complete, there are 12 hooks that will need to drive and more firmly secure the spacecraft. Those will happen in 2 sets of 6. This takes anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after the spacecraft arriving to the International Space Station.
Okay. So it's docked, and then okay, so we're not gonna watch this, because I'm not waiting for the... I guess it's a very slow process, because they literally have to create, like, a seal, because of how insanely, like, low pressure everything is outside, and how high pressure the environment inside has to be, and the maintenance of that pressure. Yeah, it'll take hours before they can enter. Okay. Alright, well, there you go. Anyway, this is... I don't want to really focus too much on Anna Kasparian, but apparently Anna Kasparian here commented on, like, the other thing. I mean, fuck her. I know that Hassan was like, I don't really care what she has to say. But I'm a hater. Let's see what her other super chat was to this, like... So this is her other thing. This entirely unrelated video I linked in reactions for at some ungodly hour. Okay.
Right. She ignores that, you know, that incident. And she ignores there's people that claim directly that they were sexually assaulted and raped on October 7th. There's people that claim they witnessed people being sexually assaulted and raped on October 7th. So
yeah, they got tons of interviews with those people.
Yeah, so it's really fucking weird for her to say this, to make this claim. So
what is this? Did we get a super chat from our beloved queen?
uh-oh.
What happened here?
Thank you so much, Anna Kasparian. Look at that, for $10. Anna says, I did make that comment about Hassan because he's a POS who throws family under the bus to appease the rabid mob in his audience. My strongest elephant is loyalty, especially to my family. Look at that.
Straight projection. Like, she's the one who did that. Hassan literally was like, they're my family. I don't care. I don't want to talk about them. That's literally what he said yesterday.
We got to answer the question. Well, thank you, Anna, for letting us know. I was curious.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm not surprised too. So, yeah, it seemed pretty effed up. It seemed pretty effed up, and a weird comment that he made. So.
Yes. Yeah.
What weird comment did he make?
Good job.
Good
I
job.
support.
Nice. I'm glad you got that look out of Jank. The stunned look. Okay, let's keep going.
Gross. I linked it. It's all because Hassan said this.
That infant was a human being, so who can say? The strongest argument for not supporting Rafa is caring about Israeli security. Yeah, she spent every day for the past 8 months hand-wringing about progressives in the left. She lost their fucking cushy job over at, like, Progressive Victory. She made me lose respect for anyone that has ever worked with her that I had a fucking ounce of respect for, by the way, because, like, they are so goddamn blind sometimes. I will not be naming any names, but maybe familial relations. It's, like, ridiculous, dude. What are we doing? Like, can you not fucking see how dumb this person is? Like, are you insane? Like, how?
You see, I didn't know Brianna Wu worked for TYT until this. Which is insane.
I will question anyone. At this point, I will literally question any fucking human being that looks at this dumb fuck chirping for 8 months about everything that Israel has done, trying to do the worst possible job of defending it. If you are like, that's my political operative, like, yeah, you're destined to fucking lose, okay? Straight up.
Gosh. Hold on. Give me a second, everyone. Okay, we got some more Northern Lion videos, which is good. We can have a look at, but let me just have a look at this thing that Ziggy linked. And we'll continue watching more videos. And there's also a whole bunch of things that Different Dirt posted about Brazil. Which would be good to have a look at as well at some point. Especially about like gay rights in Brazil and what it's like to be black in Brazil. Things I would like to have a look at, but let's have a look. Ziggy, I walked from Philadelphia to New York. Okay, alright Ziggy, let's have a look.
Did you know you can walk from Philadelphia to New York City? Well, maybe you can't, but I can. It took me 5 days of walking. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, and here's what happened. Last time I messed up, I had to stop walking because my legs were covered in ticks. But I learned my lesson, so this time I'll be stuffing my pants into my socks. I hope this works. I think I look very cool. Walking around in South Philadelphia is nice because the streets are lined with cool shops, nice murals, and useful tools.
A pizza cookie. I've heard of pizzas and I've heard of cookies, but never have I ever heard of a pizza cookie.
LB title change? Okay. There we go.
After that, I passed the Rivers Casino, which is a great place to lose a lot of money. And then, a few minutes later, I passed Penn Treaty Park, which is a great place to watch the sunrise.
The other day, a friend of mine asked me, what are you gonna do once you get to New York? I think I was quiet for a second, and then I just kind of started laughing. That's not really something I've given much thought to, because once I get to New York, I'm gonna just hop on a train and head right back, pretty much. It's not about what happens when I get to New York. That's not the exciting part. It's about the walk. It's about the walking. This is it. This plant is trying to escape from the building. Good for him.
I don't know what the heck is going on here, but hey, we must be getting close. And after 9 miles of walking, a little food from my favorite gas station / convenience store would really hit the spot. Even when you're on the road in the middle of nowhere, you gotta get your protein in somehow.
Fairlife. Oh, this is
are just absurd.
the Fairlife thing. This is what Hassan was talking about.
And they taste so good. So after I ate, I did some light
The one with all the microplastics.
just to help out with my sore legs and back and shoulders, and it felt amazing. After that, I felt fully rejuvenated, and it was time to keep walking. Let's see, so that brings us to about 2:07 p.m., and we've covered about 10 miles. That's only halfway to our daily target, so it's gonna be a long day. I suppose they're all gonna be long days. Opening a new business in March 2020. Some people have all the luck.
Was this during COVID?
Some guy saw me and went, "You going hiking?"
This is just before COVID hit. Oh, God.
I kept seeing these backyard chickens at different people's homes, and to be honest, they were starting to make me hungry, so I had to
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I came into this Wawa right behind me, and guess what? They were handing out free pizza. Today is my lucky day. I'm on my way, New York. I'll be there soon. You better be ready when I get there. You don't want to make me angry, do you, New York? You won't like me when I'm angry, New York. I'm not angry at you right now, New York, but you better be ready when I come
Ziggy,
to
what
get
the fuck
ya.
is
Oh,
this?
I'm gonna get ya.
The editing, dude.
It's getting dark. I'm still on Bristol Pike. I'm headed towards the next Wawa, where I'm gonna grab some dinner and try and find a place to settle down for the night. After walking on a highway for hours on end, there's no better sight for a man with tired legs and an empty stomach than the inviting red glow of a Wawa.
Wait, Wawa is just everywhere, dude. Okay, this is this guy just eats like Hassan. It's just chicken and protein shakes. What the fuck?
This is really bright. Hello, everybody. I found a little place by the Wawa, and I'm gonna try my best. Get some sleep tonight, get some rest, so I can do it all over again tomorrow. I feel much better this time than I did the first time I tried this challenge back.
50,000 steps.
I've never slept outside like this before. It's something I used to fantasize about as a kid, but never had the spirit to go through with it. So I'm trying this out for the first time. Hopefully, I don't get eaten by a bear. See you in the morning. Well, I thought I was gonna get a full night's sleep, but about 2 hours after laying down, it was just too cold. If I'm not gonna get any sleep, I might as well keep walking.
I don't know if you guys can see that, but there's a little skunk right there. Right there, there's a little skunk. I see the black and white. This is the exact motel I stayed at last time. $80 is kind of a lot for a crappy, dirty, stinky motel.
$80? Bro, what the fuck?
But it's warm. I get to
No way.
watch cartoons, and I get to charge my phone an extra phone charger. I'm just gonna relax and watch my favorite cartoon. Good morning, baby cockroach. It's about 7:30 a.m. The sun is shining, the garbage is garbaging, the fridge is fridging, and I am brushing my teeth. Peace. Got out of the house. It's about 8:10 a.m. Got a long day ahead of us. Hopefully we get towards Princeton, New Jersey, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to walk on a trail today.
Bro, you could get a nice hotel for $8.90. I know the giant Ewok. That's insane. That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
Of a busy highway. did it.
Literally.
So
But
a
I
lot
guess
of people
everything's
have been
cheaper in
asking
South
me,
Africa.
How's your stomach like reacting?
But Cape
to
Town,
eating
it
nothing
can be
but
pretty
chicken
expensive.
tenders and milk, you know, for the duration of this trip. I've been handling it pretty well because, well, every day for the last 2 weeks leading up to this trip, I've been eating 20 to 30 chicken tenders and drinking a half gallon of milk every day, you know, to prepare my stomach for the stress that I'm putting in
$200 for one in Toronto? Oh my god.
It's midday Thursday now, and I'm almost at Trenton, New Jersey, and I've got to hurry up because I have a train leaving New York.
Oh my god, he's got his feet out, dude.
Another thing a lot of people have been asking me is, why are you walking to New York? And well, because I've got a train to catch. Just a couple miles away from crossing the state line into New Jersey. And you know what they say?
He's just all he's doing is just eating straight protein, dude. I love her. This is Hassan in a different life, dude.
If you can make it to New Jersey,
It's like all it is just chicken fucking tenders, fried chicken strips, and protein shakes.
you can make it anywhere. People start adventures and expeditions for all kinds of reasons. Let's see, Captain Ahab
carbs
went on
around
his
the chicken.
adventures to get revenge on that whale. Ernest Shackleton, he went on his adventure because he wanted to be the first explorer to cross Antarctica. And no, I'm not going to New York to exact any kind of revenge, and I'm definitely not the first person to ever go to New York. Millions of people have gone to New York. And even me, I've been to New York. Just because someone has done something already doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Their experience is theirs, and this experience is mine. If you're watching this video and it inspires you, but maybe you're thinking to yourself, what's the point in doing that? This guy already went out and did it. I think that's the wrong way to look at this. This experience is my own. I just wanted to share it with the world. But if you like the idea of this, then I think that you should go out there and have your own experience. It'll be totally unique for mine. It might be better, it might be worse, but it'll be all yours. Looks like this is the end of the trail. The bridge to New Jersey is just around here. This is not okay. Damn, dude. Why couldn't you have been a Wawa?
After stopping to look at some swirling colors for a moment, it was now time to cross the bridge.
Oh, okay. I don't know what those are, but you got caught in the auto mod. Yeah, no, he talked about ticks. Hi, yeah, Boomer.
Bridge, New Jersey. Man, am I glad to see
No worries,
you.
no worries,
I bet
Flea
no
Noodle.
one's ever said that before.
I don't know what that
happiest
second
person
word
ever
is
to
and the
enter
first
state
thing
of New
are,
Jersey.
but yeah.
Finally did it. I made it to New Jersey.
I'm
It's
sure
not
it's some
New
sort of
York, but
parasite.
it's pretty close. Ass and Pink Drive? Who let them do that? Yo, fuck this dude, yo. In Trenton, New Jersey, there's a statue of kids eating dog shit and a monument to Buc-ee's. You motherfuckers know what time it is? That's right, beef jerky time.
Look at this crazy house. Looks like some weird sex mansion out of Eyes Wide Shut or something. Better leave it alone. It's none of my business. I'm walking to
Jesus
New
Christ.
York.
People still have houses
Day
like that,
two.
blowing my mind.
Walking on the highway at night, still about 2.5 miles from the nearest Wawa. Definitely not the best part of the walk so far. But hey, life can't just be candy and rainbows all the time. I'm never gonna take cars for granted ever again. Thank you, cars. Thank you. I'll never take you
cars.
for granted
Fuck
ever
cars.
again. I love
Fuck
you,
cars.
Thank you.
Fuck cars.
I
No,
finally
fuck
made it
cars.
to the Princeton Wawa, the smartest Wawa in the universe.
I got some food I secured by Airbnb.
Bro, he just orders the same thing every single time, dude. It's the same thing. It's just chicken strips and Fairlight protein. Wait, is it Fairlight or Fair? Like the fucking protein shakes, dude. Oh my god.
Airbnb for the night, and they were even playing a free movie on campus. Weird movie, but you know, it was free, so I can't complain. And thus concludes day 2. I'm gonna go enjoy my Wawa at my Princeton Airbnb. Good morning. I just woke up and I'm headed to Wawa, of course. Rainy day today in Princeton, New Jersey. Hopefully it holds up while I'm walking, but if it doesn't, hey, I can't control that. I woke up this morning just a little bit before 7 and it was pouring outside. And sometimes when it's pouring outside, it's a good opportunity to sleep in. And that's exactly what I did. It's around 9:30 a.m. now, and hopefully, even though I'm getting my day started a little later than usual, hopefully that doesn't screw me over.
Yeah, I mean, social status and education and old-ass buildings are cool and all, but there's really only one thing Princeton has to offer that I'm interested in.
Do I even need to say it?
So what should I do when I graduate high school? You should probably go to college. Yeah, college.
Now, a drizzly autumn day is the perfect day to go for a walk. Don't get off the trail today. Stay on the trail. It's the right thing to do. You guys may have noticed I've only been eating the food from Wawa, but also the same items from Wawa. And I only packed one pair of clothes, so I've been wearing the same thing every day.
Not true.
I'm
I
kind
saw
of
you
into
change
it,
your
wearing
socks.
the same thing every day, eating the same food every day. I haven't had to spend any time or mental energy thinking about, what should I eat? Or, what should I wear? I kind of think of it like an idiot's version of Mark Zuckerberg wearing the same thing every day. It's nice not to have to think about it. There's one question that I asked myself many years ago, and it was, if I had infinite money, what would I do with my time? And one of my answers was I'd go on a long-ass walk. The thing is, you don't need infinite money or very much money at all to go for a long-ass walk. Pretty budget-friendly activity. So even though I don't have infinite money, there was nothing really stopping me from going on this walk. That being said, it did take me a number
Old
of
man
years
is live? Okay, hold
to
on.
finally go for it. And I failed the first time.
I'll put him
Not
in the
this
corner
time.
so people don't leave.
I
Stay!
was walking
Stay! We'll be watching his
when all of a
play
sudden this skunk popped
Think
out of
Twink
nowhere and
game,
he's been
okay?
chasing me for like the last half mile.
He's in the
I think
corner.
he has rabies or
Don't
something. I'm
leave.
not sure what to do. So I've just been, going backwards on my path. You guys see him? This is messed up.
Running away from the skunk, dude.
Go away. Stop chasing me. Stop it now. Go back in the woods. Oh man, he's just sprinting at me. This sucks. I was already running late today, and now I have to double back because a skunk is chasing me. Stop following me. Stop it. I'm trying to go up this way. Let me pass. Let me pass. Hey, turn around, buddy. Turn around right now. Get out of here. Let me through. I can't reason with this thing. He's acting like a total animal. Yeah, I definitely think this little dude's got rabies. I mean, he's missing so much hair. Get out! Go away!
Yeah.
Go back to your family. Oh God, he's really running at me. He's really running. Hey! Well, I turned around because of the rabid skunk. I lost probably maybe a mile and a half. But the real bummer is now I have to go back on the highway. I really hate walking on the side of the highway. Plus, I'm running out of daylight. This skunk is messing everything up. So after the skunk debacle, I'm running low on daylight. And I'm afraid that I might not be able to finish the day out. I'll finish the day, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it to where I wanted to make it, to Edison, New Jersey. It's still probably 14 miles away. Because I'm so tired, I'm probably barely walking over 2 miles per hour. I'm not sure what to do, other than just keep walking. Every day so far, there's a moment when I think to myself, today is the hardest day, or today is gonna be the hardest day. And so far, every single day, I've been wrong, because every day has been harder than the last. So I may not have made it to where I wanted to, but I got some great food and a very nice place to sleep. So what can I say? Things are going well. I really hope I don't get chased by any more rabid animals on day 4. Another rainy morning in New Jersey. Got a lot of walking ahead of me today. I'm not looking forward to walking in the rain, but I can't control that. I don't control the weather. Not yet. Not yet. Route 1 in the rain. Yep, that's what we got today. Route 1 in the rain, baby. Taking the highway. Yes, sir. You know what they say, right? On Route 1, no one can hear you scream. Ah! Ah! Oh my God! Ah! Wow! Wow! Yeah! So you're going to New York, huh? How, big guy? You think you're better than me, don't you? You think you're fucking better than me? Fuck you, buddy. You might be going to New York, but you're still an asshole. Fuck you. You must fucking think.
Bro, I can see the fucking crumbs of chicken strip in your beard, dude. Please.
But you're fucking better
I
than
can see it. I
fucking
can't
me.
stop
You're
thinking
going
about
to
it now.
New York like a big sack. Newsflash, buddy. You're not. You ain't sick. You ain't sick. Going to New York. Go to my ass, motherfucker. I wonder if you can get paid to walk along highways in the rain. Is anybody hiring for that kind of work? Let me know. Here are a few things I know about New York. Number one, Statue of Liberty. Number two, the Big Apple. Number three, the streets are paved with gold. Number four, a lot of Jewish people. And number five, 9/11. Time for breakfast. Listen, I am tired of people saying that New York is close to Philly. New York is far as fuck from Philadelphia. If anybody knows this, it's me. New York is very, very far from Philadelphia.
Around 12 p.m., I made it to Edison, and just a couple hours later,
Very, very
Metuchen.
far.
This sign felt especially relevant. Every
He's
step
gonna
was
get
painful,
scurvy.
and I was sore like never before. There's only one thing that could cheer me up in this moment. So I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow, 23 miles. If I don't make it tomorrow, but I don't really have an option, I have to make it tomorrow. That's when my train leaves. I don't want to miss my train.
Good morning, everybody. Today is the last day. I need to make it to New York today. Otherwise, I go back home to Philadelphia a failure. There's a lot of distance to cover today. It's not going to be easy, but come on, I've come this far. It's too late to give up now.
Big Mac and Big Pharma working together. How the hell is this thing just floating here? More importantly, why is it just floating there? Sometimes in life, you have to wait for the things that are most important. I was getting pretty hungry, and I was starting to worry that I would never come across something good to eat. But then I saw this piece of garbage, and I knew I was close. I was still not sure that I was gonna make it. It seemed like signs of death were all around me. Even the beautiful colors of fall foliage are really just a signal of near death. Walking along the highway just a mere few feet away from the speeding cars was not exactly helping this train of thought. But then I saw the Cloud Factory, and that cheered me up. Anyways, look at this crazy thing I found stuck in the bottom of my shoe. Some people like the golden arches. I prefer the crimson wings. Welcome to Elizabeth, New Jersey, home of gangster Bart Simpson. This sticker is so relatable. I may be sore, but at least I finally found the ideal diner. Too bad it's closed. Newark, New Jersey. It sounds almost like New York, but it's not even close. Aw, he's so sad and tired. Look at him, that big stupid stick. Look at him go. He's so serious. Oh. But how could I give up now? New York is just on the horizon.
I've had a pretty easy life for the most part, and this is by far the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm much weaker in the short term, like limping and walking as fast as an old man. And I'm sure when I get home, I'm gonna be stuck in bed for who knows how long. A day, 2 days, a few days. But in the long term, I'll be stronger. I can do hard things. I'm gonna get you. I see you, New York. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna get you. I'm old, but you're old. I'm gonna get ya. There's no need to rush things as long as you consistently keep on chipping away at them.
Okay. Okay. It was at this point I learned that if you truly want to make it to New York City entirely on foot, one would need to go up and around the George Washington Bridge. But if I tried to do that, I was gonna miss my train. And that was the whole point of making this journey, was to catch my train. So I took the ferry across the Hudson River.
Fair enough.
I
Fair
feel
enough.
personally attacked by this ferry ticket. I had a friendly stranger take a photo of me waiting for the ferry. He took a video. It's fine by me.
It does look very
Having to
pretty.
say it's for people makes me think it's not for people. What is this an advertisement for?
New York looks like a lot of fun, though. I will say that. Like,
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to the Narrow. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it
yeah, I saw
anywhere.
that.
Yeah, they
I
me
love
everywhere.
we love
I used to
Israel
cop in
sign.
Harlem. All of my Dominicanos right there up on Broadway.
Go watch the Eminem challenge.
For what an insane. Oh, there we go. Hold on. And Hassan just went live. Perfect fucking timing, dude. It's time for Twink Game, though. Time for Twink Game. Hold on. For some reason it's not.
And we making slappers while I'm high up the reefer. Catch a son in the Morbius to a movie theater. Thinking about his life decisions, all the shit he does.
Acting like a fool because it creates so much buzz. Getting cancelled on a Twitter, getting cancelled on a Discord. Is it Hostwit? Is it Hostcord? No, I can't take anymore. Yeah, yeah. I just want a friend in the month of June.
Yeah, hot sun rating me your third time. What the fuck is he doing? And I mean what I said.
And I mean what I said.
So now, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said.
And I mean what I said.
This tune so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. This tune so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. This tune so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said.
Is it Pride Month or is it Morbid time?
So down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's true, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I
Did you
said.
listen to the Hassan inspired song Ari made yesterday? No, I did not. Please link it to me. It would be good if you could post it in Discord so I can look at it later. We're back. We're back. We're twink. We're twink. We're twinking. We're back. We're back.
Fantastic afternoon, fantastic prenoon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker and this is Austin. Our broadcast coming to you live.
Oh my god, he's wearing a fucking Aussie jersey.
California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thirsty Thursday. That's right. Yesterday was hump day. Today is Thirsty Ass Thursday, June 6th. 6 days into Pride. I'm feeling it, baby. I'm feeling pretty fucking good. And that is because the sun is out. And that means the guns are out. If the sun's
Let's go
out,
up here.
then the gun's out. That's how it works. You already know. It's almost Friday, baby. And it's pretty good. Strictly dickly.
Strictly dickly.
Anyway, folks, as Ari at home.
Okay, so I need to go
Who
up
I rated
this way
night.
first.
This is his song. He does a lot of improv songs. This is one of them. Hassan is an LGBT friend, he says. Garvey Hella Martin Luther King Jr. Irving plays tonight. It's true, he does. And I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty fucking good, as you guys might have noticed, and it's because it is beautiful. It's a beautiful day. It's like 65 degrees.
It's
70
beautiful.
Degrees. It feels hot outside, and I played out in the fucking sun, and god damn, I love the sun. It's crazy. In any case, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on. The Earth is flat.
Let's go. The Earth is flat, chat.
Flat, 100%.
The Earth is flat. Let's go.
We're all flat earthers on this beautiful night, unless you're a racist, in which case you're a Celtics fan. That's right, folks. Live stream.
I don't think this is gonna fit in there.
When did you serve in Korea, Law? Don't ever ask me. Don't ask me about that. Don't ask me about my time in Korea. Hey, happy Veterans D-Day, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Blasting Techno bitch, unbothered and moisturized. I am unbothered. I am moisturized. How are your inner arms not tan? That shit is white as my ass.
Let's see how this works.
Maybe because I don't actually get tanned. I just, you know, am outside. Like, I'm not like sitting there and trying to get tanned. I am
gonna have to
running around shirtless. So whichever side of
absolutely brolic, dude.
Whichever side of my body gets
that is not gonna hold it up, but
whatever.
We'll make it work,
give
okay?
My love to Kaya, says Chelsea Smiles. Look at this.
We're gonna make it work.
This fucking thing.
All right.
This dog is so done. Oh my god, bro. This dog is so fucking done. Look at her. Look at her. It's crazy.
It's gonna work,
Thank you
chat.
for the
I promise
IGV.
you.
Oh yeah. You're welcome. I'm out here getting close back to like you know, the territory I was in where I was comfortable posting shirtless pics from even the front, you know what I mean? But that's partially because look at this. Last night I ended the broadcast. I wouldn't even say night. I'm in the middle of the day ended the broadcast. Basically only what was it? I ended it at like 5 p.m., which is on ceremonies. It's a 6-hour half day. And then after that, I was feeling pretty tired. And I did the thing that I always do. I forced myself to go ball. Okay?
Not even touching. It is.
I forced myself to go ball, and
let's go.
Boy, did I ball. I balled my fucking face off. Yesterday, I had like 1,800 calories logged in just on move calories. It was crazy. And then, was that enough? No, of course
what is
not.
life
that
like
wasn't
on
enough.
Bitch Island? I don't know.
This morning
Ask your
I woke
mom.
up, and I did the same damn thing again.
There we go. This will also hold it up. This is engineering.
Are you
like this.
maxing? No, I'm not.
That's not touching, but okay, it'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work.
I'm very addicted to playing basketball. I love it.
It'll
I
work.
really,
It'll
really,
work.
really,
It'll
really
work.
hope I don't fuck myself up and like accidentally injure myself.
It
because
worked.
honestly, I've
Let's
been
go.
playing so much basketball. A couple of weeks ago when Ludwig first did his 1,000 3-point challenge,
Look, I have a degree in
decided
physics.
took it up with
I do
myself.
have a
was
degree in
like, you know what?
physics.
I can do this. If he can do it, I can do it. Now the problem is I'm a lethal shooter from the key. Okay, I'm a lethal shooter from the key. That's where I'm comfortable. That's where I'm good at. I have a pretty solid mid-range, all arms, no need for the fucking legs. Usually it doesn't matter, right? But when you start shooting 3-pointers, well, you got to start activating those knees a little bit. Start using your calves, start using your butt. And so what I did, I never take 3-pointers. Usually I never, ever, ever take 3-point shots. The thing is, Ludwig was taking 3-pointers, or at least like the challenge is 3-pointers.
We can actually try to defeat these motherfuckers now. I think I can beat them.
So I decided right after, literally like the day he did his stream, I went to the courts and I was like,
okay, I need the bathroom though.
I'm gonna start taking 3-pointers, and 3-point shots have I've been cooking a little bit. You can see one here. I mean, this is the first one. It's just the first one. It's not even a question for me. it's
May
not even
Allah
a,
awaken
it's not
the
even a
people
problem for me. You
and
know what I
help
mean?
them
It's
to
nothing.
see
This
the
shit
evil
is nothing
doings
for
of
me. For real.
Israel
Look,
and the United States.
Zin's impaired tendon healing. Careful. What does that mean? Steph Curry, that form is so ass, lol. Wait, what? What is ass about this form? Fuck you. Like, literally, perfect release, straight. You could say that there's not enough spin on it, which is true. It was my first shot, and there wasn't enough spin on it. But beyond that, I pushed it too much. But it's fine. Form is a little slow. Yeah, no shit. I'm fucking, that was my first ever, that was my first 3-pointer. I walk up, I position, and then I barely jump. It's not even like a fucking, it's not a real 3-pointer. Shut the fuck up. You'll see it. You'll see it in action. You'll see it in action this Sunday. You'll see it in action this Sunday when I actually have to deploy it. Okay? My goal, of course, is always just like
One of the
trying to
wettest
look
we've
good
ever seen from the standpoint
with my form
of
more than
water.
anything else. So, but yeah, we did the damn thing. Kaya and I went out. Did you finish Blue Lock? No, I have like 2. You don't have a fluid release, but most people I've seen playing pickup don't have a fluid release. Don't worry, there's no athletes in the chat. You should throw shots almost as well as I block those affordable houses. Does Steph Curry's burner. Make Ludwig guard you while you do it for hilarious content. Like, yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff. Not even 30 minutes.
May Allah awaken the people
I
and
will
help
fly
them
out to LA on behalf of Chad and cook Hassan in basketball. He thinks Chad sucks. Little does he know. No, I've always maintained the position that I'm sure there's infinitely better ballers than me in the chat. This ain't like fluid release. Chat trying to make you piss the basketball court. No, they're saying it's not. It's too mechanical, which is because it's not a fucking real shot. I literally like it's not like an actual jumper. I'm standing there. It's the first shot, but of course, because it went in, I posted it. And I posted it mostly because I kind of look good, you know. I look good enough. So show them the moist critical game. Your shot was fluid. No. I've gotten significantly better since that moist critical game. I was way heavier during the moist critical game.
Maxing, Chad. They've got like a little fire lit. Dogs are curled up around it.
I was way heavier during the moist critical game. I was looking way
blankets.
Way worse during the moist critical game than now.
I just got myself. Well, I went to the bathroom and then I
Sorry,
realized I
won't be
forgot to
tuning in
take my
because I don't care
vitamin
about the
C
sports, but only about the conflict. Yeah, shut the fuck
drink
up.
today.
Chance's poop pants.
So I'm drinking
First
my
of all,
vitamin C drink.
We are literally raising money for Gaza. Greg Douchette called you out. Oh, hell
Your parents
yeah.
sound like
You're a
goals every
fucking
single time you
hypocrite,
mention
Hasanabi.
them. They are very cute.
It's not as attractive. And so if you walk up to a woman with lots of confidence and say, hey, baby,
Gotta reach your friend. Where's your friend?
not getting laid.
I thought this. No way. Hassan must be exhausting to be around. Hassan is the male version of Pokemon. Actually, he is far, far worse. Lol, Coach Greg watches one Hassan video and correctly identifies him as a clown. It still baffles me how Hassan has content. Okay, now we gotta.
Let's see. Let's make a little device, chat.
Well, what do you call it? We have to link up with Coach Greg Douchette.
We got wheels. Yeah, this will work.
You cooked Austin in gay talk numbers.
Austin show. Austin, are you gay? I'm gay, yes. Austin, do you like it hair or smooth?
Well, we just need 3 wheels.
I love Greg Doucette.
This will work, chat. It will work. Okay, we'll need a bigger thing. Like, this is gonna work. I promise you this time, it's gonna work, okay?
Drama. I haven't even watched this video.
This is just not gonna work.
YouTube comments are so dumb.
This is just
My
not
Greg
gonna
Doucette
work.
impression should have left. I mean, my Greg Doucette impression was so fucking good that they should have understood that I have watched a lot of his content. Okay?
How is the
That
fuck
YouTube
is
video,
this
the
gonna
Mad
work?
Moist Critical on the second channel was so good. Hope we get another video like that. Yeah.
No, that's too close.
Apparently, Greg also has a hate boner for Jeff Nippert. This makes sense. Oh, he doesn't like Jeff? What the fuck? Okay, he's bad then.
There we go. Okay.
Never heard of the guy who has 2 million plus subs though? Yeah, this is Greg Doucette. He's in the fitness space. He's a pretty famous guy in the fitness space. Anytime a dude who does a shit ton of steroids dies at the age of like 26, expect a video from Greg. Talking about how, you know, the cocktail was too crazy. What are these kids doing to themselves? He's roided Gilbert Godfrey.
Roided Gilbert. We might need another one.
What is this?
Hey, Slaughter.
Like a stand user for real though. Also, want to give a quick shout out. Anyway, what was I saying before we got all these videos and shit?
Let's go. Okay, it's working, chat. It is actually working. We will need another wheel though.
Soon. I'm playing some basketball. I played against this old dude who like cooked me actually.
I realize we will need another wheel. Actually, no, we don't.
And I'm just not that good, but it's all good.
In fact, we
I
don't
love
even
the
need this
cardio.
one.
I love
We've got this.
trying to look good. So honestly, that's what matters. Got owned by an old man. And
It's gonna
also,
work. Okay, I
old hoopers are
promise
just
you.
different. It's true. Also, there was another thing I was gonna mention. What the fuck was it? And now I'm losing.
It's
How
gonna
Sunday
work.
Is 1,000 the cap? I mean, if we can raise more, we'll do it. The goal is every $100 that you guys give, that adds an extra bucket. So the goal is try to raise. Oh, Jake Weber. That's what I was gonna talk about. This morning, I wake up, I'm scrolling TikTok, and I see a Jake Weber TikTok. And this man is almost always posting about Zins. And if you guys remember, I feel partially responsible for this because I gave him the Zins when he came here for the first time ever, right? I gave him the Zins when he came here. I was like, bro, don't smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes are bad for you. Fuck the vaping. Try this shit instead. And this man has become a Zinfidel. This man is
Zinfidel.
Okay, he's zinning like crazy. He's become Osama Zin Laden. So I text him. I was like, damn, bro, you fucking love the Zins, huh?
Oh, fuck.
He goes, dude.
Oh, I put the
look,
wheels
my
on
life has changed.
backwards.
I don't smoke cigarettes no more. It's great. I love the Zins. And I was like,
Sorry.
all right, hell yeah.
I fucked up. I fucked up on one element,
So I was
okay?
like,
Chill.
Where do you get the coffee ones? Because I know that I get my Zins from the gas station, and the fucking gas station in California, unfortunately, only allows 2 flavors. It's chill and smooth, and they suck. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to New York. I have had the coffee ones, and they're fucking delish.
Okay, so it must point
He goes,
in.
oh, you gotta go to smoke shops, but they're gonna ban them at the smoke shops in California anyway. So apparently they're like kind of hard to find. He sends me a text message. He goes, hey, check outside your door. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I was in the neighborhood anyway. This man gave me a Zin delivery.
Wanted to give a quick.
Here, this is my TikTok about it.
Shout out to Jake Weber, the heartthrob, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you for your
Okay, that'll work.
Zin delivery. Okay, I got this man addicted to Zins. I was
Fuck
asking
Korok,
him where
fuck
he
the
gets flavors.
Korok, dude.
Oh, you can get him in a smoke shop, but I think they're gonna get banned anyway. Also, look outside your door. You have a little gift. I'm like, what's going on? Turns out, this man, he was already in the neighborhood, and he got me packs of Zins. And yeah, at first I felt bad that he's like now deeply addicted to Zins, but it's all good because honestly he doesn't smoke cigarettes anymore, so this is a good thing. Win-win for everybody. I get some free Zin. Thank you, Jake.
Told you it would fucking work.
I wanted to give a quick shout out to Jake Weber, the heart.
And he got me all the flavors. He got me spearmint. He got me peppermint. He got me cool mint. I didn't even know these existed. Wintergreen, like the long cut. This is what I used to use for chew. And he got me cinnamon and coffee. This one I really like. The coffee one I love, actually.
No.
So I'm pretty stoked on the coffee one. Yeah. This man is a legend. What a wonderful fucking person. Didn't have to do that at all. Do you use the points? Nah, fuck that. I don't use the points.
Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Someone's knocking on my door.
I was a grizzly long cut guy, yes. But, well, you got him off cigarettes? This kind of cool? Yeah. He don't smoke no more. Was Ludwig able to get the Red Bull core for the challenge? Sorry if I missed the update. Ludwig ain't do shit for me, okay? He's too busy doing fucking Mr. Beast videos and shit. No. Frogan and I were working around the clock. We figured it out. We actually were able to secure the high school that Ludwig did his other what was it, dodgeball challenge at. So that's what we did.
Okay, I'm back.
We're not DM open. Okay, thanks. In any case, yeah, no, we got we are using we're using a facility that I had to fucking pay for. It's a lot of money too. Holy shit, bro. They also tried to shellac us a little bit, but I was like, damn. Anyway. Until my throat remembers the shape, what is happening?
There we go. Oh, here's a snippet from Maury's song. Okay, it'll be put on YouTube at some point. Thank you, Asdi, for you. Asdi, would you mind putting that in the Discord or just reminding me tomorrow? That'd be great. Thank you.
How long have you been off cigs? For years at this point. But yeah, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot going on. We got some drama coming up. Didn't even realize that it was happening. Imagine challenging someone to a contest, but don't help you set it up whatsoever. It's all good.
There's drama? What drama, chat?
It is what it is.
It's in the music section. Thank you. Remind me tomorrow when I'm not Zeldering.
Republicans think Joe Biden pooped himself. I think he might have pooped himself. That's why he left early. You know what I mean? Potentially.
Sturdy long
we'll talk
stick.
about that as well.
Yeah, I'll take it. Okay. We need to make some weapons.
Seat saga. Yeah, there's fake news on there.
That's actually no match acceptor.
John Oliver on Modi.
Equip. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can do with this.
Check out these absolute bars. What is this? Dude, what about those little kids in Ireland that they're just like popping off? They're pretty good.
Fire? Nah, let's get freeze.
Anyway, Joe Brandon, C Saga, John Oliver on Modi, Israel
Or
bombs.
let's get some freeze power.
Conroe School. Killing women and children. Still no ceasefire. It seems.
I look at
Byron
They're gonna be so scared.
I said Byron McDonald's. Byron McDonald's, to be fair, honestly. Byron Donalds says weird shit about Jim Crow. and more getting I don't know. I'm gonna freestyle. I'm gonna free flow today.
Okay, we'll
because
first
honestly,
use
I
this.
realized that like I can't be doing 8 hours of just like straight Israel Palestine every single
The one
dang
time
day.
reads my message
No
and he thinks I'm
disrespect.
making fun of his jumper.
But you know, I have to.
You should be. It's an Australian rugby jumper, I think. You should be making fun of it.
Trump's
He
official
deserves
vetting
it.
list for VP has been released. We'll talk about that as well.
Sorry, I needed that food.
Does anyone have a good? Does anybody
Okay, we're going in.
have? Does anybody have a blast off meme? Andrew Tate is really struggling with his sexuality. This is literally not Andrew Tate struggling with his sexuality. This is Andrew Tate being based before he went in the other direction. I know exactly what video this is. He's making a completely correct argument, which is that, yeah, like fucking a trans woman is not gay. It's an old ass video. I thought you hated the term base. I do. It's lame as fuck. Based. I especially hate it when people say it for like random ass shit that's like,
what the fuck?
Like super right wing. It's like, you're so based, bro. You're so based.
Oh, people, they found me.
You say that shit when you're talking about. You say that shit when you're talking about like political opinions that your dad has. You know what I mean? Use this one for the Mr. Beast collab that I wasn't a part of. Why the fuck would I use that in the blast off? I'm not even a part of the fucking collab. I mean, it did start on 4chan. Oh, shut up. It doesn't matter. Do we have a fucking blast off meme or not? God damn it. What's happening here?
Shit.
We're beasting off now. We're not beasting shit. Okay, we have nothing. Y'all have nothing, dude. Y'all have nothing. That's what has happened to this community. We used to be a community. We used to.
But now it's raining and I can't do shit. Okay.
We're done now. We're done.
We're gonna take back this fucking. We're taking back this fucking village. Okay. That's what we're doing, chat. We're gonna take back the fucking village. Let's go. Fuck this bullshit.
Okay, whatever. I'll use this Kaya one. Fuck it. Why not?
We're gonna liberate the fucking.
Where is it? Okay.
We're gonna save them, dude. We're gonna liberate this fucking village. Okay. And then we're gonna go get our tier.
You say.
And then we're gonna be a hero, okay?
Oh, get your money up, not your funny up. True, but you weren't supposed to actually. Will you watch the Yakuza show? Yes. On Amazon Prime? Are you fucking kidding me? Yes. I have a lot of high expectations from it. I do fear that it's gonna suck, but it is one of those shows. It is the type of content that lends itself so perfectly to like really good, like a really good live action conversion, because it's basically a live action soap opera anyway. I hope they use that. I hope they use that energy, like the soap opera energy. Are you gonna watch Kneecap? What the fuck's that? No memes until you finish Wano. Shut the fuck up. You don't tell me what to do, okay? Joe Brandon, C. Soccer, John Oliver on Modi. Israel bombs UNRWA school, killing women and children. Still no ceasefire, it seems. Byron McDonald says weird shit about Jim Crow more. Get in now. So, did they actually bomb the school, or is that like that time where you called the 100% on a hospital bombing and it turned out wrong? Wait, brother, I don't know if you know this, but I do legitimately love and respect the fact that you still have the audacity to run this narrative when Israel has blown up every hospital in the Gaza Strip. Like, you had to have been bludgeoned with a fucking hard object immediately after the Al Ahly bombing, because it's been 8 fucking months. and Israel has blown up every fucking hospital. Israel had hit Al Ahly literally before that explosion at the courtyard. But it's crazy to me that this motherfucker is still going, did they actually bomb this school? Bro, they haven't just bombed this school, dumb fuck. They've bombed every single fucking school in the Gaza Strip. What are you talking about? Oh my God, they've literally demolished universities in its entirety. This fucking idiot is like, is it like that time you got it wrong? I didn't get shit wrong, jackass. You just closed your eyes after you watched one fucking drama video. Respect though. Hey, it's all good, guys. It's all good. The New York Times called it an X school. Yeah, it turns out they can't have a fucking school when, you know, there's a genocide going on. So it's technically an X school. So fear not. Fear not, everybody.
Fuck, I whistled by
A
mistake.
refugee shelter is what it was, okay? An UNRWA school turned into a refugee shelter that Israel fucking targeted. Okay? Hoi, oi, oi. Yeah. Not answering the question, got it. I love how fucking stupid this guy is. It's always like a 2013 account, too. It's always one of these dumb fucks. I can't believe that's a real person. It is. They're trying.
Okay.
Did I imply anything like that? Did they actually bomb this school? Or is it like that last time you called 100% on the hospital bombing and it actually turned out wrong? Which, by the way, it didn't. Yo, chill with the 2013 slander. I'm sorry to the 2013 Twitch watchers. I'm sorry. Some of you, as a matter of fact, many of you are like this guy, okay? Some of the old heads that have been on this platform, and you know this already, are fucking straight up insane, okay?
Okay. We're getting
Not
that,
every
Chad.
single one, but let's be for fucking real, okay? There's a lot of old school Twitch chatters in here that are just dog shit. That guy being one of them.
At least I'm sneaky.
So you weren't wrong. I'm pretty you admitted being wrong about that yourself. No, I didn't. The fuck are you talking about? You're not sure about anything. Brother, you're not pretty sure about anything. You can throw up the Pepega fucking email all day, every day, but that's you.
No.
Ironic, because one of the things I said at the time and reiterated over and over again was that, one, Al Ahly had been previously shelled by Israel, which it had 2 days prior. And not only that, but the argument was Israel's going to keep bombing every fucking hospital regardless. And all of you that are caught up on this back and forth misinformation campaign that Israel is absolutely using to his advantage are going to look like fucking jackasses a couple months down the line, which turned out to be the most true statement.
Fuck.
But it's cool, man. Imagine still fucking running that shit. Still running that fucking line. Woo! You go out in public wearing this cap? Sometimes. Who's gonna tell me I'm wrong? They don't know. Yeah, I fought in Korea. You don't know which side.
What do you think about Japanese food?
It's terrible, man. You ate the...
Oh my God, I saw this clip, bro. This is unironically one of the most anti-Israeli clips you will ever watch, okay?
Okay.
Which side? The right side. Fuck you mean which side? Okay. Here, let's watch.
What do you think about Japan? Very cool place. Too much hype on the pink tree, and very shy people. Cute, but very shy. And wow, such a funny reaction.
Oh my God, they stay frozen for so long.
What do you think about Japanese food?
It's terrible, man. I know it's not a very common opinion, but I think it is a common opinion, and everybody feel like they have to say, oh, Japanese food is so good, but there is no taste. You ate the rice with nothing.
Oh my gosh. Why do you think Japanese food hasn't No taste. What?
Like he literally knew while he was interviewing. He was like, "Oh my god, they're gonna eat your fucking ass. I've never heard such unhinged shit. How dare you say that about Nippon?" No, it's just because. Okay. The reason why this is hilarious is because one, you're Israeli, okay? Like, you're Israeli. What the fuck are you talking about? And two, objectively, Japanese food is pretty fucking fire. And not like, oh my god, I'm such a fucking big Japan fan or whatever. Like, it is really, really good. It's super high quality for the most part. So the fact that this dude is literally being like, I am Israeli and Japanese food is not very good and everybody lies about it, like that is the funniest sequence of events. Because if you're like Indian or Thai or fuck it, Turkish, and you're like, well, you know, I prefer Turkish cuisine or I prefer Indian cuisine or I prefer Thai cuisine, the Japanese food, like people would be like, okay, fair, right? To each their own. These are like actually solid cuisines, like that the rest of the globe respects. Israeli cuisine is non-existent. It is a combination of things that people put together from the many different parts of the world that they came from. So it is hilarious to say this because many Israelis wouldn't agree with this fucking guy either, because it's like a ridiculous thing. It's a ridiculous thing to just like both simultaneously shit on Japanese cuisine while also be like, yeah, it's not very good, not a lot of flavor.
What kind of food you had?
Okay, because there's no taste. Like the answer is in the question. I tried sushi. It's just the fish with rice. The fish is fine. The rice, like you can get through it. I ate some tempura stuff, and it tastes good, but everything tastes good in deep oil. I can go to USA for this. You ever evolve what do you call octopus?
Yeah, takoyaki.
Takoyaki, yeah. It's almost zero taste. It's like it's funny to eat it like in your mouth, but almost no taste.
Yo, it's terrible, man.
No, he's saying that's terrible. Like what you're saying is terrible, man. Lack of flavor. He looks like a twink you. Yeah, I mean, he's a... Dude, as soon as I heard the accent, I was like, uh-oh.
No, it's very terrible. Why pay a ticket for the fan for this?
Oh my god, bro. People literally...
We're taking back the village, boys.
Fly from all around the planet to do this specifically. Well. Too much hype on the pink tree. He shit on the sakura tree, which is beautiful in general, but that's fine. Whatever. You don't like the sakura trees, it's fine. Okay? But the shit on Japanese food is like, the fuck? He just has COVID, yeah. This is perhaps one of the most across the board, unconditionally anti-Israel clips I've ever shown you. Like, we watch the Israeli government, the Israeli military fucking slaughter children, okay?
Okay.
On a daily fucking basis. But I know to the normie, that right there, what he just said right there to a normie is so unconscionable that normies will watch this and go, you know, I watched those IDF freaks like fucking parading around in like children's underwear or whatever the fuck, but like this right here is a bridge too far for me. That other shit, it's war, it happens. But this... Anyway, this is Hamas propaganda. Most Israelis like Japanese food. Yeah, it's a ridiculous thing to fucking... ridiculous thing to say. Bro, forget the cuisine. Artificially revived to erase their own self-perceived weak Yiddish heritage. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about the history of the Hebrew language and its revitalization, or at what cost that revitalization came, as I've covered it many times over. Because in a weird way, it's like actually a phenomenon. It is actually an insane project that was launched, and it's an insane linguistic project that was launched and was successful in such a short period of time. FYI, those comments are anti-Semitic dog whistles. Not joking. Wait, really? What the fuck does well mean? Is it a Nazi dog whistle? Wait, really?
Well, I first need to get
What
on
does
the
that
ship.
mean? How the fuck does chat know Nazi dog whistles that I don't know? What? I'm losing my game, dude. I'm off my fucking game. I'm off my motherfucking game. I did not know that well was a thing. Like, it's a racist reaction in TikToks where black people do stereotypical things. Oh. It's a racist dog whistle, not necessarily a Nazi one. I cannot believe that there are new types of racism that I'm not privy
I think
to.
I'm just making my life difficult.
I thought people were just saying that because he's like, he's Israeli saying that he hates Japanese food. Anyway, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Well was from Clockwork Orange.
I know what we'll do.
Do you be noticing? See, I know that one. Like the ooh, I'm noticing things. Like that one I know.
I know what I'm gonna do.
I can't believe there's a fucking new racism that dropped and I didn't even know. This is actually, dude, I'm washed. I'm so fucking washed, boys. It's over. It's done.
Do I have no
I am
rockets?
no longer
Fuck.
the
Oh no, I
king
do.
Racist, bro. If people are out there being racist without my knowledge,
Okay.
without me even picking up on that shit, it's over. I'm done. I'm hanging it up.
We need
I'm fucking
to.
hanging it up, dude.
Okay, so then I
TikTok
go.
racism is different. You got to catch up, Unc. Yeah, what the fuck? I remember the well thing that they used to do, like the old emote, right? Is that what it is? Like they'd be like, well, and then they put like they would say the most unhinged shit.
Okay, we got
ever
two.
about like whatever.
All right, let's go.
Race that they're like shitting on, and then they put the old person emoji to be like, this is what old people say, and it's like, bro, you just said it though. Like you said it with like a white old man, but like you're kind of saying it. Like, do you think that gives you a permission to fucking say that shit? But I guess the well is like a continuation of that. Acoustic is becoming 1-2 on TikTok as a sub for the R slur. No, this is just autistic. I think people are saying acoustic instead of saying autistic. Also, you have to remember, like, it's I can't tell if it's a reclamation of the term autistic instead of just like using it as a
Yeah, I'm just bumming you, dude.
using it as a slur,
Sorry.
because most people
Get fucked.
that are using it are autistic themselves. I've heard regarded for the R word. Yeah, I heard that too. I mean, you say unhinged shit as a parody as well. That's true. That's true. I play the role of a racist from time to time. I guess like there's more context though in that situation, and there are certain things that I won't do. You know what I mean? Any adults that use TikTok censor speech outside of TikTok, I cannot take seriously and do not respect. Yeah, I don't know enough about this stuff.
Okay,
as
dude.
someone acoustic, I would say, is a reclamation. I really see people use it negatively, but in general, I'm more tolerant of edgy humor. You also aren't an actual racist. Yeah, I think contextually you don't know contextually you don't know what that person's like point of view is, what that person's perspective is. So I think I have a little bit more leeway when I play fast and loose with like different types of like racist characters. Because like, you know, my entire life's work speaks for itself as far as my political perspective, whereas when you see like a random fucking comment from a white person, you're like, what's happening here? You say the C slur all the time. Is that parody? Fuck no. That's real. That's real racism.
All right.
I'm not
Just a few
anti-white
left. So I'm so locked in. If anybody's been saying anything, I've been locked in as fuck.
I saw that. Yeah.
I've not been paying attention to you guys at all. I've just been locked. Oh, there's another one.
The 4chanification of online. So much of the meta on 4chan that like groypers would be passing around has basically turned into legitimate legitimate aspects in popular culture, which is pretty crazy. For those of you who don't know, we was
there's another one.
is like a very racist.
That's incredibly racist, yeah.
It's a racist depiction of like not only just hoteps but like in general all black people being portrayed in a certain way, and it makes fun of like AAVE in a racist way, obviously. Like it's making fun of AAVE, and beyond that, not gonna lie, you sound kind of out of touch on this. Hassan's so old he forgot about ironical jokes. And then the other part of it is the
I miss all of the fruit in the crates.
Didn't do nothing.
Okay.
That was another 4chan thing that Doja Cat was correctly called out for using.
Yeah, there's one left.
It's just like supposed to make fun of the way black people speak, claim that they're uneducated, and all this kind of thing.
There's one left. Where are you?
You guys aren't allowed to make ironical a word, please. Yeah. Well, seems like a common expression. I'm so confused. Yeah. I think well is kind of like the okay sign, right? Contextually, it just depends. It's one of those things where like, it's like, yeah, if you throw up the fucking sign randomly, it's like whatever. If you throw up the sign, and you're like a
you could
literal
have climbed
white
through
supremacist
here.
in a
Okay.
fucking court or whatever, you're doing it specifically for a purpose. It's like that's the entire point of a dog whistle in general.
Okay, there's gonna be one left.
Apart from its original meaning, since summer 2023, it's been a hate speech used by neo-Nazis targeting black or Jewish people. Since then, though, it's been used as a hate speech against any group coming from everyone on TikTok. Okay. Now I know. I can't believe there's fucking new racisms out there that I wasn't even aware of. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. You would tolerate what? Oh, shut up. Don't even fucking do that right now. Gray name's coming in being like, oh, I'm going to fucking debate you on some random bullshit. We're not doing that. I haven't even fucking started my news coverage yet. God damn it. Shut the fuck up.
Where are you?
And we got this Greg Douchette clip that we got to watch as well. I'd like to solve the puzzle is one I see a lot in right-wing comment sections when blaming black people for crime. Pepe is very racist originally. No, Pepe originally is not racist at all.
Pepe was made by Lib.
It turns into Pepe originally is not racist at all, and then it turned racist by 4chan. They were like using.
I think we just run around,
it is
making a lot of noise.
Reclaimed, I guess so. There's an entire documentary about how Pepe the Frog and the creator of Pepe the Frog was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I hate you. I hate this racist shit. Brother, I literally just introduced you a taste of new levels of racism a couple days ago. Yeah, but, you know, white people doing racism to marginalized communities is extremely my shit. Like, I don't know about... Like, Indian racism is out of control because of, like, the caste structure and how much reading you have to do specifically to be the right kind of racist. To Americans, bro, they think everyone is Indian. You know what I mean? They don't even know Indians are Asian, okay? Americans are so fucking racist. They think Asians are only East Asians. If you're South Asian, they're like, that's a different thing. That's Indian.
Anyone know where the last thing is, chat?
The Native Americans Indians, bro.
I'm sure are they inside the boat?
It's kind of funny, really.
Like, is there a space inside the boat?
Chavo Boys make fun of you. They did.
With white smoke?
When? I did not.
In the well? Let's go. Okay.
Racism is my shit's a wild ass quote. Is it? Is it a wild ass quote when it literally is my shit?
They'll always be in the boat. Oh wait, no, not the boat. I've already defeated the boat.
Indigenous people. Not gonna lie, seeing the which race wouldn't you date TikToks, the answer always being Indians is super annoying. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that on TikTok. it's kind of interesting because like then you also have the you know how like there's a couple black content creators that do like
okay, well, you got one
like
hit in.
racist depictions of black
You
people
got one hit
for
in.
white people to watch. Like they'll eat like fried chicken, like kind of in a goofy way, like specifically for racist white people. I feel like there is like an Indian version of that as well. There's like a bunch of like
You won't get
Indian
another.
that do that shit too, and obviously, no, not King Bodge.
Ah.
But I mean, he's done some stuff too. But I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about like
I
the
did it, chat. I defeated them all.
guy who does like the faces. Unfollowing for bad fitness advice. Wait, what? Yeah, Indian racism is like pretty fucking popular. It's pretty poppin'. Anyway.
Let's go. Oh my god, it's this guy! It's the gay landlord, chat.
Did you see the Twitter? Did you see on Twitter a while back? There was a video of an Indian nightclub and a black person quote tweeted, "I know it smells crazy in there." And Indian Twitter went off worse than the Confederacy was nuts. Yeah, it's like. How should I be explaining Asia to gray names? Be like.
So when I was just in the box, man, there was some dumbass that kept asking me, what language do they speak in Asia? I tried to explain to him.
It's
Asia
his
is a
month.
continent made up of many different countries that speak different languages. Every fucking day he wants to ask me, so what language do they speak in Asia? Finally, I told him, leave me the fuck alone, man. You got one more question. His last question, look, man, I'm just trying to figure out, is Asia inside of Asia? Is Asia inside of Asia? What the fuck?
Do you think the Joker face guy is racist? Wait, what? About what? Racist towards who?
Let's go.
The fuck?
Oh, I love this guy, Bolson.
Yeah.
Do you guys
grooving
remember?
Gorilla. He called himself the
Bro,
groove.
do you guys fucking remember in Breath of the Wild? He would be like, no, you're too close to me. I had to wait for him to fucking stand up, like, properly to talk to him. He was like, get away from me. I just, like, wait for me to stand up, okay? Fuck. And then he had his little twink builders, dude. He's so extra. I love him.
We'll talk about Matt Miller and Israel doing crazy shit. What happened to that one guy?
Twunk builders, probably more like.
What happened to that fucking one guy that was in the chat being like, is this like one of those moments when you said? Hebrew wasn't just a dead language. It was used in prayer all the time and on occasion between Jewish merchants from different countries. In some ways, the revival was part of Zionism's erasure of Judaism's culture of exile associated with Yiddish, since it contradicted its nationalism. Secular Jews like Gershom Shalom criticized the revival precisely because of its religious history, saying God will not remain mute to the language. with which we
Medication
pray
reminder.
for his return for a millennium.
I need to take my meds. There we go.
The one guy, oh, he left. He got bored. It's kind of wild. Oh, they got banned. Never mind. Here, let's unban him. I want to hear from him. He's pretty smart. Instagram is unhinged for doing this. Oh yeah, the unskippable ads. Yeah, they're pretty bad. Luckily, there's a way to skip the top of the hour ad breaks here. Thank you for the fucking layup, chatter. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, obviously, on Twitch, and it's pretty annoying. However, you can
Thanks, I'm gonna smoke it.
for $5.
Well, I have to take antibiotics. Every 12 hours I need to take an antibiotic. And it's like very difficult because 12 hours is such a stretch, like, to remember. And you want to do it at the same time every single day, and I have to do this for 6 weeks, so you know.
The ads at the top of the hour and skip the unskippable ads. Here's the 3-minute ad right
That
now.
sucks, man. No, it's for me, like, it's great because it's like finally my skin is gonna. So I have, because my eczema caused some of my hair follicles to get infected, and for me, every new medication is progress. My dermatologist is like saying this is like the final stretch. I'm feeling much more comfortable in my skin. It feels great. Eczema is such a debilitating fucking thing. I would not wish it on anyone. So I'm really happy. Like,
are doing a phenomenal job. Yuval's one of them. You have what's his TikTok name? I mean, Joshua Joseph is another one. I think his TikTok name is like J Williams, J William J8. He's great.
Logs.
You have Good Trouble. It's
So,
pretty good.
so not just bundles of wood.
Did you see the humanitarian groups put together a letter?
Okay, I
of
need
support for
logs. So
Donziger?
like,
Nice.
so like. Okay, well let's
By the way, it's
go
been
do the
amazing seeing
tier.
GDF go from a niche TikToker to a full-blown YouTuber getting millions of views of video. Yeah, we've been there. The entire
But I'm gonna have
process.
to
I've
bring
been
them
fucking
logs.
supporting this
Okay,
man
well.
from the goddamn jump, and I'm glad that he's finally getting his appreciation, and more people are finding out about his content because he's always made banger TikToks. He's always made banger videos in general. He's awesome. Do you know of Gray Stoker? Maybe. I don't know. GDF. Is GDF's actual name Gaddafi? Yes. Lolo? Nah, he's my least favorite content creator.
Yo, I thought you said we weren't making any content.
Yeah.
Yo, you said this is literally just for coffee.
Yeah.
Wait, do you remember what I told you before I came out here?
You said none of my cracker nonsense.
Yeah, right. This isn't hardball. You're not Keanu Reeves. You're not saving me. We're just supposed to.
Wait, whoa, this is racism, bro. What the fuck? This guy's racist? Hold up.
No.
I can't believe you guys did this. I can't believe you guys showed me anti-white racism in display. This is really fucked up.
Supposed to meet up and chill.
Yeah.
Okay, you got that?
Yeah.
I got this thing going with you all.
Oh.
I only got one of y'all.
Okay.
Can't be doubling up, all right? It's gonna confuse people.
One of y'all? One of me?
Yeah, one of you. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm shaking. Please take this video off. The anti-white racism is out of control on TikTok, it seems.
Let's go find this tier of the kingdom.
What? Hey, Hassan, when do you call to arms for the protected Joshua trees and desert tortoise that have become endangered by Kern County in their new development? Do you support tortoise, Hassan? Do you support us? Are you another grifter, Los Angeles, Hollywood scum? You went 0 to 100 so fast. I have no fucking idea what's going on. But I don't even know what. I have no idea what it is. Arm the turtles. Give the turtles weapons now. That's right, son. Get informed. Yeah, give the turtles the weapons, okay? Get right, son. Turd surfer. Okay, is that good? I don't know. Do we give them guns? Can we give the turtles guns immediately? There is a real turdicide happening.
Turdicide.
And Turd Surfer is here to stop it. I like all turtles, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All matter of turtles I'm cool with. Give the turtles a nuke. All right, let's get started on Israel, Hamas, IDF strikes UN school in Gaza, killing 40. The Macy is, where did you say there was TOS on this one?
I'm
We're
gonna
get
take
to
this
some
off.
serious news, and then we're gonna do some not so serious news.
If this
Sorry for the
close to
fucking
TOS,
switch up
I'm
like
just
that.
gonna
But let's
be
get
careful.
Back to reality. Brutal transition. I know. I've been
If he's gonna
watching
be,
your Who the
I'm
Fuck
just
Did
gonna
I
keep that
Marry
off the
series
screen
for
until
3
it's
days.
back, until he's
Oh,
not
nice.
covering that. Just in case.
Okay, get real, man. Turtles need ninja weapons, not guns. Yeah, give them nunchucks. Give them the ninja stars. Give them what is it, kunai? Whatever, like the fucking. Give them whatever they need. Okay, give them katanas. 105 injured kid. Okay.
Well, there's some logs.
All right, let's start with some serious news.
Israeli fighter jets struck in the middle of the night. The people were sleeping, huddled in an UNRWA school in Deir al-Balach. As so often in this war, a place that should have been safe but wasn't. The Gazan Health Ministry says
For the record, I need you to understand something. This is in central Gaza. Okay, this is not Rafah. This is it. This is an a UNRWA school that turned into another, like, you know, refugee camp. Basically, people are inside the school, and Israel, unsurprisingly, bombed it last night. Rafah is in north. No, Rafah is the southernmost point of. Rafah is the southernmost point of Gaza that borders Egypt, even though Israel took over the Egyptian side of the border as well.
18 children and 9 women were amongst the dead.
We were sleeping when we suddenly saw a rocket falling on us. On the second
Jesus
floor
Christ.
there were martyrs, and on the first they were injured. That's all we saw.
The Israelis say they were targeting 20 to 30 Hamas fighters located in the school.
The school had terrorists who actually took part in the murderous attack of October the 7th.
Okay, sure, dude.
Took them out.
Sure, dude.
We targeted Hamas.
Please just notice what the reporter says at the end, and now she does a Hamas is responsible take. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, children and women that we just killed. 40 of you, the majority of the people killed in this refugee camp, being women and children. We've decided, you know, Hamas. You are now Hamas.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists of the Nukba forces. They obviously sought to exploit the school and the shelter there.
This is so funny because he's like, yes, they thought that we would hold back if there were women and children there. And boy, were they wrong. We do not hold back. Have you not seen what we've done for the past 8 months? Obviously.
But at what cost? Staff at the Al-Aqsa hospital saved those they could.
It's fine, it's not TOS.
It's really disturbing, though.
May God have mercy on him. Then suddenly, I felt something on my head. Lots of rubble fell on my legs. Then I fell unconscious. Rubble fell on my father's head.
It's just,
My father was martyred.
very sad. This, poor kid.
Very
Dude.
few hospitals are functioning in Gaza now, and they're short of everything. Fuel, medicine,
Oh,
bandages,
God.
staff.
We are seeing a humanitarian catastrophe on a scale that it's very hard to believe unless you see it, with many children, but also people of all ages injured, killed, disabled for life. It is very hard to provide the amount.
Genuinely, honestly, what is the argument Israel's use when people ask why they don't just go arrest the Hamas guys instead of bombing the entire hospital? No one makes that argument because it is taken for granted that Israel gets to do what Israel wants to do. There is no.
There we go. I just need the bathroom before we I do this chat. I'll be back in a second.
40,000 people have been slaughtered
I just don't want
over
to
the course of
just
the past
listen to
8
this
months.
on. I don't want to put it up because the scenes are just really sad and
There
disturbing.
is not enough aid, there are not enough staff, there is not enough space. So I think the international community needs to look at what is happening here and say that it is enough. This war needs to end.
But it's not ending. Today, the Israel Defense Forces put out footage of their troops operating in Rafah. Although the Americans have presented the latest proposal for a temporary, then permanent ceasefire as an Israeli initiative, it's not. Neither Hamas nor Israel has.
It's crazy because it's like they said that this was the Israeli proposal. Biden said this was the Israeli proposal. Why is Israel not signing on to its own fucking proposal? It's just so weird. What happened? Please explain to chat why all Israelis despise UNRWA and go out of their way to vilify them, even though the UNRWA in Gaza is run by a highly respected, decorated United States retired Army general. You know why they hate UNRWA, right? Without UNRWA's presence, Palestinians aren't technically refugees, so they will have no right to return or something. It's a fucked up, evil loophole. It's that, and also because UNRWA literally fucking hires Palestinians. UNRWA is the Refugee Relief Works Agency for the United Nations. It almost entirely works with Palestinians, however, because the UN, I guess, like in some weird way, feels responsible for, I mean, not weird way, obvious way, feels responsible for the creation of Israel. So they were like, we got to fucking do something. The entirety of UNRWA basically works with the entirety of UNRWA basically works with Palestinian refugees for the most part. UNRWA is a lifeline for the Palestinians. They get money, they get the international community's funds, and basically hire Palestinians. That's how UNRWA works. It is the largest employer of Gazans in general.
Overnight.
Daniel Hagari, of course, came out immediately and was like, they are terrorists operating inside of a UN school. UNRWA is working with the terrorists. Bibi could literally walk on stage at Brandon's next media address, hold him down, and fuck his ass on live TV, and the U.S. government thank Israel for it? Yes. We'll cover this in a second. Let's just look at this.
More chaotic scenes at Al-Aqsa Hospital yesterday as Deir al-Balah was struck again. He brings in a baby, but it's not his. An older child has to try to save a younger one, despite her own trauma and distress. Then she sees the baby. It's her niece. It's overwhelming. Scores have been...
Do people like that child actually use the word martyred, or is that put in their mouth by Western media translators' agenda to push? No, martyred means like... Martyred just means you got killed by a foreign occupier in general, or even you just died. Like, you died while doing an honorable cause. It's just, that's it. Like, you died early. Yeah, it's not like, it doesn't mean that, like, you exploded yourself with a fucking suicide vest or something, which is what Americans think it means.
Okay.
It's the same as jihad.
I'm gonna pause this
Jihad
on
is not supposed to mean put a fuck
briefly, so I can do the law here.
All right, Zelda. We are alone as you requested. What was it you wanted to discuss with me in private?
You are far too trusting.
What?
Oh my. I'm surprised to hear you say such a thing. That is quite out of character for the Zelda I know. But then you are a puppet of Ganondorf.
Did you really think we hadn't realized your deceit?
No! Oh my god.
Your Majesty! Queen Sonia! Oh no! Queen Sonia!
Holy fuck, dude. Okay. Oh god, what Hassan's watching out right now is so fucking sad, dude. Got it on the side. Ah. No, Zenoda, you're gonna want to go again. I'm not gonna put it on until he's done with this video, though. It's just like so insane. But I just saw like, yeah, I just don't want to, like, just people crying over their bodies of their loved ones. How many tears do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. I need to bring logs. I'll put Hassan back on in a bit. Just right now it's a bit too much. Okay, I think I can put it back on now.
Guys, I think a lot of people forget that the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip are not a monolithic force either. Okay? Like, the fuck are we doing? Yeah, it's perfectly valid and perfectly understandable for people to also be very upset at Yahya Sinwar or any number of different, like, Hamas leadership, depending on what their framework is, depending on what they think is going on. You know, he's looking at a massacred family member. You can't criticize someone cursing the names of who thinks are responsible for the mangled bodies in front of them. Wait, what? I'm not doing that. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not doing that at all. Like, there are definitely people. I mean, there's polling done in Gaza. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but there's still Palestinians being polled inside of Gaza. It's not like Hamas is 100% approval rating. Hamas's approval rating only increases in times of Israel's bombing campaigns, only to decrease later down the line. They're not exactly great at civil governance in general. They're not exactly super popular. They never were super popular. They were never as popular as they are now, all things considered. They've always been more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza for the most part. That's really important to remember.
I don't know where to put these logs.
A part of the reason why people are probably frustrated is because of the Israeli narrative that they try to fucking beef up all the goddamn time.
Probably just like right here, right?
Which is that, oh, they are, they're hiding amongst the civilian population, and therefore it gives Israel righteous cause. Now, ultimately, obviously, from where I'm standing, I can make the calculation that it is ultimately still Israel's responsibility. And the example would be if a Ukrainian turned around and was like, God damn you, Zelensky.
2 logs.
A Ukrainian in fucking Kharkiv was like, God damn you, Zelensky. Why wouldn't you just like concede the fucking Russian interest? You would never in a million years see that on mainstream media. No mainstream media outlet would fucking show that Ukrainians perspective.
Do I have 20
Because
hiding
everyone
rice? Okay.
understands it's ultimately Russia's fault.
Alright, I need to...
It's crazy.
There's 2 more.
Except nobody ever fucking makes that analysis because people are desperate to always align themselves with whoever the fuck America has decided are the good guys in every conflict. Okay?
People killed and
yeah, my only thing, my only frustration with this would ultimately still be that it is up to the media to like show what is the prevailing narrative in general, and also beyond that do their very best to showcase exactly who is responsible. Okay?
Oh, I don't have enough.
When Russia bombs a fucking civilian, a mall or whatever, nobody goes, oh man, it's really fucked up that like Ukrainian soldiers have frequented this fucking mall. That would be ridiculous. It is still a war crime. Just like what Israel is doing is a war crime. Okay? PCPSR releases polls every 1 to 2 months, and you can compare West Bank.
How many do you have?
That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
12.
West Bank is always way more right or
I'll
die
just
for
get
Hamas
them,
than the people actually living under Hamas by a pretty solid margin. And that is because they don't exist under Hamas, so they only see Hamas as a defensive measure. If you were to poll not Palestinians, but just like American leftists, they would probably be way more fucking pro-Hamas than the entirety of the Palestinian population. That's why you hear a lot of people in the Western world say things along the lines of like, no, these guys have to fight till every last Palestinian or whatever. And that's because like we do have a way more bloodthirsty culture here in the Western world. Ironic because we don't consider ourselves as, under those terms or conditions, but we are way more bloodthirsty than the supposedly barbaric Arab monsters that we are talking about here. But yes, Channel 4 doing this kind of coverage is making it seem as though this is like ultimately Hamas's fault. It's ultimately on Israel as the occupier to not genocide children, but Gazans more than anyone are allowed to criticize Hamas's calculation to October 7th, since at the end of the day, it's on their blood. Yes.
and many injured. We're not able to verify exactly who those people are, but we've seen the footage, we've seen the reports from the hospitals, and it would appear that large numbers of women and children are amongst the dead and injured.
I mean, there has been condemnation from some quarters. Oxfam today has been talking about the carnage of Israel's actions. What do you make of what happened in that facility overnight?
This was an attack on a crowded UN facility that is protected under humanitarian law.
Well, not. It's protected under humanitarian law, and it's run by the UN. But here is my counter. Hamas.
Yeah.
I rest my case. I rest my case. Have you considered Hamas? Yahya Sinwar, and also Hamas.
And the humanitarian nature of that facility has to be respected by all parties.
Israel says that this UN school was being used as a base by Hamas fighters. So prior to this strike last night, as the UN agency running the school, did you have any information or suspicion that there were Hamas fighters based there?
No, we did not. We did not have any information to that effect. I mean, we're horrified and we're shocked by those allegations, but we didn't have any information to that effect.
You've just come back from Rafah in the south. The border crossing at Rafah between Israel and Egypt remains closed. What is the effect of that?
The border crossing at Rafah remains closed. We are now able to get some supplies in through Kerem Shalom, so some movement of aid has resumed. But look, we were failing collectively before the military operation in Rafah started. The collective efforts of the international community were not preventing people from reaching famine-like conditions. in Gaza back in April. Since then, we've only seen a reduction in supplies getting in. So it's likely that the humanitarian consequences and the humanitarian conditions for the people on the ground have deteriorated.
Journalists, this program cannot get into Gaza.
Do you know what Israel's excuse for not having operational control over north and central Gaza? No, they have no excuse. They just, you have to remember, if you believe, like I do, that Israel's higher goal here isn't necessarily to like eradicate Hamas, but instead to eradicate a decent chunk of the Palestinian population that will that won't go so above and beyond that like the Western world will still give it assurances and support and expend social and political capital to defend them while still giving them a steady flow of munitions, because they would run out of ammo pretty quickly if it wasn't for America. While simultaneously the complete destruction of all civil infrastructure so that Palestinians have nowhere to live but rubble. If that is their ultimate goal, Hamas is good for them. Like Hamas being able to operate in central Gaza and in North Gaza is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good thing because they can always point to it and go, see, Hamas. Now, of course, that doesn't make sense from the Israeli perspective, because the Israeli perspective should be, what the fuck? I thought you eviscerated Hamas in central Gaza. I thought you eviscerated Hamas in North Gaza. And now you're saying they still exist in North Gaza. They still exist in central Gaza. Sometimes Hamas even lobs missiles into Israel. What the fuck is going on? Ultimately for them, it's perfect. Because as I mentioned, they can simply point to it and say, this is why we have to keep blowing shit up.
Yeah, let's go get the rest.
Anyway.
Bidenomics have arrived in Hyrule, so true.
Verify what's going on in there with our own eyes, with our team.
By the way, the reason why people don't ask that question inside of Israel is because the higher goal, the higher purpose of this like siege, just like every other fucking siege,
8 more. Okay.
is shared by the broader Israeli public as well. That's the reason. It's shared by the broader Israeli public. They also want the IDF to keep, you know, eviscerating Gaza.
So tell us, from your experience over the past few weeks, what has stayed with you from your latest visit?
Come on, Bobby, let's go,
What has stayed with me is the sheer horror of the situation, the sadness, the emptiness, the loss, and the destruction that literally everyone inside Gaza
there's more here.
is facing right now, and the conditions that the civilian population has to put up with, that just continue, that go on and on, just doesn't bear thinking about what the reckoning will be for individuals and communities when this finally comes to an end.
But just finally, do you detect any hope for a ceasefire? There's this proposal on the table from Joe Biden.
I don't think I need to touch them.
People have...
Yeah, polling throughout the month since October shows the average Israeli doesn't think they're hitting them hard enough. Yes. Specifically, overwhelming support from the Jewish Israeli population, which is comprised of 75% of the Israeli population, has almost always overwhelmingly supported the notion that the IDF is not bombing Gaza hard enough. Even when directly asked about the civilian casualties, that calculation does not change.
Gaza have gone through so much. They've seen so many false doors. They pray for an end to it. They know that at some point it will come to an end. But look, they're just completely exhausted right now, and a real fear that if these ceasefire efforts don't yield anything, that the next phase of the conflict will be even more brutal and even more painful.
Sam Rose, thank you so much.
Oh gosh, dude.
Thank you.
As we wrap up the coverage of the
So yeah, that's the cool little thing that Israel did. Here is the man with the world's largest ears, Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson, talking about Hamas terrorists operating inside of UN school.
The IDF conducted a precise intelligence-based strike targeted dozens of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists hiding inside a UN school in Gaza. Some of these terrorists participated in the Hamas massacre of October 7th.
Sure, dude.
I will soon reveal the identities of some of the terrorists we eliminated. The terrorists were operating from this UN school. They were planning and conducting attacks from inside classrooms of this
Any
UNRWA
proof?
school. Our precise strike was based on concrete intelligence from multiple sources. The terrorists inside this school were planning more attacks.
Oh, why are they speaking in English? You know why. This is for Americans and the Western world to hear. In Hebrew, he doesn't have to make these defenses. In Hebrew, he's just like, yeah, we killed him. It's great. It's awesome. Who gives a shit? But to the Western world, he has to be like, here is why we killed a bunch of women and children today. Knowing full well that a lot more people are paying attention and a lot more people are now associating Israel's bombing campaigns with the negative connotation of killing women and children. Majority women and children, which is what they did again, because this is where refugees were sleeping when they did that.
Against Israelis, some of them imminent. We stopped a ticking time bomb. This is what it was.
Yeah. No, a ticking time bomb. Every time we blow up a school, it's a ticking time bomb, guys. You don't understand. Okay? It's a ticking time bomb of Hamas.
Intelligence indicated that the terrorists were operating from inside these three classrooms. We delayed our strike twice because we identified civilians in the area.
Wait. Okay. So then why did you stop? So why did you choose not to delay it then? What changed?
They're just
You
lying.
still ended up killing a shitload of civilians. What the fuck? I think directly five children out of the 40.
Oh great, there's a log.
And the majority of those killed
Oh,
were women
shit.
and children. Again.
Wrong thing.
We had aerial surveillance that
I don't have
had been
any.
monitoring the
Hold on.
Hamas compound for a few
Hold
days.
on.
We conducted the strike once our intelligence and surveillance indicated that there were no women or children inside the Hamas compound, inside those...
Wait, so what happened? How the fuck did they...
Well, their intelligence is wrong.
So how did women and children die regardless?
Classrooms.
That's one log.
Despite the complex operational conditions, our Air Force used precise munitions to target the three specific classrooms that the terrorists were hiding inside.
Log number
Here
2.
are some of the terrorists who were hiding inside the UN school in Nuseirat, who we eliminated
Log
before
number
they
3.
could carry out more attacks against Israelis. Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists, some from the Nukhba force.
Log number 4.
With blood on their hands.
Bro, you have blood on your hands. Fuck you mean?
Log number 5.
You are currently
Okay.
describing the blood you have on your hands of women and children.
Wait.
I cannot believe these terrorists have blood on their hands. This is why we had to kill all of the women and children, which were valid.
These are only a few of the terrorists we eliminated. There are more. Some of them took
Sure,
part
dude.
in the brutal massacre of October 7th. We are working to verify the information.
Yeah, they are really using the defense of if a school shooter was holding kids hostage, we should blow up the school. Oh, 100%. %100%. How do we not know that they are just regular civilian men? They could be, or they could be actual Islamic Jihad militants, or even part of the Nukhba force that's just like staying in the UN facility. Not everyone is literally fucking hiding in the tunnels. You have to remember that.
Information before we will share it. This is the 5th time we have had to target Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists operating from inside UNRWA facilities. I want to repeat it. The 5th time we are operating against Hamas that is using UNRWA facilities. In the last months alone, Hamas wages war from schools and hospitals. Hamas hopes the international law and public sympathy will provide a shield for their military activities, which is why they systematically operate from schools, UN facilities, hospitals, and mosques. Sadly, we saw some media outlets fall for Hamas's tactics yet again, before checking the facts. While Hamas abuses
Sure, dude.
Does that mean they've only blown up 5 UNRWA facilities? No, they've done it so many times. I guess maybe 5 of them got like international coverage. Maybe that's why he's saying 5. I don't know. I hate it, but I hate blowing up schools, but we have to do it. Hamas is forcing our hand to do it.
Okay. Now, if I should just be able to get the Hylian rice from the field. I'll go here though.
International law, the IDF will continue to operate according to international law. The systematic abuse of UN facilities is a war crime, and it must be stopped by the world. We will continue to do everything in our power to bring our hostages back.
It's wait, what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, this is another one of my favorite arguments that Israel deploys regularly. It's like it's Hamas that's doing a war crime. It's not us. They're doing a double war crime because they're causing us to do a war crime by doing a war crime.
Back home and defeat Hamas. As we fulfill this mission, we will continue exposing the true face of Hamas to the world. Thank you.
So, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, usually in Telegram channels, will
Yeah, one long hat in New York West. Which one? Where I had to hand out the mushrooms. I did hand out all the mushrooms.
About these guys, if they will say though, if they have died, if they've been killed, they will say like these were our guys. They got martyred. I don't know. I have no way of checking. Maybe there's people in here that could. I think that like people. I think that people.
Do you watch
on the
Sun
ground,
often?
people that are there have said that no, of course they weren't fucking operating out of the UN facility. But you can't really trust them because they're Arab. You know, they're all Hamas.
Oh no, we haven't done the election yet.
So
I don't know how when the election happened.
But the fact that they're actually showing faces and whatnot probably implies that they were most likely in the facility, most likely staying in the facility. I doubt that they were shooting out of the facility or anything like that.
Rig it.
It's just that ultimately, since October 7, there's something that I have brought up over and over and over and over again. Okay? And that is that you cannot conduct a war like this. The reason why they are hiding inside of the civilian population is because more often than not, that is their family members that you are killing alongside them. Okay? We know this from the Where's Daddy AI targeting system that they have, both not just Lavender, but also the Lavender targeting system that is accompanied with the Where's Daddy alert system that informs the Israeli Air Force or the Israeli drone, the Israeli drone strikers to hit certain targets when they go home and are around their families. Elaborate. I have covered this extensively. You can find it on my... What the fuck is a Where's Daddy? These people are fucking sick. Okay. I know that there's a lot of new people in here sometimes, or people who haven't seen this, but I've covered this extensively. Here it is. This is from 2 months ago. Israel's using AI to target right here from...
Yes.
Here. This is the video. If you guys want to learn more about it, there's also an article from 972 magazine. That is the article I'm reading here by Yuval Abraham.
Very, very good.
Who found that there is a...
I love this game. It's so good. It is incredible.
Populates targets for the drones.
I played Breath of the Wild a few months ago, and I loved it.
And also on top of that, the Where's Daddy part of that is specifically drone operatives are alerted when a suspected militant...
There's just so much to do, you know? They really, like, created something really fucking special and beautiful.
Alongside their family
And it is the kind of game that, like, you know they've got a
strike.
massive dev team. Like, it takes so many people to create something so beautiful. Your brother switches a stick drift. Just get a, I'm using a third-party controller.
The subtle tell Hagari just did when he said Hamas was hoping international law and public sympathy would provide a shield. He's admitting that Israel's ignoring the established rules of engagement. No surprise, but it's so blatant. Yeah. Of course. Another chatter mentioned Mohammed and Omar haven't posted today. Two best friends in the war zone. Oh, wait, what?
Fuck you.
Were they in the facility? No, they don't live. I know for a fact that they don't live next to
Are there any
another.
DLCs? Not for this one.
I don't know where they're staying.
This one came out recently. But there are DLCs for the...
that they don't, because I was trying to do an interview with them. I was trying to have them on the stream, and I know that they don't live in the same
Okay,
place.
how many do I have? Okay, I've got enough.
Hold on.
They confirm no DLCs? Okay. I mean, I don't think it needs any DLCs, to be honest with you.
Count. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Hold on 1 second. No, he was active 11 minutes ago. Omar was. But yeah, Omar and Mohammed live in different places. What? Read your Ezra Pound World War II transcripts. History you must understand.
Oh.
Wait, what is this on talking about? Chatters explain. What I'm talking about is the Omar and Hertz show. These are two Palestinian kids, Omar Sharidan and Muhammad Ahmad.
Are you talking about when you went into the Canary movie? I think on Saturday, Elysium.
They basically started posting on Instagram.
I think that's when everybody voted to do it, this Saturday.
War zone.
How's that sound? Does that work for you?
And they're great. The Omar Hertz show is their Instagram account. I've shown them. When I showed their Instagram account, they had like 70K followers. Now they have 1.5 million followers. They blog and you know, talk about their lives every day. I talk to them every now and then, you know, just to check in, see what's up. I talk to Omar, and I've been trying to get him on the stream. The problem is obviously the time difference.
Let's work on a home.
I can't get them both at the same time because, like, in the time frame that I'm live, it's nighttime over there, and travel during night is incredibly difficult. It's often impossible because you can get killed. But they don't live next to one
the
another,
doodle.
so he
Okay,
was
not on
saying that, like,
Saturday.
he can only, I can only talk to Omar if I
Okay,
do it at night.
okay. Let's do it on Okay, why don't we do it on Monday for this week? So on Monday coming up, because we've got the Doodlebop karaoke thing on Saturday, which I am going to be a part of, so that will not work, Ellie. So maybe Monday next week.
Okay, just like, this doesn't mean I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. Oh my god, you guys are so fucking annoying. Like, immediately you have to hit that incredibly annoying note.
Oh.
Just so you understand what Israelis see, the main front page headline at Ynet right now is IDF reveals the identity of terrorists eliminated at UNRWA school attacking international media. The Ma'arif headline was the world was angry at the strike on the school. Now it was revealed what was hiding there. While Walla's was IDF spokesperson operating in Rafah is difficult and takes time. Though neither was on the front page, they either omit the truth or straight up act as IDF spokespeople. Of course they do.
Okay.
Of course. The Israeli media is fucking insane with the way that it operates. It's you know, this doesn't mean that there aren't like good journalists in Israel. There certainly are, and sometimes they are literally better at doing real journalism out of Israel than the Western media is, but ultimately most of the popular outlets are operating alongside the IDF.
How does this not cross the red line that the president laid out? You know.
State spokesperson was asked about Israeli strike on UN school. How does this not cross the red line the president laid out? I suspect that his answer is going to be, well, it's not in Rafah, and the red line is supposed to be about Rafah, but not really. Even as we know, Rafah is not a red line either.
Several weeks ago, this is the second incident in less than 2 weeks where we've seen a pretty large civilian toll on what was supposed to be a precision strike.
So with respect to the policy that the president announced, he was speaking specifically to a large-scale operation in Rafah, and we have not yet seen a large-scale operation conducted in Rafah. That's
it's a small-scale operation in Rafah. Thanks, man.
Said, we have seen strikes that put civilians in danger well before the president said that, and we have made clear to the government of Israel that we expect them to do everything that they can to minimize civilian harm.
What about this?
We've been through this before. It applies in this situation too. It is a difficult situation if it is true that you have this site where Hamas is hiding inside a school, other militants are hiding inside a school. Those individuals are legitimate targets, but at the same time, they're embedded near civilians. Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize civilian harm and take every step possible to minimize civilian harm. So that's why we are pressing the government of Israel and the IDF to be completely transparent about what happened here. We want to know the facts as much as anyone.
Have they taken?
Wait.
Okay.
Where Hamas is hiding inside a school.
I need to find a better one. It has to be straight. Okay, fine.
But at the same time, they're embedded near civilians. Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize.
I mean, it's a Freudian slip, but like, can you blame him, bro? Can you blame him? Can you blame him? I mean, Israel is targeting civilians every day, dog. Of course. After a certain point of repeating that over and over again, he's gonna inevitably blurt it out. Israel has a right to target the civilians. Functionally, what he's saying is that regardless.
That one looks pretty straight.
So, yeah, here he is in color, 4K.
And target those civilians, but they also have the
I'm
obligation.
so close, I know.
Targets, but at the same time,
but I chose the wrong log.
Civilians.
This log's really straight.
Try and target those civilians,
okay,
but at the
perfect.
same time, Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize civilian harm and take every step possible to minimize civilian harm. So that's why we are pressing the government of Israel and the IDF to be completely transparent about what happened here. We want to know the facts as much as anyone.
Have they taken every step possible?
We have seen them take improvements over time, but still, if it bears true that this strike resulted in the death of 14 children, the results aren't where they need to be. So it gets back to this question of intent and results. Even if the intent is what the IDF has said publicly, that they were trying to use a precision strike just to target 20 to 30 militants. If you have seen 14 children die in that strike, that shows that something went wrong. That said, these are all facts that need to be verified, and that's what we want to see happen. Go.
Okay, sorry. Look, construction's messy. You should be wearing a helmet. Okay, close.
Do you think Israel will start attacking Lebanon more heavily to keep the conflict going and attempt to expand it? Yes, potentially. That's what they've spelled. Community notes posting Chinese government W's. No dissident student movement is allowed in China. Any public protest in China is ordered by the Chinese government. Students in China show support for Palestine. Yeah. I mean, even that is like, okay. Yeah, dude, it's not allowed. There's no protesting that ever happens in China because the government said it's not allowed. Like, remember the fucking...
No, I did it though.
The COVID protests? That was actually also the Chinese government, I guess.
I haven't done it yet.
Since when do you have to verify facts? What? Dude, is there like a new video out there? What's happening? Like, is there like a new hater video or something? We have a lot of like weirdos coming in here and being like, Hassan, you famously don't verify facts. Or is that like oh, he was with the he was verifying. Oh, he was shitting on the spokesperson. Sorry. All right, never mind. Never mind. He was talking about the spokesperson. I thought he was like shitting on me. Yeah, George Clooney versus Brandon. Wait, what? No way, dude. George Clooney called one of President Biden's top aides last month to complain about the president's criticism of International Criminal Court's actions against Israeli leaders, a case his wife Amal Clooney worked on. During the call, Clooney took issue with Biden's statement and the idea that the administration might sanction the ICC, which could impact his wife.
George Clooney,
his
dude.
call came just weeks before he is set to appear at a fundraiser for Biden's next Saturday in LA. Oh my lord, dude.
George Clooney. Holy moly.
Oh my lord, that's Amal Clooney's husband, bro. Flexing his nuts. Putting his nuts on the table, dude. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, baby. You can't be out here fucking disrupting George Clooney's life. Are you kidding me?
Okay. I'm gonna make some tea, chat. I'll be back in a second. But we're gonna finish this whole village.
Time.
I get it all done and dusted and beautiful.
Get Clooney'd, bitch.
I'm excited.
Oh, that soft power is so hot. If I had a cock, I would be so hard right now. Yeah, no, this is like... This is great. Dude, this type of shit, for the record, brother, if you have a mom or a dad that is like maybe iffy on Israel, okay, maybe doesn't fully understand what's going on with the ICC, show them this article. Are you kidding me? They will literally instantly flip on a dime. This is going to convince your parents. This is going to convince your Morning Joe watching parents that like maybe they're not on the right side of history. I promise you. Shit like this comes across silly to us because we're like, who the fuck gives a shit about George Clooney? But your parents will eat this shit up. Okay? Like, they will eat this shit up. Morning Joe's Joe Biden's favorite show, by the way. I know. Well, he did talk about how we got to bring Hassan to the table the other day. So maybe I'm his fucking favorite show. Who knows? You know what I mean? Oh, you may have seen the picture that went viral from yesterday. Jerusalem Day settlers surrounding and attacking a Palestinian journalist. Well, after they attacked them, obviously none of the attackers were punished or arrested. What did happen was that the journalist who was attacked was investigated by the police for an hour and a half afterwards and had his equipment permanently confiscated. You can't make this shit up. That is the least shocking event that I have heard. Less shocking than the top of the hour ad break. Of course, the journalist was a Palestinian. So that makes so much sense. The IDF is not there to actually, you know, the IDF is not there to fucking dish out justice. At the top of the hour, yes, it is not a surprise for many of you. Or maybe if you are subscribed, it is a surprise to you. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. It's going to be $6 soon. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. One of the attackers also featured in a lovely picture and urinating on a wall of a Palestinian shop. Why are you raising the prices? You think I have a say in this? Breaking. Israeli media report that the country is said to be placed on a UN blacklist of states that violate children's rights. Nobody takes the UN seriously. Fuck you, UN. Hamas. Yeah. That was Jerusalem Day celebrations in Israel, which is incredible in Jerusalem. In occupied Israeli territory. Yes, I have seen Jeff Tiedrick's old fucking tweets about Israel. He's based as fuck. I am more in the Jeff Tiedrick fandom than I ever was. Israel's an apartheid state with a stupid racist wall. I guess that's why you and Netanyahu are such great snuggle bunnies. Hey guys, the people who march while chanting Jews will not replace us are very, very, very, very, very upset with me for criticizing Netanyahu, and you'll forgive me if I doubt their sincerity of their newfound love for Israel. Holy fucking shit, criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. What is anti-Semitic is putting a Holocaust-denying lunatic who thinks Jews control the weather on the Homeland Security Committee. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and spare us your fucking fake outrage. My fucking goat, dude. My fucking goat. He is so based. I love him. Chat, this is lib shit. Ask him how he feels right now. It's lib shit. He was still calling Israel an apartheid. What the fuck do you mean? Excuse me. He might have had a change of heart post October 7, but it doesn't fucking matter. He was calling Israel an apartheid pre-October 7. You know, who knows? This is, for those of you who don't know, this is Jeff Tiedrick, who is the GOAT. He is like the Twitter lib, okay? He is the liberal. Someone told Jeff about your stream and he has apparently been watching. Yeah, I doubt it. He's like if Brooklyn Dad Defiant was good. Okay. He is just the Omega lib, okay? He is the alpha lib, he is the Omega lib. He is everything. This man, yeah, the patient zero for Twitter libs, yeah. And we always celebrate when something bad happens to the Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, because when something bad happens to Donald Trump, I always want to see what he has to say. He nuts.
Okay.
He nuts so fucking hard. But yeah, it turns out he's been calling Israel an apartheid state and stuff. So I think that's pretty cool. And way before October 7, obviously. And October 7 might have broken his brain a little bit but the fact that he is using the term apartheid, who knows?
Okay, what house next?
Yeah, his daughter writes a webcomic or something. NAACP message to Biden.
It's built an establishment.
It's one thing to call for a ceasefire. It's another to take measures necessary to work towards our liberation for all. Whoa. The NAACP follows me? What the fuck? That's weird. Oh, they follow 27,000 people. Okay, that makes sense. NAACP is pretty fucking libbed up. So when they're saying this, it's a big deal, I would say. It means that a lot of like liberal organs, liberal mouthpieces, liberal organizations, not organs, are they're recording your activity. Yeah. It is a benign organization overall, yes, but they're also very liberal. They're like you know, they're the NAACP is like I would say it's like the Congressional Black Caucus. Like they are Democratic Party dick riders for the most part. Like that's how they operate as. So it's good that they are speaking out against this as well. All right, let's get to the 80th anniversary of D-Day, Jack.
80th anniversary of D-Day. We want to go back to Tony in Normandy one more time for some closing thoughts. Tony, over to you.
Hey guys, well look, D-Day took Hitler by surprise. That was kind of the idea, but all that secrecy meant that there were days of worry as families back in America had to wait to find out what happened to their soldiers, what they had won, but
That's
also
not debris, is
how
it?
many
No.
of their soldiers had been lost.
As news of the invasion broke back home in America, the whole country seemed to hold its breath, aware of the fighting, but in a long wait for the results. And so, in Philadelphia, they rang the Liberty Bell for the first time in nearly a century. At hospitals and clinics, they lined up to donate blood they feared would be needed at the front. And in thousands of American places, prayer services started well before dawn and ran every hour, all day. Until finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, President Roosevelt addressed the nation from the White House.
My fellow Americans,
with a speech that took the unusual form of a prayer.
I ask you to join with me in prayer.
Not even he could tell the country it was all going to be okay, or that everyone would be coming home.
Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace.
But as he signed off that night, he reached for a vision beyond even D-Day, a vision that for us, 80 years later, still feels like a prayer for our time.
A peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Such a powerful day here. Late yesterday, I walked down to Omaha Beach, and I found there some families had scrawled the name of their loved ones into the sand, and another group of family members had printed out pictures, placed them under rocks. It's the simplest memorials at the end of the day that I think are the most moving, and that help us make good on the promise to never forget what the sacrifice was here.
Yeah. Good thing there's no Nazis anymore, especially not in America. Yeah, their sacrifices were not in vain, guys. Certainly. You know? Good thing. Oh, well. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, I guess I still need to make a... Okay.
And that's why it's so important that you are there and that you're telling the story and that we all, you know, you can't repeat it. You have to acknowledge it. And that's why it's so important.
So we won't repeat it.
So we won't repeat it. That's exactly what I was trying to say, Nick.
Yeah.
The enduring resonance.
Biden compares war to the Ukraine conflict on D-Day's anniversary, Jack.
Of D-Day brings the world's leaders here to Normandy to reflect on the past and to consider the future.
Also, there was some fake news going around. I myself almost fucking dove into it, and then I investigated it further. Brandon was not sitting down on an invisible chair. That was a clipped out of context moment by the RNC. Okay, we're gonna talk about that.
Wow, I got
drama.
I got God
okay,
by that.
Real drama, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon.
Wait till it stops raining. Okay, great.
Brandon himself. Where the fuck is it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here. Daily Caller and everyone else posted it too. A 13-second clip.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd.
This clip makes it seem like there's no chairs there, and he's just like reaching for nothing. What's he doing? Turns out there are chairs there, as you can see back here. Okay, but this went viral. This went viral on Twitter, obviously. 8 hours ago, everybody was like, "Oh, lol!" Like Brandon is fucking. Brandon is not sitting at a actual chair or whatever. The clip was actually cut out of context. Here's the clip. Here's the rest of the clip.
Secretary of Defense of the United States of America.
Yeah, people were saying that he was pooping himself. People were saying that he's like looking for an invisible chair. You got goofed. You got duped. We got clip chimped. Okay. Now I don't know if he actually pooped himself. He might have done that, but that's like, you know, that's neither here nor there. The way that people were talking about it was like, oh, he's pooping himself, or he's actually fucking looking for an invisible chair. Where's the chair? Turns out there is a chair there. We don't know if he actually shit himself. Maybe
I think
he just
I know
sat
what to
down
do.
in his dookie diapers, but anyway, that's besides the point. Let's get back to the D-Day anniversary. Biden compares war to the Ukraine conflict.
Among them, a different dress code for a leader fighting a war at home.
We need to be able to stand on something.
Volodymyr Zelensky arrived in France to warm embraces. He was among friends. On a day when we remember the sacrifices of the past, he a reminder that Europe is still a continent darkened by war.
Thank you to the people of Ukraine for their bravery and their love of freedom. We are here and we shall not be weakened.
A decade ago, the Russian president was in Normandy for D-Day. Now Vladimir Putin is a pariah. There were no Russian officials present.
Okay, historically speaking, you know, the USSR did win that shit, okay? I mean, fuck Vladimir Putin, but like, the USSR did win that shit. Let's be for fucking real for a moment, okay? America did a lot. But the USSR carried that shit. The W is on them for the most part. I don't give a fuck what people say. It's historical revisionism to act like the USSR did not carry World War II, okay? Now, you might say Russia and USSR are different. That's fine. You know, that's all right. But like, they do deserve the finals MVP title for sure.
But once it was very different. Here is Putin in 2013, presenting medals to British veterans.
Yeah, British intelligence, Russian blood, American steel.
One of those veterans was here today, still full of life, but fearful that history is being repeated.
Oh my God. Okay, it's right up there.
USSR wasn't at Normandy on D-Day? Yeah, because they were too busy fucking murking and saving Eastern Europe.
To the various things, and I have in my pocket now a message from Putin, who gave me a medal, a bravery award, and then goes and pulls a trick like marching into the Ukraine. It's terrible.
Okay. Oh, fuck.
But I just can't understand the human mind anymore.
If that seems like despair, then the American president brought resolve. At 81 years old, Joe...
Ukraine was also extremely important to winning World War II. Yes, this is also true. Which, you know, it's a part of the Red Army, though. Which is kind of sad when you consider the current state of affairs in Ukraine, or the current politics in Ukraine, and how the actual charlatans who collaborate with the Nazis, who wanted to not be a part of the USSR, who wanted to engage in their own nationalist movement, thinking that collaborating with the Nazis would actually give them a nation state. Those motherfuckers are now revered figures. Like, they're celebrated now, which is a really sad state of affairs in general. Not only made worse, of course, by Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. USSR collaborated with the Nazis too, though. Yes, the USSR's collaboration with the Nazis is literally the same as appeasement. Okay, it is once again historical revisionism. I don't know why liberals drop this shit so fucking hard, because it is akin to claiming, well, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and not thinking about what has happened to party alignment since then. Okay, it is literally the same ahistorical gotcha. It is identical. And we have, you know, whenever Republicans try to do that shit, you're like, shut the fuck up, dumbass. You're literally wearing a Confederate flag right now. Suck my dick. Okay? It's just, you know, Nazis were socialists. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, definitely. They were real socialists. They were definitely socialists. That's why they killed all the socialists and also put them in fucking concentration camps first. Most Ukrainians.
Well, fruit? Exactly. Okay, that's sick.
The Ukraine-Nazi collaboration, though, Babele is silly because most Ukrainians, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians, did not support the nationalists. They supported the Red Army. Millions.
Biden is almost certain to be the last US president who was alive at the time D-Day took place in 1944.
We will not walk away.
Oh god, he's so fucking old, dude.
Because if we do, Ukraine will be subjugated.
Hey, I did work too, King RFC.
Ukraine's neighbors
build an establishment.
All of Europe will be
A
threatened.
lucky treasure shop.
It is a troubling parallel, and this is a volatile time. In Normandy today, the past was precious, the future precarious. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Normandy.
President Biden in Normandy to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
Yes, the president there greeting the veterans one by one this morning.
World News Tonight anchor David Muir just sat down with the president in Normandy for an exclusive interview.
Bro, imagine all of your fucking countrymen are trying to fight the Nazis, and you're just like, I'm gonna go kill some Polish people for these fucking Nazis.
Straight one. Okay.
That is like Ukrainian nationalism. That's what the Ukrainian nationalist movement was busy doing. We're gonna go round up the Jews for you guys, Nazis, please. And then they still got arrested by the Nazis. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but very, very fucking stupid, very big L's overall. But of course, when fascism on the fucking rise all around the planet, all of these, you know, all of these figures that are supposed to be dunked on endlessly are now being, their historical, their historic actions are now being relitigated as though it was a fucking good thing. You know, some of them are even getting celebrated in the Canadian Parliament, which is unimaginable.
Good morning, David.
Okay. Robin, good morning from Normandy American Cemetery, right?
Yeah, USSR were on the road to Berlin when the USA finally got there. Ukrainians were 25% of the Red Army, which is why it's bullshit when they say Galatian SS had no chance but to join the Nazis. I've never even heard anybody saying that. If you joined the Foreign Legion, you were fucking invested, okay? It is like, especially because like we look at it with today's eyes, and we're like, well, you know, Slavs are white, right? Except
exposing the elderly citizens of Hyrule. Bro,
so,
Bolson is fine, okay? He's literally my gay landlord, okay?
Like deliberately involuntary, like a freed black person going to the South and being like, I'm gonna join the Confederate forces. Okay? It's like that. I'm going to go and join as a free black man. I'm going to go and join the Confederate forces to ensure that the slavery continues type shit.
No, he's not really a landlord, but I did buy a house from him, okay? It was very expensive in the first game.
Who landed here on the beaches 80 years ago. I spoke with President Biden just moments ago before his speech here, and we started with that bravery. It's not lost on us where we are today, what these brave young American sons did 80 years ago. And we know what we're witnessing in the world right now, the wars, the deep divisions at home. What do you think these American heroes can teach us right now about meeting this moment?
Stand up, tell the truth, serve your country. You know, imagine what they had to come through.
Bro, if you put this fucking hat on his head, people would believe that he was there. Fighting.
You said
okay?
Can I
He's
gamble?
so goddamn old, dude. Yo, all he needs, he's doing the old man face. He's like, Jack, I can't open my eyes. I swear to God, put the fucking hat on him, dude.
Hey, give me money.
Put the motherfucking veteran hat on him. I was there.
5 rupees, okay.
Storming the beaches of Normandy.
Was here 30 years ago, came in on a landing craft. You could see from out there what they saw here. The idea that they got off those boats, they got off those landing crafts. Many of them died, sinking in the come across that beach as long as...
It's crazy because yesterday we listened to a 104-year-old veteran. The motherfucker was 104. And he sounded better than Brandon
Let's
is right
go.
now. That's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. There's dudes that are like 20 years older than him. That
You got the big prize. Okay, Bolson, let's go.
It's so crazy.
Let's do a home.
It's astounding. It's astounding. But what it says to me is how critical alliances are. How critical alliances are for our security.
Yeah, like our alliance with the USSR.
Honoring our heroes and defending democracy. And I asked him about Ukraine and about the U.S. now authorizing the use of American weapons inside Russia. And Vladimir Putin's warning about this overnight. I wanted to ask you about Ukraine. I know for years.
Hassan, why do they call Nazis the National Socialist Party if not socialist? Socialism was very popular at the time in Germany and all around Europe as well. It's not like it is today when you think of like the Red Scare propaganda, especially in a country like the United States of America, where like socialism means you're automatically a bad guy. So they use the popular momentum surrounding the term while simultaneously cutting allegiances with literally fascist business owners. It was for PR. That's it. They very quickly and very swiftly took care of the actual, like anyone who had even any allegiance to like a workers' movement inside of the party, very famously. This is part of the reason. Yeah, also Nazis very much made it clear that they hated Marxism. Yeah. Something to always remember is that like the Nazis were very good at co-opting aesthetics. Okay? Like there is an aesthetic to fascism, and they cared about like a maintenance of order and presenting themselves a certain way. And they were room readers to some degree, right? And they did that to gain some kind of popular momentum. But one thing to always remember is that the reason why I always say nationalism, especially nationalism as a fascist movement, not as like a nationalist movement in developing a nation state for a group of people, is like a post-colonial emancipatory nationalism.
Okay,
versus
I'm cozy
the
maxing.
nationalism
I'm
of,
putting
like, Germany
CBD.
at the time. Or
CBD
nationalist movements that
sachet
you see here in the
into
United
my
States of
chamomile.
America.
That's
There's a
cozy
difference,
maxing,
there's a
okay?
distinction there that's pretty significant. But nationalism
I'm gonna be
across the board
so
is
fucking cozy.
antithetical and undialectical thinking. It's antithetical to socialists and socialism in general. And the reason for why it is antithetical is because like it's the higher power there. It is the real reason why you have it is the actual ideology. You can partner that with like whatever the fuck you want to claim you care about, but ultimately you actually just care about the nationalism aspect. That is your higher order. That is what
Thanks
you
for
care
the
about
money.
the most.
Cool, thank you.
That's why MAGA communists are like laughable. If you have read anything on socialism, you understand how stupid it is to draw a comparison. But many people don't read anything on socialism and don't understand it and think it's a bad thing regardless.
5 whole rupees.
A lot of leftists forget the difference between reactionary nationalism and revolutionary nationalism. Yes, I mean, the easiest way to describe it is that, like, the easiest way to describe it is an emancipatory nationalism that comes from, like, a country that never had a country, a nation state in the way that we understand it, building a movement specifically to fight against a colonial occupier. Of course, many people don't.
Let me guess, it's going to be a palm tree.
And don't really understand it, especially in the Western world.
Let me guess, it's going to be a palm tree.
Having said that, however, like I said, nationalism, when you are already the dominant in-group, is simply to vilify the out-group.
Yes, it must be straight, right? Yes.
Oftentimes, these are the most marginalized.
Sick. Okay, well, I can get rid of all of these.
People in society. Yeah, an immediate example is Palestinian nationalist movement versus the Israeli nationalism. Exactly. Right there. It's literally right there. You're absolutely correct. Israeli nationalism, Zionism, is fascist. Palestinian nationalism, on the other hand, is emancipatory and anti-colonial.
Oh, shit. Okay.
It is done at the behest of building a nation state for a people that have been occupied by settler colonial occupation, that have been victim to violence, state violence.
You resisted the idea of American weapons being used for.
Oh, there's a shrine. Okay.
Inside Russia, but we did witness.
Oh no, that's the same shrine that I haven't. I just straight up have not done. Okay.
Limited direct strikes.
All right.
Are American weapons being used right now inside Russia?
They're authorized to be used in proximity to the border. We're not authorizing strikes 200 miles into Russia. We're not authorizing strikes in Moscow on the Kremlin.
Let me ask you about what Vladimir Putin said last night about this authorization of American weapons inside Russia. He said the supply of high-precision weapons to Ukraine for strikes on Russian territory
there we go.
is direct participation in this war.
Why are they so focused on Ukraine and not Israel? Because this is being used as a photo op to re-galvanize support for Ukraine. Literally, one of the first things they did was ban labor unions. The term privatization literally originates from Nazi Germany's economy. Exactly. Hitler was questioned on this at one point, and his answer was something along the lines of, what is socialism? If people have bread and a job, that is socialism, essentially showing it was just populist bullshit. Yeah. I mean, he fucking very openly despised Marxists and trade unionists and killed them and put them in concentration camps.
He went on to say that this is the way to serious problems, and again talked about Russia's nuclear capabilities. Does that concern you?
I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man. He's a dictator, and he's struggling to make sure he holds this country together while still keeping this assault going. We're not talking about giving them weapons to strike Moscow, to strike the Kremlin, to strike just across the border where they're receiving significant fire from conventional weapons used by the Russians to go into Ukraine to kill the Ukrainians.
The president there on Ukraine. We also asked the president about Donald Trump's guilty verdict, about his own son, Hunter Biden, on trial, and if he's ruled out a pardon for his son if convicted. And I asked about the first debate, which, by the way, is 3 weeks from today. That's all later on World News Tonight. But Robin, a profoundly moving day here, of course, as we honor the heroes who stormed the beaches here 80 years ago. Robin.
All right, our thanks to you, David.
Tough seafood and rice. Fried rice, that looks fucking amazing.
Anyway. What is this? Israel used U.S. bombs to kill 40 people inside a UN school, including 14 kids and 9 women. Israel bombs UN facilities all the time, at least 170 times in Gaza. There are never any consequences because they are above the law. Legalized bribery works. Our Congress is the worst. Uncle Magic, dude. There it is.
A feast. Let's go.
Here's holding Biden accountable. The account pushed Biden left. The Biden presidency, we were promised kids out of cages, a Medicare-like public option, $15 an hour minimum wage. The Biden presidency, we're getting a 3-theater defense strategy. How America could prepare a war in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. I don't understand how people don't recognize that these are the last-ditch efforts of a dying
Are you gaming
empire.
and Hassan? This is an upgrade I didn't know I needed. Welcome in, chatter.
Preparing.
It's very cozy.
For a 3-front war, a 3-theater defense strategy, whether by proxies or by direct conflict. I don't know how people look at that and go, yeah, this shit's gonna look good in the next 10 to 20 years if we make it that far. Like, what are we doing here? What is going on? This is pure barbarism, okay? It was just found out that Russia has been secretly shrinking Finland's oceanic borders without informing us or anyone for that matter. Oh boy. Goodbye, America, KKK.
Fried a bed free of time anytime.
You're now a part of the America, KKK.
Free of charge at the restaurant.
You're a part of it whether you want it or not, you know?
Everything's free.
Now, if I'm Finnish, I'm extra worried because like your ass is way too fucking close. Your ass is close as hell to Russia. You know what I mean? They're too busy. They're too busy fucking you know, trying to take over the grayest Ukrainian towns known to man.
Oh my god, he's gonna start dancing. Okay.
You know, you're in fucking striking distance.
Let's go.
You're a front lines country.
And here is part 4 of my interview with former President Donald Trump. Take a look. Let me ask you this. Wall Street Journal, big article. Democrats are worried. You keep reading. Democrats are in a state of panic. Democrats are in a state of panic. And now...
Like, this is something that we don't even think about and don't even consider. But, like, there was a fucking anti-NATO movement broadly in France and many other countries for quite a long time in Europe, in European countries.
Let's go.
Because they were like, why the fuck are we joining this goddamn protection racket? You're going to put missile bases in our country, and then you're going to open up, like, you're making us a target against the USSR. Why the fuck will we do that? That's so dumb. Now, obviously, that's gone.
Okay, let's go do some fun things.
Gone. Cold War happened. America won. Capitalism won. We already know that.
And by fun
Russia
things, I mean, let's
not,
go.
What
is this again? Is this
training
ground?
Like that, and have like some energy trade relations with European
Let's go.
countries,
Let's go
but
deal with
ultimately is
the.
doing a lot of fuck shit. But it
Let's
is
go
something
here.
to consider as far as as far as NATO involvement goes. This is something to remember.
Is there a debate today? Presidential debate? I doubt it.
NATO relevant, very weird. I mean, listen, you should be, you know, you should be.
There
quite
is. I'm
upset
staying
that
up.
Vladimir Putin.
Oh no, the first in 3 weeks. Let's go. Oh, I'm so excited.
Because, as I've said time and time again, that was a
Finally some fucking content, some like brain rot content.
Gift to all of the NATO generals. That's what Vladimir Putin did by invading Ukraine, and also showing all of the European countries that they were both invading Ukraine and also simultaneously not doing a great job with it either, from the Russian perspective.
Sunak versus Starmer. Ugh. British debates are so fucking mid.
All right, let's continue.
It's something that we have covered at length on this program, and that is Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now Democrats
You
are
just
saying
lost the
it,
left.
and they're saying it out loud.
Wait, Jens Stoltenberg was a massive anti-NATO youth organizer, socialist as hell? No fucking way. Are you serious? I did not know that. Do you think Turkey would follow suit if a war between BRICS and NATO happens? BRICS? You think there's going to be a war between BRICS and NATO? That's insane. BRICS is not a real allegiance, okay? It is just a way for other non-allied nations to, you know, try to make the most out of their, try to make the most out of like the change of global politics where there's another power player, China, involved. It's a way for them to leverage their existing relationship with the United States of America for the most part. I feel like the appetite for fighting for NATO is very low in Turkey. They would need like a false flag operation or something. I feel like NATO lines aren't as tight as it may
heat resistance.
Yeah.
Chill shrooms.
NATO certainly would never do false flag operations in Turkey to get them agitated and excited to be willing participants in some kind of anti-communist war, for example. Historically speaking, surely they would never do such a thing. Turks died by the thousands in Korea for some reason. Yeah, that was because some reason they were just really invested. They personally were really invested in making sure that anything.
Oh, that's great.
Nothing above the 38th parallel.
Now we've got
existed.
so many
That's why.
fucking hightail lizards, dude. We have so many fucking hightail lizards.
And let me play you a clip of Joe and get your reaction to it. And then I'm going to butt it together with a different Joe. I called him the night after his State of the Union address, Jacked Up Joe. Maybe he had a lot of Red Bull or Monster Energy drink.
Or something.
Or something.
Or
I feel
something.
Like we should watch the Best D-Marks video at this point. The Best D-Marks turkey video that I have been meaning to watch for quite some time. I think it's just like it prominently speaks on the NATO. Hold on.
70s. In my
Oh, well, I just got a lot of things I need to sell as well. Yeah, we're fine for now though. Let's just make some normal food.
Wasn't there a picture of Sudafed in Trump's desk? Yes. It is about the deep state. It is, I mean, I'm sure it'll feature the invention of the deep state. There's TOS stuff in it. Is there?
Increase your attack power? Fine. We'll make some fucking bananas.
Look. When people say, Hassan, why are you anti-NATO? When people say, Hassan, why are you anti-NATO as a Turkish person? I suspect that the many different mentions of how all matter of revolutionary and socialist movements in Turkey were absolutely gutted and eviscerated by the government and our the Turkish Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, and how it was propped up, created, designed by the Americans, by the CIA, and how how NATO propped up the mafia, the Turkish mafia, alongside the creation of the Turkish ultranationalist movement, the Grey Wolves, and how they destroyed any matter of Turkish socialism in Turkey. In an identical fashion to Gladio in Italy, as a matter of fact. Let's watch.
On an early November evening in 1996, a black Mercedes traveling at nearly 110 miles per hour crashed into a truck near Susurluk in western Turkey. 3 of the 4 passengers in the car died instantly. When a few local journalists arrived at the scene, they had expected to find a irregular car accident. But what they discovered would shock Turkey to the core.
Kanal D.
İyi akşamlar sayın seyirciler. Türkiye'yi sarsan Susurluk kazası.
Among the accident victims, notorious contract killer for a CIA-assisted secret organization, Abdullah Çatlı, who was also a leader of the fascist Grey Wolves and an underworld drug lord wanted by Interpol, and his girlfriend, former beauty queen Gonca Uz. So far so good, nothing to be shocked about. But who else was in this car? The third victim, Istanbul Deputy Police Chief Hüseyin Bocada. The fourth person, the seriously injured Sedat Bucak, was a conservative member of parliament who was also a big landowner and the leader of several state-supported village guard units engaged in the war against Kurdish liberation fighters. Now, this is not good. Why the hell were a police chief, a politician, and a fascist criminal in the same car? It's not as if these people just happened to share an Uber pool or something. No serious arrests were made after the incident, and the concrete ties between the passengers remain shrouded in mystery to this day. In what came to be known as the Susurluk scandal, parliamentary investigations scratched the surface of a vast shadow network involved in one of the bloodiest and most mysterious periods in the modern history of Turkey. An interconnected web of Turkish police, military, secret service, politicians, criminal bosses, fascist paramilitaries, and the CIA, united by a common goal: eliminate communism. Turkey, officially the Republic of Turkey, is situated on the Anatolian Peninsula in Western Asia, spanning across 2 continents, giving it an important geopolitical position and making it a regional power of significance. As an early member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, the Turkish armed forces constitute the 2nd largest standing military force in NATO. Turkey also hosts the Incirlik Air Base operated and controlled by the US Air Force, which served as a main hub for operations during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Okay.
Ankara, Turkey's 2nd largest city, serves as the nation's capital, while Istanbul, its largest city, acts as the primary financial hub. Turkey currently ranks as the world's 20th largest economy in terms of nominal GDP. This February, more than 50,000
I know the
people
animations
lost
are
their lives
great.
following the terrifying earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, and the disastrous effects and the response are dramatically worsened by the profit-based system and the according corruption of the government. Kurdish regions are hit especially hard, and there's a history behind this. Turkey was already in a horrible situation this year, with inflation soaring and its currency collapsing. On top of it, the country is headed toward the general election on May 14, in which the current president is expected to use all available means to stay in power. His opponent, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, leader of the Republican People's Party, or short CHP, formed an alliance appealing to voters from the liberal left to the conservative right. We'll look at the important history of that party soon. Since 2002, Turkey's political system has been under the rule of the Justice and Development Party, or AKP, and its leader, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Under Erdoğan, the country has faced recession and stagnation in the last decade, accompanied by high inflation in this year, and went through a shift from a parliamentary republic to an executive presidential system.
So many elections are happening at the moment. I wonder if this is just like, because the thing is, South Africa has every 4 years.
Been more important, but since the 2017 referendum,
which I think is different from everybody else.
Abolished, and now the president has much greater executive power.
Videoyu yükleyen Türk mü yoksa değil mi? Galiba Almancı.
Oh god, okay.
Bilmiyorum, bu kadar fazla bilmez çünkü normalde. Bu Almanya'da da Almancı olma ihtimali var yani, çünkü
okay, cool.
Yoksa nereden bilir bu kadar bilmiyorum yani Türk yani Türkiye'nin tarihini.
In order to more fully grasp Turkish politics.
Abi yok, ben bu elemandan özellikle istedim araştırıp yapmasını. Ha öyle mi? Ben zannediyorum ki belki hani Kürt Almancı olabilir.
Turkey's role within imperialism today and the roots of the fascistic character of its political system, we need to turn the clock back by
Where's my
exactly
spear?
100 years. After the Ottoman Empire broke apart 1 century ago, the Republic of Turkey was proclaimed in 1923 after the so-called War of Independence by the country's first president, Ebedi Şef, Eternal Chief, Mustafa Kemal, honored with the name Atatürk, Father of the Turks, and the founder of the oldest political party of Turkey, the aforementioned Republican People's Party, or CHP.
Oh,
But
EU.
Turkey didn't
Okay,
actually
I
gain
see.
real independence. It was still a semi-colonial country. What does that mean?
What's this? What is
Before
this?
the War of
Beam
Independence,
Emitter Club?
the
I'm
Ottoman
fine.
Empire had been declining as it was ridden with crises and got outcompeted by the Western European imperialist powers.
There we go.
It was considered the sick man of Europe. As it slowly dissolved, it was economically dependent on Germany and was pressured to fight on its side during World War I.
Do you like Atatürk? I feel about Atatürk as I feel about America's founders as well. You know, there's some good there, and then there's a lot of bad there as well. Ultimately, it's not identical to a bourgeois revolution against the monarchy, but you know.
After the loss of the Central
It's just
Powers,
like-
it got pillaged by French and British capital. The European imperialists were about to seize much of trade and industry, and the Turkish ruling class faced a life-or-death struggle. The emerging bourgeoisie, or capitalist class, united with the feudal gentry and the landlords, managed to take leadership.
Yeah, he's definitely better in the sense that he didn't own slaves, so there's that. But to be fair, it is much later as well.
In the independence struggle and consolidated the republic under a one-party state, formally abolishing the Sultanate and liberating the occupied territories. But the Turkish economy remained dependent, i.e., it provided cheap raw materials and workforce to the imperialists and opened a market for their industrial products. Large banks, transport routes, as well as parts of industry were still in the hands of foreign companies. This dependency would lead Turkey into a huge trade deficit in the 40s, further seeking foreign loans, subjugating the country and holding back independent industrial development. But not everyone lost due to this dependency. The Turkish capitalist class made a massive fortune through this collaboration in exploiting the toiling masses in Turkey, seizing properties of Anatolian Greeks and Armenians, and pandered to the imperialist fear of rising communism after the October Revolution in Russia in 1917. And anti-communism would unite them throughout the century, both ideologically and in terms of concrete organization. This analysis was key for one of the, if not the most notable Turkish communist, Ibrahim Kaypakkaya, who would later criticize the Turkish left, which proposed such things as emphasizing an alliance with the Kemalist movement, painting them as an independent progressive revolutionary force. However, Kaypakkaya wrote, quote, "The Kemalists, even during the years of the Liberation War, were embarking on collaboration with the imperialists. They did not neglect to carry out covert collaboration with them against the Socialist Soviet Union externally and against communists, working class, and other toiling people internally. On the other hand, while raining down the most extreme compliments in order to obtain aid, on the other were seeking a basis for secret agreements to be made with the US, Britain, and France. The Kemalist dictatorship is a military fascist dictatorship over the workers, peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, low-ranking public servants, and Democrat intellectuals." Toward the end of the 19th century, Marxist ideas had begun to penetrate Turkish society, and various Turkish communist groups had begun
Not to get you into trouble with Turkish shatters, but do you think Kemal Pasha was a MI6 plant similar to Reza Pahlavi? No, I don't think so.
to emerge, not just in Turkey. Some emigre workers in Germany, referred to as the Turkish Spartakists, had joined up with...
I think he was a Yoruba, and some of that, like some of the revolutions that came about as a consequence of his like Yoruba attitude were actually good. Like things that I also personally believe were very socially progressive and like a legitimately good thing. Yeah, he was a Franco-boo, big French Revolution head for sure. That's why laïcité was implemented as well.
Rosa Luxemburg and the other Spartakists in Germany, and sought to bring the lessons of the November Revolution back home. These groups would then merge into the Communist Party of Turkey, or short TKP, in Baku. Only 1 year after the TKP was founded in 1920, its founder, Mustafa Sufi, and the entire 14-member leadership were brutally assassinated, most likely on the order of Mustafa Kemal, after being lured on a boat at the Black Sea. Sufi's Russian wife, Maria, was taken hostage, abused, and used as a sex slave by the murderers. In 1923, the state closed down the Istanbul Workers' Association, arrested its leaders, and formed its own bourgeois unions to draw people away from workers' organizations.
Kind
Already
of
in
like
1920,
kind of like AFL-CIA.
Mustafa Kemal had set up a fake puppet communist party to counter the growing influence of the actual communists. The actual Communist Party was then banned in 1925 and had to operate underground throughout the 20th century. In 1927, railway workers organized a massive strike lasting for 2 weeks against a French company operating in Turkey. Hundreds of workers and their family members laid down on the tracks, and the Kemalist government dispatched a military unit which opened fire on the unarmed workers and their families, covering the rails in blood. With the extensive adoption of the Codice Rocco, the fascist penal code enacted under Mussolini in Italy, paragraphs 141 and 142 found their way into Turkish law, prohibiting any organization of class-based associations and imposing the death penalty on anyone leading them. The Atatürk reforms made Turkey into a secular modern state, but Mustafa Kemal also wanted to create a homogeneous Turkey. What was meant by this, the minority ethnic groups had to experience brutally. The
Bro, are there
Kurds,
gonna be
living
like things hiding in
predominantly
here?
the southeast or in northern Kurdistan, make up around 20 to 25% of Turkey's population. Atatürk called them Mountain Turks, banned the Kurdish language in schools, prohibiting speaking Kurdish in public spaces, Kurdish newspapers, and Kurdish parties. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds were forcibly deported out of Turkey to Turkify the region. After Kurds rebelled against the repression, the state initiated a pogrom in the Kurdish majority region of Diyarbakir, burning down villages and killing over 15,000 people. Later in the 30s, the Turkish armed forces were sent to crush a Zaza Kurdish rebellion in the notorious Dersim genocide, in which tens of thousands of people were massacred. Atatürk's Turkification was in line with the previous regime of the Young Turks, which committed
you know what
the
I'll make?
Armenian genocide, murdering over 1.5 million Armenians, with only a fraction of the Armenian population surviving. The Turkish government denies the genocide to this day. From 1935, German imperialism would regain its influence over Turkey. Germany helped train Turkish soldiers and was Turkey's primary source for armaments, and the Nazis would find great admiration among their quickly growing Turkish counterparts. Ultra-nationalists in Turkey had excellent relations with Nazi Germany, and its most notorious representative, Colonel Alparslan Türkeş, was the contact person of the Nazis in Turkey. He would frequently quote Hitler's Mein Kampf in his speeches, and his so-called pan-Turkist movement's support for Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini was strong. Ruzi Nazar, another prominent pan-Turkist, joined the Nazis on the Eastern Front to fight for the creation of a Turkestan. Nazar was later recruited by the Americans and became the CIA's station chief in Turkey. More on that later.
No, I'm fine.
The
I want to
pseudoscientific
use that shield.
pan-Turkism movement, with its doctrine of racial superiority, sees as its goal the political and cultural unification of all Turkic peoples. Since many ethnic Turks lived in the Soviet Union, the movement naturally linked its reactionary ideology to the destruction of the Soviet Union and communism. It was not until 1945, when Turkey declared war on Germany.
How does Turkey deny the Armenian genocide? They say that it is, one, they say it is a lie, and two, it's taught in schools as like a forced immigration of Armenians into Syria, specifically like a Trail of Tears type situation, exactly, where like in the most reductive terms, it basically is Armenians collaborated in the villages in the eastern part of Turkey with the Russians because they were Orthodox Christians, just like the Russians were during World War I, and they engaged in pogroms against Turkish Muslim populations and like Turkish populations. And so the Turkish military came in and forcibly removed them from their homes and forced them to basically march to Syria and many other places. And then some people died alongside in that process. Like that's the way that it is described. Well, but it is a deliberate, systematic, targeted ethnic cleansing campaign, of course.
When it was pretty much clear that they were losing. Nazi Germany was defeated, but fascism was not. In collaboration with the
the official Turkish government position on obviously World War II was neutrality, like, or not even neutrality, but just not collaborating with the Germans. In World War I, if you guys remember, talked about this before, World War I, Turkey was aligned with Germany World War I is obviously very different than World War II in general. World War I in and of itself is just
it's gonna be cold
a
now.
world war amongst superpowers, all colonial superpowers, central powers fighting against one another, and utilizing that as a way to pick apart other colonies. That's how England took over British Palestinian Mandate from the Ottoman Empire, for example. And yeah, it was imperialist colonialist competition. Yes, exactly. And Turkey in its developmentary stages was like, we are not participating. We are not participating in World War II at all. When Germany wanted to reinstate the alliance that Turkey or the Ottoman Empire previously had.
Imperialist master, the United States. The pan-Turkist leaders would play a key role in the brutal unleashing of fascist violence against the left in Turkey.
That actually should just stay up, I think. Let's see.
After the defeat of Nazi Germany, the US was by far the dominant capitalist imperialist power in the world. But there was no time to rest for the Yankees. There was still a more potent enemy out there, growing in popularity, not least due to the Soviet Union's central role.
Yeah, we'll come back and do this later. I need the bathroom.
US President Harry
I'll be
Truman
back in a
announced
second.
the Truman Doctrine, a plan to contain the Soviet Union and rising communist organization, particularly in Greece and Turkey, by asking Congress for $400 million in military and economic assistance, specifically for Greece and Turkey. In his address to Congress,
The Dagestan massacre was posed at a progressive cause and people believed it. Dagestan is not just about being Kurdish, though. State was also trying to outlaw old feudal systems and serfdom. Fascists took advantage of this very well.
In 1947, Truman stressed, quote, "Should we fail Greece and Turkey in this fateful hour, the effect will be far-reaching to the west as well as to the east. We must take immediate and resolute action." The request was approved in 1948, the same year.
That video blames every other country, but not Turkey. Wait, what? Dude, if you think this video is not completely fucking anti everything Turkey related and how you're lost in the sauce, I think.
When Turkey joined the Marshall Plan and was admitted into the IMF. The United States was now the chief imperialist partner of the Turkish state, but it was more than just a partner. Meanwhile, in 1948, in northern Turkey, a certain someone, whom the Turkish state would consider as the most dangerous revolutionary and a serious threat to the government, saw the light of day. Born into a poor peasant Alevi family, Ibrahim Kaypakaya would later become the foremost manifestation of the revolutionary communist line of the Turkish proletariat. A symbol of camaraderie and the armed struggle, he would live a short life, but an important one. At the time of his birth, the Turkish government underwent certain changes to adapt to the new imperial...
Dagestan still is a relatively big stronghold for socialism. Dagestan supports current CHP, CHP, TKP, Turkish Communist Party, and DEM, the Kurdish majority party. Dagestan is a stronghold for the socialists. If you recall, I mean, way back in the day when they directly elected a dirty commie in Dagestan as well.
Imperialist world order. Within the Turkish ruling class, a variety of cliques with competing interests formed their separate parties. The newly created center-right Democrat Party, or short, DP, was one of them, founded by former members of the CHP, most prominently by the soon infamous Prime Minister Adnan Menderes. The shift from a one-party government to a multi-party state wasn't out of an idealist concern for democracy. The then-president İsmet İnönü, known as the right-hand man of Mustafa Kemal, knew very well that if opposition parties weren't included, Turkey would fall to social rebellion. Calls for freedom of speech and so on were of course justified, but primarily it was because, quote, the comprador big bourgeoisie and landlords clique in opposition wanted the same thing for themselves. On the other hand, the international situation is forcing the bourgeoisie and landlord class to adopt parliament, since an open terrorist dictatorship that abolishes parliament will expose its fascist visage both to the popular masses domestically and world public opinion and be isolated. This is the function of parliament in Turkey, to mask fascism.
It's just so easy to defeat these
The
fools,
government
you
had
know what I mean?
introduced a trade union law, which was supposed to fulfill the, quote, necessity of Western
Oh,
democracy.
Like
so
something to
nice.
remember, because it's Turkey and where there's a predominantly Western
they just get
audience
so
watching
owned.
this, is like what he's describing there is a socialist
One
framework
tap.
on the Turkish parliament, and therefore it is no different than like the American bourgeois democracy. Okay, something to remind people is that functionally, fundamentally, it is a democracy identical to. It is a democracy identical to the American democracy or
Frozen bird
democracy that you see in
drumstick.
European countries. It is, however, a bourgeois democracy, and therefore, that is a socialist critique of bourgeois democracy, and not necessarily saying it's like it's fake.
Legalizing the formation of trade unions, but maintaining the ban on strikes. Unions also had to be apolitical and, quote, nationally oriented instead of internationalist. In order to control the emerging labor movement, the Turkish Ministry of Labor, with the help of US advisors, such as the anti-communist organizer and later leader of the US Trade Union Federation, AFL-CIO, Erwin Brown, established the Turkish, the Confederation of Turkish Workers Union. Its leader declared to struggle, quote, against the abominable communism. The
I'll take the
state-affiliated
new
trade union
road,
would
you'll
receive
take
lots
the
of
hard
funding from
road.
the Agency for International Development, a US body that works closely with the CIA. In its program some years later, the union declared that it, quote, pursues a policy that has the aim of eliminating the causes of the deepening of class differences and class
Get
conflicts,
fucked.
and aims to establish balance, peace, and cooperation between the classes. After World War I, Irving Brown, along with CPUSA member turned CIA help.
What is bourgeois democracy? Is it a bad thing if we have it? Bourgeois democracy, is it a bad thing if we have it? I mean, if you're a worker, it's not great for you. If you're a liberal, you think it's great. It's the peak of democracy. I don't know. Do you think our current two-party system that seemingly always aligns on certain boundaries that pertain to improving material conditions for all Americans unconditionally, is a good thing? Then yeah, you'll see it as a good thing. You'll see it as a positive.
Let's actually use this boulder to.
It always
connect
has
to
the capacity to erode civil liberties
you.
and also greatly worsen material conditions for the working class.
There we go.
As we cover on a daily basis. So I would say that there is probably a better evolution beyond that. Liberal democracy, bourgeois democracy is significantly better than monarchies, of course. But I personally believe that it's time for a evolution.
Let's go. Diamond?
Helper J. Lovestone became known as splitters of unions who organized against communist influence in the labor movement.
Topaz,
Brown gave money
amber.
to anti-communist currents which broke strikes in Italy or
Flint.
France, for instance. It's really amazing how far Western powers went and still go to pacify workers and hinder them from developing revolutionary consciousness. The Menderes clique was more sympathetic toward the US, and it had a more positive stance toward conservative religious groups than the CHP, thus gaining support from sections frustrated with Kemalist secularization. With the rising influence of the US, the DP further bolstered its potential for electoral victory because it coincided with the American wishes to privatize state enterprises and a general westernization of Turkey. After the DP's rise to power, Turkey sent troops to the Korean War in 1950 to ensure membership in NATO.
Ah,
which
now
had
I'm
formed in
cold. Okay,
1949.
well that's okay.
Anti-communist persecution intensified and coincided with McCarthyism in the US. The state targeted not just organized Marxists, but university professors
And
and
then I
various
can
progressive
take
intellectuals
a-
and journalists. American
Help me
experts
reach my
poured
friend?
in
Nope.
to advise Turkey in westernizing education, teaching children the merits of self-responsibility, the
One day.
evils of collectivism, reintroducing religious courses, and connect them to anti-progressive propagandizing, showing anti-communist educational movies, and so on.
I don't know if he mentions this, but Adnan Menderes, by the way, is obviously very right-wing, religious, conservative, populist, and is like his movement of religious conservative populism is basically what ultimately gave way to Recep Tayyip Erdogan, which comes from that same background and same clique, and also Fethullah Gülen. Now, Fethullah Gülen and Recep Tayyip Erdogan are two sides of the same coin. However, one is directly aligned with the CIA, and the other one happens to be the president now, previously prime minister.
Oh, do they
now
get? Do
president
they
of
turn into
Turkey.
things? Okay, well then we can just do this.
They're all it shatters at hepsi tarikatçı.
This is perfect.
So tarikat is like the fundies of Turkey, if that makes sense. And Fethullah Gülen operates a cult.
I can't take this out here. Why not?
Muslim cult, very fundamentalist, and happens to do so from the comfort of his home.
And now I can just destroy these guys because they're ice demons.
Adnan Menderes'e laf ediyorsun ama bilmiyorsun. Yapma abi. Yapma.
Oh my god, amazing.
Top of the hour ad break çakacaksın şimdi değil mi? Amına koyayım senin kodlama 0.
I got baited in Turkey. In Turkish, dude. Let's go. Turkish
He's trying to fucking
chatters.
serve me a 3-minute ad break debate in Turkish.
Let's go.
Yakalarım. Abi
Let's
burada
go.
Ohio'da FETÖ okulu varmış yaşadığım yerde. Siyah Amerikalı adam Türkçe biliyor. Karşıma çıktı amına koyayım. Evet. Her yerde var ki. Amerika'da her yerde var. Afrika'da her yerde var. Amerikan parasıyla açıyorlar. CIA. Anyway. Yeah, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Oğlum Adnan Ömer adamın bu chatte ne işi var? Sikeceğim. Hayır. Taşak geçiyor. Debate atmaya çalışıyor şey. Ondan sonra dönüp diyecek ki 3 dakikalık advertisement break geliyor. Dedi zaten. Cübeyt oğlu. Anyway. Dedim bile görmedin ha. Bak. Her saat başı 3 dakikalık reklam olacaktır demiş Adnan Menderes. Senin amına koyayım. Kayboldu diyorlar FETÖ burada. Orada haber olmadı değil mi? Yok, ne haber olacak? Americans don't know who the fuck Fethullah
Oh my
Gülen
god,
is.
it's
They
so
don't care.
good.
They don't know. It's just like he's just some random dude.
It's so
There
easy.
are so many Fethullah Gülen
I love
types
it.
in the
And I
United
get
States of America that like most Americans have no fucking clue. There's a Fethullah Gülen for every country that America is involved in. Like some fucking rabid fundamentalist right-wing weirdo that the CIA keeps on payroll and protects. For every country that America has an involvement in. Yeah, and his freedom. Enes Kanter Freedom is one of his main guys. The forward-facing side of Fethullah Gülen's influence.
Now we're cooking with gas.
But I'm unfamiliar with the... Wait, what? Kara Swisher AOC podcast mentioned me? Kara Swisher did a podcast with AOC and she mentioned me? Oh, let's go.
Dissemination in some form.
We'll look at that in a sec. We'll look at that later. At 58:18. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. But something to consider. The reason why I brought up Menderes, I don't know how deep he will go into
Let me just deal with this little...
Adnan Menderes, but like his influence and his religious movement, religious conservative populist movement was so significant in Turkish politics now.
Let's just
that,
get rid
like,
of people.
The leading coalition.
There's always one that follows you.
Recep Tayyip Erdogan himself personally and the fucking CIA asset living in the goddamn Poconos is all a part of his like cultish movement.
The Pentagon was also aware that fostering and utilizing reactionary Turkish nationalism would serve their strategic interests, as it was a potent deterrent against communist ideas. The Office of Policy Coordination, OPC, was the covert action arm of the CIA and unambiguously called in its charter for, quote, propaganda, economic warfare, preventative direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states, and support of indigenous anti-communist elements. Indigenous anti-communist elements is, of course, a much nicer expression than fascists. By the end of 1951, Turkey had received over $400 million in military aid along with 1,200 US military advisors. Within the next 3 decades, Turkey would receive a further $5.8 billion in military support, including training programs and arms supply. Those aid packages, as usual, had hundreds of strings attached, such as Turkey allowing the Americans to restructure its military and secret service apparatus, or the commitment to buy US products. One example of that is the US forcing Turkey to focus on building automobile highways and airports as opposed to railroads, through obliging them to focus on importing automobiles and petroleum, which are of course a much bigger opportunity to make a profit. Then, naturally in 1952, Turkey officially became a member of NATO. The country was key for the Western powers, guarding a third of NATO's total borders with the communist bloc and serving as an important balcony for US operations in the Middle East. And then, as left organization, demonstrations...
This is the part that is like the most important as far as like
let's go to the tower.
Anger and resentment for NATO. As a Turkish person, this is where you will now develop a better understanding of what NATO does in other countries.
And the opposition to US imperialism intensified. In the shadows of the NATO membership announcement, a secret, bloody fascist network
thank you for the raid. Holy moly.
Spread its tentacles.
Sorry, I'm so locked in.
As a result of Turkey becoming an appendage of US imperialism, and due to the rapidly rising
Hope you had a
popularity
great
of communist
stream.
and progressive ideas, it naturally
Hope you had
became
some
involved
fun.
with the notorious Operation Gladio, a secret army intelligence complex organized by NATO and the CIA in collaboration with intelligence agencies throughout Europe to counter the communist threat. Gladio was so powerful and vast, and yet the intelligence agencies managed to largely keep it a secret for decades. It was not until the 90s when it was officially revealed by Italian politician.
Oh my god, let's go, dude.
The revelation was a bombshell and made waves around the world. The operation was particularly brutal in Italy, Greece, and Turkey. In each of these countries,
yes, you can make such inventive, so inventive. Rock on stick, 100%.
Infiltrated, and where fascist terrorist attacks were blamed on the
you
left wing to discredit it, all with the help of state security. I've made a video on Gladio in Italy, which you should check out after watching this. But it is in Turkey where the secret army was the most violent and brutal. The Turkish branch of Gladio was created in the same year when Turkey joined NATO under the codename Counter-Guerilla, and it was located in the building of the Joint American Military Mission for Aid in the Turkish capital, Ankara.
Wait, what? Why would that be there? That's so strange.
The largest of the US-European
You as well.
And who was one of its founding members? None other than the aforementioned Hitlerite Alparslan Türkeş. The Turkish National Security Service, MAH, received financial support from the CIA. Leading members of the Turkish Gladio were recruited from this agency. The CIA under Alan Dulles assigned former Nazi officers, Wehrmacht General Reinhard Gehlen, Butcher of Lyon and Che Guevara hunter Klaus Barbie, and various other
My great uncle actually invented rock on stick. Look, rock on stick is amazing, okay?
Wait, what?
In 1951, the Communist Party was...
Wait, what? No, wait. I thought we were
okay, it's time for goofy animation.
World War II and the D-Day and we fought the Nazis. Wait, say it ain't so.
Oh, it's broken.
You mean to tell me that we collaborated with some of the worst Nazis, like famous ones? Wasn't there a story that we read on the stream recently about how Mossad found Klaus Barbie and then were ordered to stand down?
Okay, there has to be someone around here. Hello?
Chad, this is what people mean when they say Germany lost the war but fascism won? Yes.
Wait, that's new.
Crushed, and all of its leaders and most members were imprisoned through the notorious.
Oh my God! Wait, what?
Why do you always say America bad, Hassan? So what if they funded and collaborated with Nazis globally to support fascist movements that slaughtered political dissidents? Yeah, just weird that I would have such an opinion.
The Menderes government, in full coherence.
Okay, this is amazing.
Of multi-party democracy. The Turkish Gladio was already active here, but it was not until a few years later, in 1955, when it was involved in its first major operation.
Okay,
The
I need to
Democrat
find
Party
someone.
orchestrated a secret action along with the counter-guerrilla to bomb the Turkish consulate in Thessaloniki. In
Of
Greece,
course
in
it's
the
fucking
house where
broken.
Saddam was born. The
Nothing ever
so-called
works
free
around
press in
here.
Turkey
Nobody
would
wants to
then
work
spread the
anymore,
story
okay?
suggesting that it was the Greeks who set
Okay, let's get rid of these guys.
off the bomb. What followed would result in thousands of Greeks fleeing their homes in what came to be known as the Istanbul pogrom, or
Today
the
your
Turkish
coverage is
Kristallnacht.
pretty bad, Hassan. What do you mean? Dude, I already ran the top of the hour ad break if you're doing that. Sen Selanik göçmeni miydin, öyle bir şeydi? I thought I was from Selanik. I thought my parents had told me that we're from Selanik, and then the Wikipedia page says we're from Drama, my father's side, which apparently is true. I was wrong my whole life. Not from Selanik, but from Crete and also Drama. Am I saying that right? I don't even know.
The state, along with the counter-guerrilla, carried out and supported mob attacks.
Okay, there has to be
against
someone
Greeks,
around
Armenian,
here.
or Jewish people, destroying their small businesses.
Oh, there you are.
Or abusing hundreds.
There
of
you are.
women,
Okay, great.
With the police being demonstrably present and doing nothing. And in the most ridiculous way possible.
Oh, you need to get up there.
Menderes
Okay.
blamed The communists, who had been themselves already crushed by the state, for carrying out those pogroms. And subsequently, 45 so-called card-carrying communists were arrested.
Oh,
This
the
type
one I
of
just
false-flag
used to
action
make my.
propaganda
Okay, I
was a
see.
core tool of the Gladio
Oh, I've
operations,
just.
not just in
Okay,
Turkey.
fuck.
The Menderes
Hopefully
government
it's
grew
up there
increasingly
again.
unpopular. Money from the Marshall Plan
Oh,
ran
no,
out, and
okay.
after the first severe economic crisis of Turkish capitalism in the 50s, it lost the support of both the parliament and the people. Under the pressure from the US, which saw Turkey as a breadbasket of the West, the DP had unilaterally promoted the agricultural sector with the funds of the Marshall Plan and renounced the development of heavy industry. Due to the massive foreign trade deficit amounting to 60% of total exports, urgently needed industrial goods
You
such
know
as
what?
machines and raw materials
I'm
could no
sure
longer be
if I
imported.
drop this weapon, it'll
By
be
borrowing
fine.
from the World Bank and the IMF, Turkey continued to run up debt until it could no longer
No,
pay its
okay,
foreign debts.
okay.
Menderes reacted
Iron
to the
box
opposition
hammer.
by arresting his political rivals and critical journalists. Unfortunately, much of the indignation of the Turkish masses was channeled into organizations
Brother, they traded our parents and grandparents? Yeah, they traded our grandparents. It's
who were
true.
themselves reactionary. As Kaipakaya wrote,
You know, it has to work, right? I should have really not, like, gone ahead and used it, hey?
And was squandered. This is what always
This
happens
should
in
work.
a situation of crisis. Frustration and indignation get co-opted and channeled into movements
This has
that
to
don't
work.
intend
It's
to reform
heavy.
the
It's
system,
very
such as
heavy.
reformism and even fascism. Menderes was then deposed and was executed in the
This is not
1960
gonna
coup
work.
d'etat by the military officers.
Oh
the
wait,
first
there's a
of
thing. Oh,
several
thank
coups
you.
in the
Okay, hold
Republic
on.
of Turkey. The CIA-linked and US-trained Alparslan Türkeş was one of those commanders, and his clique wished to implement its fascist program. But the faction favoring a multi-party system around the coup leader, General Cemal Gürsel, who then became president, won out, and a new constitution was approved in 1961. The US wasn't too worried about this, as Gürsel quickly emphasized, Turkey remains faithful to its Western alliance. Now, former Prime Minister İsmet İnönü of the CHP was once again elected to restore freedom.
I really
but
fucked up.
surprisingly, that
Okay.
didn't last very long.
Here's where the Grey Wolves come in.
Colonel Alparslan Türkeş attempted again to take power in 1963, but his coup attempt failed and he was put in jail. Comically, he was then released shortly
Yeah, I
afterward
can
on the
rewind the
basis of
rock,
a
guys, and
supposed
play
lack
up,
of
but then how am I
evidence.
gonna grab the rock?
Now he was free to greatly affect
You
Turkish
understand?
politics in the coming years. In 1965,
I'd have to
he
be-
founded
like,
the
look.
infamous National Action Party, short MHP, and more importantly, along.
It's just so strange how this guy. Yeah, Menderes was not a freedom fighter himself. He comes from feudal roots, feudal landlord, massive landlord, wealthy family. It's just so odd that this guy just keeps coming back and is building this ultra-nationalist fascist party.
Okay.
What an impressive story. You know, real rags the richest type shit. You know what I mean? It's just so odd how that... Surely the U.S. has no involvement. Surely. I mean, what? That's crazy.
Just missed it. Okay, well.
Its youth organization and
I did really fuck this up.
Notorious Bozkurtlar, known in English.
I got too excited when I saw a boulder.
Its ideology, the superiority.
Okay, maybe if we just sit here, light a fire. Okay, we're lighting a fire. Maybe it'll come back if we sit here and like chill for like a day.
Turk state from Eastern Europe to Xinjiang.
This is part of the reason why I've always made a shit ton of jokes. I hope this is a little bit more illuminating for many of you in this chat who never really quite understood why I would like have so much smoke for someone like Vosh, before the goblin porn stuff. Because you were like, what?
Just give me my fucking.
Like, he's just pro NATO and you're anti-NATO.
I fucked up.
It was additionally laughable. And you will find out exactly why in a brief moment. It is additionally laughable that that community also happened to claim, while being pro-NATO themselves, mind you, that I was anti-Kurdish. And I was a pan-Turanist, Turk supremacist, anti-Kurdish, you know,
Dave's gun will
Turkish
not
guy.
work.
It was just odd. It was
can look
odd
at my
and
saves,
weird
but
and
I doubt-
funny
I doubt
because,
it.
like, you know, I do meme a lot about the Grey Wolves and shit like that, but it's pretty funny that they're saying that like my anti-NATO position makes me a fascist when NATO and Turkey, much like NATO
let's
and all these
go.
other countries like Greece and Italy, is pro-fascist.
Quote, our struggle goes to the last man,
Thank
to the last
you
breath,
for the
to
save
the last
scum
drop of
advice.
blood.
Your points are really valid, but someone who watches you both for years, I don't think you disagree here. I think it's miscommunication from fans of clips. No, that motherfucker did literally say I'm anti-Kurd.
That's
okay?
funny.
He did. And he is also pro-NATO, so get the fuck
Let's
out of
go.
here.
Our struggle continues until nationalist Turkey, until Turan is reached.
Let's go.
The CIA and NATO-trained Turkish initiated the movement with the purpose to establish a nationalist movement that could counter the communist efforts domestically and...
This is pretty important. The
I'll
Turanist
fix the
movement is
fucking
very
tower,
important
worker.
as an anti-communist measure, both inside of Turkey and also as Bestie Marks correctly pointed out
get
in
the
the
fuck
beginning
over
of the
here.
fucking video. Everywhere where the USSR existed, because there was a lot of Turkic nations under the banner of the USSR at this
Let's
point.
fucking go, dude.
And they're trying to, America, by way of Turkey, is trying to instill separatist movements and nationalist movements by
How you doing?
Training, supporting militia movements. They still literally exist inside of Russian boundaries to this day.
We watched a documentary on Stonewall today, and it was very inspiring. The PBS one. I wish you were here. Because it was so funny just to see these like old elderly. You've been to Stonewall? Yeah, it was great seeing like these much older like gay men who were there being like, yeah, you know, I really hope we made the police scared because they made me scared my entire life. You know? Anyway. It was very interesting.
His name is literally Uyghur. Okay? Like that's Jank's last name. That's my mother's literal fucking last name before she married my father. So this is
You stayed up too late last night? Why did you stay up too late, Yubi? What were you doing? What were you doing, Yubi?
Fascist gesture, Lamau. I mean,
why did you stay up so why did you stay up so late? What were you doing? What on earth were you doing? Come on, this is a safe space. Were you playing Gensh? Not great actually, Mum got sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I was making I apologize, Yubi. Okay, I was trying to make a joke about you staying up late playing Genshin and then actually like fuck. I'm such a bad person. Okay, I'm sorry. I hope your mums will get better. Fuck! No, it's okay. Fuck! I thought you'd be staying up too late playing Genshin. Fuck, okay. I hope your mum gets better. Do you know what your mum's sick with? Heat sickness. Oh god. Fuck. That's not nice at all. Especially because there's a heat wave in Cali right now, isn't there? God. This is why you should cancel Littlebear. Yeah, I made fun of... I apologize. Fuck.
Makes the story in Turkey much more complex, yes.
The entire family.
And Turks still have a hold, like, Turks, as a consequence of ultra-nationalist sentiment, still hold a massive, massive amount of, like, pre-AKP, the way that the army was seen as, like, the protectorate of Turkish democracy. And still to this day, many Turks see it as such. And will criticize Erdogan for genuinely eviscerating the influence of the Turkish military in general. However, obviously the Turkish military does, you know, military shit all the time. But it does add a layer of complexity to the conversation for sure.
Of the Turkish society. Many MIT members and Grey Wolves, which one could barely distinguish at that point, would join the Gladio counter-guerrilla.
MIT is the Turkish CIA.
Counter-guerrilla were institutionally united and from 1967 operated out of the secret CIA-sponsored Special Warfare Department in Ankara. The central goal of the department being, quote, in the case of a communist occupation or of a rebellion, to use guerrilla methods and all possible underground activities to bring an end to the occupation. The CIA was so successful in creating a massive web of Turkish secret services, even MIT officers would acknowledge they were dependent on Washington. In 2008, a court document during the so-called Ergenekon trials revealed that the MIT had funded and armed members of the Grey Wolves in order to carry out political assassinations, such as against Kurdish or Armenian liberation fighters. Toward the end of the 60s, MIT members would also cooperate with the Israeli Mossad to murder Palestinians. In Turkey, another economic recession worsened the situation dramatically. At the end of the decade, social unrest intensified, labor strikes, student riots, political assassinations, and so on. Turkey had adopted 5-year plans in the 60s, not the socialist ones, but state-directed capitalist ones, to develop industry through import substitution. This led to rapid growth of the working class, going from 2.2 million wage earners to almost 4 million by 1970, including 600,000 women who previously worked in agriculture or at home. Due to the more liberal constitution,
oh my god, let's go.
Worker organizing was made easier, hence trade union membership tripled to 1 million throughout the 60s. The increased labor organizing caused headaches among industry leaders.
Yeah, even though the origination, or not the origination, but like the labor unions were supposed to be co-opted, obviously in times of economic volatility, instability, labor unions still were like, okay, well, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and became more revolutionary as a consequence of the economic uncertainty. And therefore, this created yet another problem for the labor unions, or for another problem in the eyes of the Turkish government against the labor unions.
In February of 1969, during the so-called Bloody Sunday, tens of thousands of Leningrad students and workers marched on Taksim Square in Istanbul to protest against the arrival of the US 6th Fleet. Among the key leaders of that protest was a certain Deniz Gezmiş. More on him later.
Chad.
The Association for the Fight Against Communism have called for a counter-demonstration. During the rally, right-wing extremist groups, with the protection of law enforcement and with some of them controlled by the Turkish counter-guerrilla, attacked the protesting people with knives,
okay,
chains,
it's
and
fine.
sticks. 2 protesters were killed.
This is Bloody Sunday. That's crazy. Why would the police... What? How could this have happened?
And over 100 were injured. all
nearby
under the guise
above?
of the
Oh,
police,
okay.
who merely attacked the left,
I'm fine.
but not their buddies from the right.
I mean, I
The
guess we
working
could
class
try
did
go
not
up
forget
there.
those who fell on Bloody Sunday. A year later, the state-affiliated
But I had a mission. I wanted to go to the
had requested an
Gyarados.
amendment to the trade union law, which would have effectively led to the closure
But no,
of
we'll
more
go up there.
left-wing
Fuck it.
disunion. After the amendment went into effect, unions called for protests on June 13. 20,000 people were expected.
Oh my god,
but
look
when
how many fucking...
150,000 workers took to
Do you
the
think I'll
streets of
make it if
Istanbul,
I don't
even
even...
the
I
trade
could
union
just do it
leadership
with
was
a...
shocked. The most
Let's
brutal
see.
police repression, all the tanks and gunshots, couldn't stop the protesters. Only a state of emergency, which...
Turkey is still significantly more radical in comparison to America,
No.
by the way. Like, May Day, in my lifetime, even when I was growing up, May Day was like... May Day still to this
let's
day,
see.
I think. Maybe not to this day, but like... When I was growing up, May Day was a massive, massive fucking site of protest. Still. May 1st. Internationally, that is the real Labor Day, which is ironic considering that it comes
Okay,
from.
well, surely if I
the
put
United
5
States of America,
rockets,
and
it'll
yet
be
we
fine.
don't have it here. We have a different Labor Day in the United States of America than May Day.
was declared 3 days later, could bring this historic protest.
They suppressed May Day in Istanbul heavily this year. They didn't let people travel to Taksim. Yeah, nowadays you can't. Nowadays they don't even let you do it, I guess.
To an end. It was this massive worker struggle in June of 1970, which is now
Class consciousness yok ama nedense TR'de işçiler May Day'i çok seviyor, haklarını biliyorlar.
Considered among the largest of organized labor in Turkey's
Okay, let's
history,
go.
which Kaypakaya considered to be, quote, proof that the objective conditions of the revolution have become mature in Turkey. The ruling classes concurred and interpreted the two-day workers' uprising as the beginning of a systemic crisis of Turkish capitalism. Something big needed to be done quickly to save the system from the wrath of the people. The social unrest would lead into another major coup in 1971.
Yeah, May Day is a celebration for what happened in Chicago. How dumb is that the USA doesn't celebrate it? Is it dumb? Or is it deliberate?
Ushering in one of the bloodiest decades of recent Turkish history, where thousands would die at the hands of CIA-assisted right-wing terror. At the beginning of 1971, Turkish society was in mayhem. Turkey's second coup was only a matter of time. Labor strikes exploded everywhere, universities stopped working, and young left-wing activists robbed banks, attacked US targets, and created urban guerrillas. The dominant party at the time was the Justice Party, a descendant of the Democrat Party of Menderes. The Justice Party's Süleyman Demirel, who had been elected in 1965 as Turkey's youngest prime minister, was overwhelmed with the chaos, and the military apparatus didn't like that. Chief of the General Staff, Memduh Tamac, demanded a strong government which will, quote, neutralize the current anarchical situation. After Demirel's refusal to grant the military more political influence in the anti-uprising struggles, the generals had enough. The tanks were deployed, and Tamac handed the prime minister a memorandum in March, meaning, either you resign or we'll depose you. Demirel, not having a real choice here, resigned, and the military leaders took over, exhibiting that
leftist robbing banks just makes you a Stalinist. They were fucking Maoists. They were Stalinists. They were these guys were real Marxist-Leninists, 100%.
In the modern state, the gun has the last word. But the chaos didn't stop. By the end of April, martial law was declared once more. Strikes and union meetings were prohibited.
Oh, I
Thousands
see.
of people, communists, trade unionists, left-leaning academics, and journalists faced harsh sentences and suffered systematic torture. Left publications were banned and confiscated. The fascist ones were left untouched, of course.
That's
After the
weird.
People's Liberation Army of Turkey, short PHKO, abducted an Israeli consul in May, the government escalated their ruthless repression. The 1961 constitution was regarded as too permissive of left ideologies and was amended.
That's so strange because you hear Erdogan and all these other like Turkish people as a population are obviously anti-Israel by incredibly wide margins. Turkish government, on the other hand, has oftentimes collaborated with the Israeli government and Israeli authorities and Israeli espionage agencies.
Meanwhile, The infamous Ziverbey Villa in Istanbul served as a torture center, where the CIA trained specialists and the Grey Wolves in the MIT anti-counterguerilla interrogated countless people, employing physical and psychological torture. It's here where the term counterguerilla was mentioned for the first time to anyone who wasn't a member. A well-known journalist who was tortured there later wrote that they told him, quote, "We are the counterguerilla. Even the president of the republic cannot touch us."
Okay, hold on.
As repression and the contradictions within Turkish society intensified, and due to events in France, Vietnam, or China, a new wave of organizations emerged, and its leaders had one immediate goal: revolution. The communist movement was seriously weakened. The revisionist parties who had ossified in the hopes of changing Turkey through democratic reforms were crushed themselves. It was the military crackdown, and importantly, the great...
This is why I always say, like, no matter what happens in all of these countries, they don't just, they're never only focused on like the MLs or, you know, Vanguard revolutionary parties. It is always a cross section, both in Italy and in Western Europe in general, wherever NATO operated. They literally gutted every aspect of left-leaning organization. This is precisely the reason why the Cold War was so unimaginably successful for capitalists, and the reason why so many people in Europe literally are, and in America especially, are just terrified of the word socialism and think that it's like, it means, you know, awful, it means something bad. It's just it's basically like a pejorative.
Okay.
It doesn't stop. It, depending on where you are looking at, depending on what country you are looking at, it doesn't just stop at trade unionists either. Sometimes it means, like, if you're a part of any kind of women's rights group, for example. Counter-guerrilla has threatened the CHP leader Ecevit, a prime minister of Turkey. Yeah, 7 assassination attempts, including one on U.S. soil, mind you, when he said he would go after the counter-guerrilla and hold them accountable. There was an assassination attempt on his life. Not one, 7 total assassination attempts on his life, including one on American soil. Here, I wanted to show you this. Wait, hold on. Where the
made
fuck
a chicken hummus wrap. Oh my god, that
Uganda
sounds
was
amazing.
or not 7, sorry. 6 assassination attempts. All but one occurred in the 1970s. 5 happened in Turkey, and 1 on U.S. soil. The most famous of which took place on 23rd of July 1976 in New York City by a Greek Cypriot, and on the 29th of May 1977 at Chili Airport. Mehmet Isman, brother of the mayor of Istanbul, Ahmet Isman, was injured in the attempt at Chili Airport. Various testimonies allege that the weapon used in the Chile airport originated from the Special Warfare Department.
I do want this, thank you.
Special Forces unit of the Turkish Army.
Okay.
Founded in 1952, formed out of the Army's Tactical Mobilization Group.
Actually, just like by itself, but it is nice.
It was disbanded in 1992 with responsibility for special operations, then taken over by the new Special Forces Command. They were also funded and trained by the USA. During the Cold War, the SWD cooperated closely with the CIA.
Great proletarian cultural revolution in China, which inspired a new upsurge in revolutionary organization. There were 3 notable organizations that were initiated by radical students in this period: the aforementioned THKO, the THKPC, and the Communist Party of Turkey Marxist-Leninist, short TKP-ML. If you are confused, don't worry, because there were 100 other left-wing organizations in Turkey. But it's important to keep these 3 in mind, particularly the last one.
Oh, that's why,
Founded by Ibrahim Kaypakaya in 1972. It accepted Mao's contributions as a higher stage in the development of Marxism. The party would follow Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and the strategy of waging revolution through protracted people's war. Kaypakaya had been banned from his school for his political activism. He later went to study physics in Istanbul and became known as a great theorist and organizer in the student movement of the late 60s, which was partially inspired by the 1968 events in France. Kaypakaya had split from another organization due to their rightist line, such as their chauvinist position on the Kurdish people, paying lip service to their struggle for self-determination, but ultimately remaining vague.
Activity that asked the TAF leader at the time about the Special Warfare Department and
We
what
don't need
happens
you.
with the Ortulu Ordenal that the TAF
We don't need you yet.
receives. The TAF leader did not deny the existence of the organization and said all of the expenditures are for good reasons. This was before the assassination attempts.
For straight up opposing the formation of a separate Turkish
Ortulu
state.
Ödenek.
As one of the few original theoreticians of socialism in Turkey, Kaypakaya made fundamental theoretical contributions already at age 22. A leader from his former organization even assigned someone to go kill him, but that someone turned out to be a sympathizer of Kaypakaya and didn't do
Ortulu
it.
Ödenek.
Kaypakaya stressed
Come on,
that
man.
the struggle against revisionism was essential in the fight against capitalism, not least because of how deep Turkish chauvinism penetrated the broader left in Turkey, and how it would hold the proletariat back from forming genuine unity among different nationalities and from developing revolutionary consciousness. To this day, Kemalism is a big problem within the so-called Turkish left, much in the same way chauvinism and opportunism
I know what to
plague
do.
the left in other countries. The Turkish left is known especially for being fractured into 1,000 pieces. And let's remember here that wrecking and splitting the left, or disseminating ideas to pacify it with the establishment, are still two key tools of the CIA and their counter-subversion partners around the world. Many among the Turkish left would rely on hopes to find help from progressive officers in the military, cozying up to a supposed anti-imperialist trend within the CHP, instead of formulating a definite, independent path toward revolution, breaking with bourgeois illusions, reformism, and Kemalism. Kaypakaya and the TKPML created the Liberation Army of the Workers and Peasants of Turkey, short TIKO, which formed guerrilla units in Dersim at first, now renamed to Tunceli by the Turkish state,
There we go.
where the aforementioned Dersim genocide took place, and which Kaypakaya considered as having
Fucking
the best
done,
conditions
dude.
to start a revolutionary movement.
What's it gonna be
The
in
National
5
Intelligence
hours?
Organization,
An
ORDI,
opal?
concluded in a report. quote,
Okay, that's alright.
"Within the
Okay.
communist movement
Okay,
in
I'll
Turkey,
take that.
Ibrahim Kaypakaya's ideas are the
Do you think there's more of a chance of a communist revolution in Turkey, though? It seems like there's more revolutionaries over there than here. No. Fuck no. I don't think you guys understand, dude. Turkey's nationalism is not even... America, in many respects,
I see.
doesn't have to
What we
have
need
such
to.
strong nationalist opinions, because America and its allegiance is more towards capitalism than any kind of like national boundary. In Turkey, on the other hand, nationalism is on an entirely different spectrum. It's like, that's why I always say, like,
You
I
see?
understand.
You see, these games are no match for my fucking degree in physics, bitch. Holy moly, dude.
most dangerous. The views he presents in his writings and the methods of struggle he advocates are, as we can safely say, the application of revolutionary communism to Turkey.
Yeah, I
Turkish
am the
state
shape
knew what needed
rotator.
to be done with the utmost urgency.
That, I really like that one.
Eliminated.
Although I will say, the shrines have been easier, much easier, in Tears of the Kingdom. The shrines have been easier.
Bro, you said, is there revolutionary potential for Turkey? Motherfucker, let me tell you something, okay? Turkish people do not even operate within the confines...
I can't wait for 4 years to pass so my brain completely forgets Breath of the Wild so I can replay it. All of these games, like, you just need to forget everything about them and then you can replay them. You know what I mean? You just need to, like, wait 4 years. You need to, like, you know, have moved it, and then you can replay them and you get the same feeling. I'm so excited.
Past election cycle and still were able to maintain the majority. So you're out of your fucking mind. These motherfuckers won't even vote for the CHP coalition. You know what I mean? And that isn't even necessarily like a socialist one, obviously. That's not even a revolutionary one. That is literally...
My memory's too good to get that.
a
Okay,
liberal
flex.
one that is... Yeah, there was a huge
Sorry, my
potential for
memory too
revolution.
good.
It's just that everybody got hanged.
Memory too good.
Including, you know, this guy who, I don't know, it's just you're telling me to take my glasses off. I don't think we...
Just get ADHD, okay? Then you'll always forget, like, anything other than the most random things. Like me, I remember random fucking facts about Hassan and this community, but I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Like, I'm thinking about it right now. What did I have for breakfast this morning? I don't know.
In Jordan to undergo guerrilla training.
It was something I did on autopilot, you know?
Were arrested after robbing 2 banks and kidnapping 4 US soldiers in Ankara. Gezmish and 17 others were sentenced to death in October of 1971.
No, I didn't have eggs.
The sentence was presented to the parliament in 1972, and it was overwhelmingly
I did have a lot of
approved.
soup though, but that was for lunch and everything else, you know.
Those who voted in favor of the death sentence. But his comrades would not give him up without putting up a fight. Among them, self-described anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist,
you have oats every morning.
supporter of Stalin and admirer of
That's
Che Guevara,
nice.
Mahir Chayan, the leader.
I'm going to be eating a
HKPC,
fuckload of soup for the next few days because I made so much pumpkin soup. But I need to like add more raw ginger to it because
by the way,
it's not hot enough.
Here's a fun little
for winter
voice moment
in terms
right
of
here.
like ginger. I didn't put enough ginger in.
Which directly translates to 10 anarchists captured, found dead, basically, okay? As in like passive voiced. They're passive voicing this. Anarşistler ölmeden önce 3 İngiliz'i beyinlerine kurşun sıkıp öldürdü. The only time where there's active voice here is anarchists before they died. Who knows how they
Mirror,
died?
okay.
Took 3 British and used lead like it's a colloquial term for like kurşun sıkıp, which means like put lead in the brains of the 3 British. The anarchists died.
Come on, Bobby, let's go, Bobby.
Not only just like murdered the 3
Okay,
British
where do I
people,
want to go?
but are literally saying like they put lead in their brains, okay?
I guess I want to go here.
Technicians.
Your Turkish is pretty good for an American. Ne diyor lan bu gerizekalı bana?
But in March 1972, in the Kızıldere massacre, the group was spotted and surrounded by soldiers.
Turkish is pretty good for an American, bro.
And in the resulting gunfire, almost everyone present, including the hostages, was killed. Chayan died at age 26. The operation was led by Fehmi Altınbilik, member of the counter-guerrilla through the Special Warfare Department. It's not the last time Fehmi would play a key role in the assault on revolution.
Never mind, we'll go here instead.
A month later, the president ordered the execution of 25-year-old Gezmish and his comrades. Before he was executed by hanging on May 6th in 1972, he requested to drink tea and listen to Joaquín Rodrigo's Concierto de Aranjuez. His last words were, "Long live a fully independent Turkey. Long live the great ideology of Marxism-Leninism. Long live the Turkish and Kurdish people's fight for independence. Damned be imperialism. Long live the workers and the villagers."
Oh, and there's another tower. Okay, we can go do that too.
After the destruction of the guerrillas of Gezmish and Chayan, the state now focused its forces on Kaypakayastiko. As opposed to Chayan's approach, which foresaw guerrilla units forming in the cities first before expanding into the countryside, the TKPML started in the rural areas. Aside from that, there were other differences between their strategies.
Okay,
Chayan's
well...
politicized military war strategy, or PASS, and the protracted People's War of the TKPML. But this examination will be part of another video on Marxist military theory. The THKO of Gezmish followed an approach closer to the FOCO theory going back to Che Guevara, and later further popularized by French writer Régis Debray, which put the guerrilla unit at the center of revolutionary change. Guerrillas were key for the TKPML as well. However, as the People's War strategy prescribed, the guerrilla is subordinate to the party. The goal is to ground the People's Army on the population's mass support. Politics is in command.
That was lucky,
so to speak. So, Kaypakaya and
I counted 3 detours. It's Zelda. You're gonna get detours, okay?
Oh, the other reason why.
All right, that's just the way it goes.
Like communism is
that shit almost knocked you out of the sky.
Like an awful movement is because in Turkey,
well, guess what? It didn't, bitch. I lived.
Socialists were directly Kurdish, of Kurdish lineage, and played significant roles in like emancipatory movements for
Kurds. Just get flamed, boys.
And therefore are like automatically branded terrorists from that front as well.
I'm about to burn this motherfucker.
It was also synonymous with an ethnic movement as well. So that's the other, like, ethnic separatist movement as well. So that's the other reason.
towns, organized actions against big landlords who tyrannized people, helping villagers with their agricultural work, knocking on doors and listening to their problems.
I saved you.
This
You
worked
better give
very
me a
well.
prize.
Kaipakaya was well liked by the villagers. The Turkish forces knew about these young revolutionaries going around from town to town spreading their dangerous ideology, and the military commando launched a plan to
Are you
move
just
into
gonna
the
forget?
Dresden villages. Understanding these
Get up.
strategies and nip them in the bud was key for the CIA and the counter-guerrilla.
Spears are the best.
Vietnam had just shown them that it's not always the bigger military force which
Spears
prevails.
teabag? No.
It's not easy for the superior military to fight against the People's War strategy, since it's very tough to beat an army that is directly supported by the surrounding population politically, as analyzed by the RAND Corporation, a US national security think tank. One tactic of the military personnel was to disguise themselves as revolutionaries and to knock on doors. If the villagers sympathized with them, they knew whom to keep an eye on and whom to terrorize. But fortunately for Kaipakaya and Ali Haidar, the families hid them very well at their places. The police and military terror against the population increased. Torture and beatings became part of everyday life in Dersim, even becoming a major issue in the Turkish parliament. The region was virtually surrounded by the military commandos. Head of the commando, the aforementioned counter-guerrilla member, Fehmi, who led the operation that killed Mahir Jayan. One early morning in January 1973, Kaipakaya and his comrades were staying in a village
Okay,
called
hold on.
Vakili when they made an encounter with the enemy. As the Turkish soldiers approached, they tried to flee but were hit by bullets and pretended to be dead. Although the rest of the group escaped, Yildiz was unable to do so and eventually succumbed to his wounds. Kaipakaya escaped with multiple bullets in his body and managed to stay alive in the snowy mountains for a few days.
Silah kucağında, kanlar içinde vurulmuş yatıyor İbrahim yoldaş, İbrahim yoldaş. Yiğitler ölür mü? 3-5 kurşunla doğrulmuş kalkıyor İbrahim yoldaş. Ali Haydar yerde, bak yüzü boylu, yiğitçe can verir. Yiğidin oğlu, yiğidin oğlu. Başı duman duman, munzura doğru tırmanmış gidiyor İbrahim yoldaş.
Kaipakaya was seeking a hiding
I'll be
place in a
running
nearby
through
village,
the mountains,
but
I'll
this
be
time
running
he
with
was
the wolves
unlucky.
to get to you.
He asked someone for
To get
directions,
to you.
but the village resident was shocked at Kaipakaya's condition and took him back to their home. They notified a village teacher, but unfortunately, this teacher happened to be a reactionary. The region's mission command had already established contact with him, and he knew very well who Kaipakaya was. The military forces
Thought this
that learned of
level would be the
Kaipakaya's whereabouts
best.
and
Oh my god,
surrounded
it's
the
right
village.
here, isn't it?
The head of the command, Lieutenant Fehmi,
No, it's not.
ripped
Never
open
mind.
the door and yelled, quote, "You are Ibrahim Kaipakaya.
It's right there,
aren't you?
let's go.
If you know, why are you asking?" replied Kaipakaya in a razor-sharp voice. Then he
Okay.
was asked how he had escaped.
It's lore time. It's lore time. We do lore on this channel. Lore time. Excuse me.
Allow me to offer you my deepest apologies. On behalf of the Gerudo, for taking so long to accept your repeated invitations. It is our desire to be accepted into the protective embrace of your kingdom. To serve it faithfully.
A welcome appeal, Ganondorf. I will accept your vow of fealty to the Kingdom of Hyrule. I understand that a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years. Receiving such an appeal from you...
What?
A hero to his people and a king
A single
by birth.
male?
Well, it is truly reassuring.
It is my honor. When your Zonai ancestors first descended upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. And now you rule as king, and have taken a Hyrulean woman as your wife. Your Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage. Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai no longer grace this world with their presence. All except you and your sister, that is.
Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come. Your actions today are appreciated, Ganondorf. I look forward to your future endeavors. You may leave.
Your Majesty.
King Roru, I believe that man's heart holds many dark ambitions. Just his name, even that, it gives me pause.
I am well aware of his evil nature. For that reason, and others, I want him close. It will be easier to keep an eye on him. There is nothing to worry about.
Criminal looking stacked. True. Fuck, it's such a good game, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's such a sick game. Okay. Where was that tower? Let's just do the other tower.
Including Alparslan Türkeş's far-right MHP. The MHP now managed to infiltrate state security services directly, increasing the strength of the fascist death squads and exacerbating the ongoing repression of left-wingers. The coalition implemented so-called neoliberal policies, going along with many of the capitalist governments in the 70s. This did not exactly calm down the furious masses, as it further deepened the crisis. The government looked anything but stable. In these years, prime ministers switched more quickly than managers.
We've got so much stuff. Let's
put 10 different PMs in the 70s. But
see.
one thing remained stable and constant: the so-called deep state of Turkey, along with its CIA assistants.
This is really important. Deep state.
No, let's just do this.
Derin devlet is actually a Turkish invention, or the term itself is invented in Turkey.
Well, that wasn't so great.
And it's
but,
really
you know.
ironic because the deep state is I guess something that has been bastardized in America, and it's this notion that like I guess like some evil guys are trying to do woke and gay stuff. Like that's what Americans think it is. But the deep state is basically just the American State Department enforcing its will through a parallel governmental structure, sometimes by way of fascist paramilitaries.
Yes, there was Glooming Luna, and yeah,
it is a reinforcement mechanism of capitalism. You don't have a need for a deep state if your state is already capitalist.
And the trans well, I think it was a Hylian actually trying to get into Gyrodor City, but that we literally ask that person gets us clothing. So we can also, you know, cross-dress so we can disguise and get in, you know what I mean?
And partners in Turkey. And the involvement of the counter-guerrilla structure in the fight against
I don't actually know if they're trans,
the so-called deep state is nothing particularly spectacular. It just refers to the state bureaucracy which isn't visible to the public and which is an essential feature of any capitalist state apparatus. Liberals like to downplay this or frame it as a conspiracy theory in order to salvage the image of liberal democracy. But there is no conspiracy. It's just what's reproduced within capitalist class society. The modern state needs a stable bureaucracy in foreign policy, national security, lobbyists and corrupt officials tied to the private sector through 1,000 threads, through which it can systematically guard the interests of the wealthy. This is just what the bourgeois state is supposed to do. In 1976, a certain Recep Tayyip Erdogan entered politics by joining an
here we go.
group, the National Turkish Student Union, one of many right-wing organizations emerging at the time, who were soon to meet an opportunity to lash out in a big way. On International Workers' Day in 1977, over 500,000 protesters gathered at the Taksim Square in Istanbul. And then, all of a sudden, some people opened fire on the crowd. Masked snipers shot people from nearby buildings, such as the Intercontinental Hotel. The massive crowd panicked. The shooting lasted for about 20 minutes. Around 40 people were killed and about 200 injured. Over 500 protesters were detained by the police. During the whole 20 minutes, thousands of police officers who were on the scene just stood there and did not intervene. Who started the shooting? Opposition leader Bülent Ecevit suspected it was the counter-guerrilla. Quote, "Some organizations and forces within the state, but outside the control of the democratic state of law, have to be taken under control without losing time. The counter-guerrilla is running an offensive and has a finger in the May 1st incident."
This is like a real fucking I'm gonna blow up the CIA to 1,000 pieces moment. And it's not like Ecevit is like a revolutionary figure in and of itself. Neither was JFK, of course. But, you know. It's just so weird. There's always like, I don't know. There's always just some chaos occurring, and it turns bloody, and then the police automatically defend the fascists because it's a conspiracy.
Bye, Yusified.
This isn't a conspiracy. These guys were the counter-guerrilla, the counter-guerrillas were literally directly funded and trained by the CIA, and the snipers that were fucking shooting from the Intercontinental Hotel, which was suspiciously empty / you know, American owned.
Oh shit. Okay, well,
happened to be a staging ground for them. I don't know how that happened. The conspiracy in and of itself is that basically that they conspired. Not that there was a conspiracy theory. That they conspired. They worked with the American government directly.
Hold on.
Trade unions stated that this was clearly a plan of the CIA. One of them said that there were Americans in the Intercontinental Hotel and that the hotel had been closed to the public on that day. 3 days before the incident, it was allegedly empty and had stopped taking reservations. The hotel was owned by the ITT Corporation, which had close connections to the CIA and that had been involved in financing the coup against Salvador Allende in 1973 in Chile. According to a Turkish magazine, the MIT deputy chief was present on the day of the massacre. Ankara's deputy state attorney, Doğan Öz, concluded in his final report that the, quote, "military and civilian security services are behind all this work. The counter-guerrilla are subordinate to the Special Warfare Department." Shortly after releasing his report, Öz was assassinated. His killer, well-known member of the Grey Wolves, Ibrahim Çiftçi, who mocked the courts for not being able to touch him. He was right. Çiftçi was set free even after he confessed to the crime. He is now an official member of the MHP. Look at this guy's Twitter profile, looking healthy and fine.
Wait, what? How'd that happen? You mean to tell me that a fucking fascist hitman is still very much in operation in the Turkish government and is like a famous fucking, well, you know, is just like a normal fucking MHP, ultra-nationalist fascist party member? What?
Bro, the boxes are not like they really have nothing in them nowadays.
You understand why I say
they used to have money or other things. Like now they just shit.
This is why I say it. Okay.
As if nothing ever happened. The Turkish state, of course, denied any involvement of the CIA, and in the usual, most ridiculous manner, even blamed the left for the killings. not a single perpetrator of the May Day massacre.
Oh, for those of you who are unfamiliar
Hades
with
still got an
Turkish
update.
politics, I
Yeah,
just
I'm
need to
still
mention
waiting
something here
for
as well, by the way. At the top of the hour, there's a
full
3-minute ad
updates.
break,
But how big
okay?
was the update? What
Turks
did they
will not see
change?
it. We don't serve ads in Turkey for the most part, I don't think. Americans will, however. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. One more thing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. One more thing. The AKP formed a governing coalition with the MHP under the leadership of Bahçeli, and he is like that is a still the current governing coalition is the MHP and the AKP. So it's nationalists and the Islamists. Well, not full-blown Islamists, but you know, the populist fake fundies. There's like way more Islamist parties out there too, but
how did I get so confused?
Was ever caught and brought to justice. But this was just the beginning to all the massacres that followed in the next few years.
Didn't you still have to get the true ending in Hades 1? Yes, but I'll go back.
Of Istanbul, perpetrated by the Grey Wolves, in which 7 students were killed.
I'm not quite done with it.
The police didn't do anything against the perpetrators at the scene.
Oh, hold on.
The leader of the Istanbul Grey Wolves, and one of those responsible, was sentenced to prison for 11 years, but was released again 2 years later. After the 30-year statute of limitations expired, the mother of a shooter admitted that her son was involved and that he had been ordered by the police to commit the massacre.
Gotta go. Bye,
later in
Yippee.
the same year, another 7 university students in Ankara were brutally murdered by the Grey Wolves in the Bahçelievler massacre. Grey Wolves leader Abdullah Çatlı, the drugs dealer and friend of the Istanbul police chief I mentioned at the beginning, was a key person involved in those killings. Çatlı was being paid by the MIT at the time in heroin. And then, in December 1978, the Grey Wolves would commit its most vicious massacre of the 70s. In Maraş, a region which was hit especially hard by the 2023 earthquakes, more than 100 Alevi Kurds and left-wingers were murdered primarily by the fascists. About 5,000 people lost their lives in the 1970s. Communists, trade unionists, intellectuals, workers, or their family members. Most of them at the hands of the far right. That's about 10 murders per day. Over 3,300 fascist attacks were counted in 1978 alone. The people of Turkey and Kurdistan will never forget this decade. At the end of the 70s, Supreme Court Justice Emin Değer documented evidence of cooperation between the Grey Wolves, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the counter-guerrilla, showing how the counter-guerrilla organization distributed weapons to various right-wing terrorist groups. The Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs in the late 70s said, quote, "The CIA is able to pick and choose in my intelligence service."
It's gonna get very hot soon, isn't it?
Following the Maraş massacre, the state once again declared martial law in 14 provinces. Many more people would die due to fascist attacks, such as at prominent cafes in Istanbul, frequented by leftists. Ultimately,
I don't have any.
No matter how many communists they killed and tortured, the state-supported fascists wouldn't erase the light of the quickly growing revolutionary disposition of the masses. The ruling class had no other option than to resort to yet another military coup to restore quote-unquote law and order and smash the left in Turkey once and for all. The economic crisis in Turkey worsened dramatically as oil prices skyrocketed, bringing inflation to 3 digits. The balance between Ecevit's CHP and Demirel's Justice
Only
Party
can help you with what
enough
Yakuza to start with.
The chaos in Turkey. So,
Yakuza 0
the military
apparently.
generals met in 1979 to make a plan for another coup, using the pretext of restoring political unity. The most important military leader and organizer of the coup was a man called Kenan Evren. At the time of the coup in September 1980, Evren had been head of a certain organization. You guessed it. He was the chief of the Special Warfare Department and commander of the counter-guerrilla secret army. Evren had excellent relations with the US. In 1978, he had met with National Security Counsel Zbigniew Brzezinski, who allegedly told him that the coup was a good idea, since the US needed a stable Turkey. Quote, "For Turkey, as for Brazil, a military government would be the best solution." In his memoirs, Evren wrote that Demirel asked him to engage the Special Warfare Department to deal with the unrest. Evren also calmed the fears of Ecevit by allegedly telling him, quote, "There is nothing to..."
By the way, Zbigniew Brzezinski, famously Mika Brzezinski's dad, Mika, who is married to Joe in Morning Joe. Also a bit of a yapper who openly admitted that he goaded Islamist fundamentalist movements in Afghanistan against the communist government of Afghanistan that was like aligned with the USSR.
It
This
got
isn't a
snowed
defense of
in.
the Afghan government, mind you. I'm just, telling you how it is. And very openly flexed about it. And pre 9/11 famously told a French magazine or a French newspaper when asked, don't you think it's a problem to like arm and train a lot of these Islamist fundamentalists? To which he said, excuse me, what do you think is scarier, communism or a bunch of fucking Islamist fundamentalists with weapons? Post 9/11, he, I think, probably has a different opinion, but I guess America never lets a crisis go to waste. They fucking loved 9/11 too. They did a phenomenal job in advancing American interests post 9/11 too. So I guess, it kind of worked out well in the end for everybody.
Worry about. We will deal with it. In the late night of September 12th, 1980, the armed forces began sending tanks to Ankara, occupying television, radio,
I'll be back
and
in a
party
second.
buildings. Evren announced martial law and all political parties were banned. Strikes were prohibited, local governors were replaced by military personnel, leaving the country was made illegal, and 50 people were immediately executed. Within a short period of time, more than 500,000 people were detained, many of them tortured, and 1.7 million people were blacklisted. Many communist leaders were captured, then tortured, then murdered, such as Kurdish communist and second general secretary of the DKPML after Kaypakaya, Süleyman G.
By the way, do you get why? Like, someone was asking, like, so what's up with the communist movement in Turkey? Yeah, this is what's up. At this point, it's fucking Jover.
The police claimed he committed suicide, but an autopsy pretty much confirmed he was murdered and then thrown from the 6th floor. The repression against Kurdish people escalated. The Kurdish language was banned, those who spoke or sang in Kurdish were imprisoned, and in November 1978, in the province of Diyarbakir,
This is where like the communist movement fully forms into like an ethnic struggle in the eyes of the broader Turkish population.
Kurdistan Workers' Party, short PKK, was founded, initially with a Marxist-Leninist orientation to bring about a Kurdish state through a revolution. But there was also an ideological assault on communism, not just through the assassination of its brightest leaders, but also through the conscious attempt to rid Turkey of its working-class consciousness, such as renaming a left-wing stronghold in Istanbul from 1st of May neighborhood to Mustafa Kemal neighborhood. A man called Paul Hentze was the CIA station chief in Turkey at the time, and one of the best friends of Alparslan Türkeş. He encouraged Brzezinski to form the Nationalities Working Group, which promoted the use of Islamism as a means to challenge Soviet ideology in Central Asia. Think about this sort of stuff the next time someone says that the West promotes secular values in the world. Paul Hentze would...
So, here's the other aspect of this. So this is like at the same time... This is happening at the same time as...
okay.
This is happening at the
I'm
same time as
to
like we're targeting Wahhabis. We're beefing up
And then
Wahhabis prominence and Wahhabis influence in other parts.
Yeah. Okay.
In other regions, and then that kind of Islamist fundamentalism becomes too damaging in our century. So America goes, oh, what can we do? We can promote a more tolerant Islamism. Fethullah Gülen is what America or the American State Department thought, in the most laughable ways possible, is the counterbalance to the scarier Salafist or the scarier Wahhabist movements that you saw become, in certain instances, too problematic for America to continue aligning with.
I know this seems like it'll be stupid, but I promise you it's worth it.
That is ironically where the Fethullah Gülen attitude comes from. Like, that's where Fethullah Gulen and support for Fethullah Gulen comes from as far as the American State Department goes, as far as the CIA goes.
Later say something interesting in an interview about the coup.
Ulusal Güvenlik Konseyi'nden bir meslek memurunun beni aradığını hatırlıyorum. Ankara'daki çocuklar yaptılar gibi bir şey söyledi.
The working class was also assaulted in the economic sphere, under the pretext of, quote, revitalizing the economy. The head of the central bank was forcibly replaced because he was against the IMF in order to complete the subjugation of Turkey to the global capitalist system, allowing foreign capital to pour in without any control, privatizing whatever could be privatized, making Turkey even more export dependent, thus giving multinational corporations ultimate free reign. The banker's press was more enthusiastic.
Erdogan, by the way, also suspiciously advanced that completely. Like, the major reforms that he put in place, economic reforms that he put in place, were literally at the behest of this exact same interest. Some to remember, this is forcible extraction of this is creating, yes, dollar dependency, forcible extraction of whatever natural resource the country has, including its labor force, and putting you in a debtor's prison, basically, and forcing you to implement austerity measures every now and then. And
okay, well, we're right underneath it now, so
this is this was the real interest of the West. Now, you might recognize that this is kind of how it goes everywhere that America or the Western world has interest in.
We want to be right underneath.
You might even recognize that what is going on in Ukraine is of similar interest. Turkey had a lot of state-owned industry. All of it was,
I know, the bubble
over
frog.
the course of many decades, privatized.
Than ever before during this time. Coup leader Kenan Evren was now president of Turkey. Hundreds of laws were pushed through, such as guaranteeing impunity for the military junta leaders or to discipline society militarily, and a new constitution was put in place. However, while the military dictatorship proved to be an effective beast in suppressing the rapidly rising revolutionary sentiment with the utmost brutality, it ultimately failed in silencing the fierce resistance and breaking it completely. Enough was enough. In 1984,
we did it.
The PKK had announced a full-scale uprising and declared war on the Turkish state. After having played a key role in instigating the 1980 coup, Alparslan Türkeş was imprisoned by the High Command, and a general within the army even pushed for his execution by a firing squad. The aforementioned fascist employed by the CIA, Ruzi Nazar, intervened, and Türkeş was spared. Following the coup, in an attempt to distance itself from the collaboration with the far right.
How much of this do they teach in school? Wait, nothing, bro. What are you talking about? In Turkish school? Absolutely none of this is taught. What the fuck? Are you crazy? No, none of this shit is taught in Turkish school, bro. Are you kidding me? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Also, as far as like the revolutionary potential of the PKK goes, it's not. It's gone. It's done. At this stage, as it exists currently, none of the major like guerrilla movements in Turkey are still foundationally or fundamentally revolutionary or Marxist-Leninist, and have basically turned into a less offensive version in the eyes of at least both fascists and capital owners, which is simply a nationalist or separatist movement. A similar prospect exists for Hamas as well. If you look at Palestinian liberation, and by the way, I'm not making a comparison to the treatment of Kurds under the Turkish government to the treatment of Palestinians under the Israeli occupation. Those are in two different planets. There's still a shit ton of injustice that Kurds face in Turkey, but it's not even remotely close. And I've often said,
what was that?
And I've made comparisons to like the American Black Liberation Movement, for example. If the Palestinians had the same like material conditions that black people face in America right now, it would be seen as an objective improvement, like a dramatic improvement, an unimaginable improvement. Same goes for like if the Palestinians basically
what the fuck?
If the Palestinians were integrated into Israeli society, and that and that they were treated like the Kurds are treated across the board in Turkey, they would literally, it would be considered world peace. Everyone would be fucking, everyone would be celebrating the accomplishment. Yes, Kurds are still Turkish citizens. Yes. Kurds are 35 million people in the Middle East that are a massive ethnic minority in every fucking country that they're in. Iraq, Syria, parts of Iran. That entire region has a total of 35 million ethnic Kurds that do not have a state. They just have never had a state. And Armenia too, yes. And basically, there are separatist movements. There were obviously a lot of revolutionary socialist movements among the Kurdish population. There are still some revolutionary movements in the Kurdish population in Rojava, for example. But ultimately,
come back, Fairy.
As I've said before, unfortunately, many of the Kurdish militias have turned into just simple weapons that America utilizes whenever they see fit. This is the unfortunate reality of all revolutionary movement. America first destroys the revolutionary potential, and then America first destroys the revolutionary potential of these actual.
My job just gave me, and I suppose jokingly said Happy Pride Month. That's great. I'm so glad, Lily.
As cannon fodder and just like kills them directly. And then turns around.
Oh my God, you can go up so high.
Remains sometimes as a militia that they train, including but not limited to, friend of the show.
Holy moly, that's sick.
Friend of the show, YPJ's brave warrior, Brace Belden. Like he has talked about how American trainers were training the Kurdish militias in Syria.
Now we go down to Gurdor. Wow, that was so much. That was so cool.
A couple hundred grey.
Do I think Kurdistan should exist? Yes, I do. I am a believer that Kurdistan should exist. I believe that in order to maintain regional security, Kurdish people having autonomy and having a nation state would be just. I think that the only way to do that, however, without American intervention or involvement, so it doesn't turn into a fucking Israel-style situation, which it never really will, because like Kurds are unfortunately not exactly present in the diaspora in America. There isn't that same like kind of connection that America has developed with Israel, considering that it fucking made Israel into what it is. The fears, from my point of view, would be that it would be an American puppet state. The only way to develop a Kurdish nation state in that regard would be to go back to the same oppressive people who have slaughtered Kurds, including the Turkish government, not limited to the Turkish government, and try to create some sort of regional cooperation and develop a nation state for the Kurds. Having said that, however, I don't think that will happen. At least in my lifetime, I don't see that happening.
Wolves out of the 200,000 registered members were imprisoned. But now they were needed again in the escalating fight against the PKK. MIT members went to the prisons to make an attractive deal. In return for setting the Grey Wolves free and guaranteed income, they would help them fight against the Kurds. In the following fight against the PKK, tens of thousands of people died, while millions of Kurds were displaced from Turkey or Turkish Kurdistan. The counter-guerrilla
You're moving tomorrow finally? Oh, that's cool.
Which was to dress up as the enemy, in this case as PKK fighters, attack villages and commit abuse or executions in an attempt to weaken support for the enemy. Mosques were built in Alevi regions in order to replace Alevism with Sunni Islam. Kurdish language, political organizations and newspapers, or the Newroz New Year celebrations were banned. The Kurdish identity was to be eliminated once and for all with the help of the counter-guerrilla and American helicopters, jets, and guns. In the usual hypocritical manner of the liberals, Bill Clinton would later state that, quote, Turkey is a shining example to the world of the virtues of cultural diversity, while sending arms to kill Kurds. One among many notable Kurdish fighters was member of the PKK Central Committee Mazlum Doğan. Doğan had been imprisoned in 1979, and then, on March 21st in 1982, at the age of 27, Mazlum Doğan protested against the Turkish government's repression of Kurds and use of torture in prisons by setting himself on fire, through burning his prison cell and subsequently hanging himself. His act coincided with the Newroz festival, an important celebration among Kurds, during which Newroz fires are traditionally lit. Doğan's actions marked the beginning of a series of hunger strikes and resistance actions by political prisoners in 1982. Doğan's legacy has been honored by many Kurdish activists, and he's become a symbol of the Kurdish resistance. This video is already long, but keep in mind that only a fraction of what really occurred was covered here. I nonetheless hope this gave you a general idea of what occurred, and I encourage you to read the analyses of Turkish and Kurdish Marxists, such as the selected works of Kaypakaya I have listed in the description. At this point, it is important to know that the anti-communist clandestine structures have not gone away. And why would they? The struggle against progressive ideas necessitates secrecy and the help of the most violent, reliable detachments of the capitalist ruling class, the fascists. Secrecy is crucial, otherwise the general population might sympathize too much with the people who fight against the most reactionary elements of society which are allied with the state. The Social Democrats of Germany, for instance, would muddy the waters for decades about their collaboration with the only reliable force in their crushing of the German communists in the German Revolution, the Freikorps, which then built the basis for the Nazi movement. The secrecy of Western interference through Gladio in Turkey was also perhaps an important factor in boosting the influence of pseudo-left Kemalism, since many on the so-called left underestimated the degree of counter-revolutionary power which was embedded within the state apparatus. Despite its genocidal chauvinist positions, Turkey's MHP is to this day a powerful political force. The MHP had secured President Erdogan's re-election through its alliance with his party in 2018. Connections between Erdogan's party and the Grey Wolves are abundant, which is no big shock since Erdogan's administration is genocidal and chauvinist itself. Erdogan himself, coming from the fascist anti-left uprising tradition, being a member of one of many anti-communist organizations in the 70s.
One of the funniest ironies is that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is notorious for suppressing free speech, which doesn't exist in America. It's not like, in Turkey, same shit. But he literally went to fucking jail for reading a poem and like technically inciting a riot for demonstrating anti-Kemalist sentiment, only to fucking become the leader one day, this goddamn watermelon salesman, and then turning around and fucking suppressing speech
have name
even
be
further,
in colors
way
of the
more than
entire
anyone else at this point.
Pride flag.
Supported by the US. The Grey Wolves not only exert great influence in Turkey today, with more than 18,500 members nationwide.
Well, some people don't know. Oh my god, what? This guy?
In Germany too, the Grey Wolves are not only tolerated, but their presence was actively encouraged by German right-wing politicians so that they could terrorize the left in Germany as well, while the activities of several Turkish or Kurdish radical left organizations is prohibited. When Alparslan Türkeş died peacefully from heart failure at the age of 80 in 1997, his funeral is said to have been attended by 500,000 people. Kılıçdaroğlu himself has formed an alliance with the İYİ party, which is itself reactionary and which was formed as a result of a split from the fascist MHP.
Yeah.
And as I hope to show...
But I went to one of those offline, and it was just...
liberal ultra-nationalist.
All it was just a...
It means good, by the way, in Turkish. This is Anıtkabir.
What was it again? Sorry, my brain is not working.
Maybe it's the Ankara or the Turk in me, but this is the mausoleum of Atatürk, and you go there and you pay respects to the founding father. It's kind of cool.
Thing there. Okay.
It is pretty cool. I don't know. I wish we had more shit like this in America. You know what I mean? I thought you hated brutalism. I do like this kind of shit, like mausoleums and things like that. I do appreciate it. I'm not like one of those no fun leftists in the sense that It's like, oh, this is actually instilling reactionary opinions by creating a cult of personality around a militant person who was like engaging in a bourgeois revolution and you know, suppress communism in the country, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Who cares, bro? It's cool. It looks cool. Shut the fuck up.
I vote for a trip to the depths. We'll do that soon. There's so much to explore, you know?
I don't know why. I don't feel the same level of like, I don't feel the same level of longing or same perspective about DC monuments. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because like that is my least American value. I don't feel that way, but I do want to see like where Lenin is. You know what I mean? I think that's sick. The communist countries apparently, and I did not know this, I talked to Alexa about this, have a tradition of not cremating and specifically embalming their dead leaders, including Ho Chi Minh and Lenin.
Yeah, but I wanted to...
And I believe maybe even Mao. Is Mao
I wanted
also
to connect it.
Embalmed? That's kind of sick. It's a little weird, but also kind of sick.
Okay.
I go to a K through 12 charter school run by Turkish people who allegedly have ties to Gülenis, and our middle school principal was investigated and found to have ties with Turkish Gülenis. I hear that there are more schools like that and visited one part as a Turkish dance comp I was in. Do you know about any of this? What are Gülenis? Yes, it most likely is a Gülenis. If it's a Turkish charter school, it most likely is a Gülenist operation, 100%. Bestie Marks fails to mention the civil Kurdish liberation movements that existed within the left before even PKK existed. Not having a distinct civil liberation movement makes Kurdish people securing their rights very hard and keeps the reactionaries in power, which is deliberately done by the deep state too, in my opinion. No, it's not dissimilar to the way Hamas is used as a political tool by the Israeli state. To be like, oh yeah, look, see, all Palestinians are like this.
There we go. Got him.
The distinction there, however, is that there is Kurdish liberation movements within civil society and also active Kurdish parties within that aren't getting fucking arrested left and right, of course, by claims that they have deep ties to the PKK and whatever. But yeah.
Okay.
In any case,
this
is a long story, but
force for minority.
But basically scratches the surface of my anger and resentment towards NATO and America in general.
This anti-proper left in Turkey. Turkish fascism has not gone away. To the contrary, its roots have grown deep into society, watered and consciously fostered by US imperialism. Following Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti's revelations about the secret NATO army, the public pressure became too great, and in December of 1990, President of the Operations Department and the head of the Turkish Special Forces issued a press statement in response to public pressure, acknowledging the presence of secret NATO troops in Turkey and explaining that the
wonder if there's anything below here if I'm just gonna die.
Directing the counter-guerrilla unit with the objective, quote, to organize resistance
no, I'm
in
just
the
gonna
case
die.
of
Okay.
a communist occupation. They made sure to emphasize that all members of the Turkish Gladio were, quote, patriots. Those patriots were once again important in the escalating fight against the PKK in the 90s. In 1993, a parliamentary commission conducted an investigation on the counter-guerrilla, but the Speaker of the Parliament at the time was immediately contacted by a general to stop the investigation, and the State Security Court prosecutor ordered the police not to collaborate with the parliamentary commission in their investigation efforts. In the late 90s, in the Susurluk scandal aftermath, a report concluded that, quote, an execution squad was formed within the state, and that, quote, all parts of the state were aware of what was going on. The Turkish Human Rights Association concluded that there are, quote, around 3,500 crimes of the counter-guerrilla which have been committed with the support of the state and which are covered up until today by the state. The president of that association, Akın Birdal, was then shot by Turkish nationalists and just barely survived.
Here's the other aspect of it that makes me going back to Turkey a little bit more scary potentially, is that people just suspiciously and mysteriously get killed by a fucking nationalist left and right. I don't know how it happens, but I'm not saying it's American involvement or deep state involvement, but it just always happened to be that way. It's weird, bro. It's weird as fuck. I don't know how. I don't know why, but any motherfucker that talks about this shit gets straight up murked by some fucking right-wing fascist dude. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it is definitely a thing that happens.
Oh, I know what to do. Okay, I understand.
It's weird.
Okay.
Şimdi daha çok CD'ye yolluyorlar. Yeah, that's the other aspect of it. Then you have the overt government suppression. Would Jank have just as much of a risk heading to Turkey? Fuck no. So what you're saying is I shouldn't go to Turkey? No, you guys are all fine. You're not Turkish. What the fuck are you talking about? Turkey is unimaginably fun for tourists. You're out of your mind if you think that anything bad is going to happen to you. No, Turkey is perfectly fine. Carter went. And yeah, Central Committee went with Carter. Y'all are so funny, dude. Go get your fucking hairline fixed. Do whatever you want to do. You're going to be fine. It's not going to hurt you.
Fuck, I keep on fucking it up. Okay, hold on.
It'll be a little different if you're Turkish yourself.
I hate this.
Wow.
I keep fucking it up.
In 1997, millions of people throughout Turkey switched off their lights at exactly 9 p.m.
I keep
for 1
fucking
minute
it up.
to protest the lack of transparency and the government's efforts to hide its connection to criminal organizations. About 100,000 workers marched in Ankara, demanding the truth about the state's collaboration with the CIA and the counter-guerrilla. To this day, the US has not acknowledged any responsibility for what happened in Turkey.
There we go.
In Turkey, only military dictatorship and fascism proved enough to suppress the rising proletarian movement. It's about maintaining the private property relation and US hegemony. The US doesn't give a single F about anything else. For all the feelings of sadness and despair that this story evokes, it's always important to remember that no matter how much they try, the ruling classes will never be able to defeat communism completely. They can only slow down the inevitable abolition of the system of genocide and exploitation, and only delay the absolute self-determination of Kurdish, Armenian, and all oppressed peoples. No matter who wins in the election, the struggle will go on. This century of brutal repression has burned itself into the collective consciousness of the proletariat in Turkey and Kurdistan, and will serve as a lesson for the new coming wave of revolutionary power that will avenge its immortalized martyrs.
Bro. Someone in the chat said, imagine watching this video and not thinking that the US will backstab Kurds eventually. What do you mean eventually? This entire video is about the United States fucking over Kurdish revolutionaries inside of Turkey. And also on top of that, the United States literally to this day has a practice of arming, training, and riling up Kurdish militias only to use them against whoever they have, you know, as a destabilizing force, basically, only to then turn around and be like, yeah, you can kill all of them, actually. Here they are. They'll just be like, all right, we're stepping out of the way. It's time for the Turkish military to come in and fucking slaughter everybody. Bro, I'm Zaza, and my white German coworker said he won't visit Turkey because he's scared of being thrown in jail. I had to tell him that I, as a Turkish citizen with Zaza roots, have a higher risk of getting thrown into jail than his White House. Yeah. That's so fucking funny. Thinking that something is going to happen to you as like a white Christian guy in Turkey. Yeah, dude. Something will happen to you. You'll get, I mean, they'll lie to you about the price of shit. Not that it fucking matters, because the dollar conversion will help you.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll get fatter. Turkish food is bomb. Your hairline will improve if you're going there for that reason. But the notion that like something bad will happen to you is so laughable. It's not, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know where to begin to describe it. You will definitely get ripped off though, for sure. That's a given.
The imperialist alliance with Turkish fascism managed to contain the flames of the 20th century, but the fire of liberation can never be extinguished.
Alright, chat. I'm also heading off as this video ends. Whew. Let me see who's live. Send you all to Debo. Anyway. Be nice to Devon. Much love to all of you.